Welcome to Chubby Boy Magic!
No robot voice.
Robot voice!
That's just for Dylan.
Just for Dylan. Love you, Dylan.
I love you, Dylan.
Happy birthday. The buttons are sticky.
Yeah.
There you go.
Nope.
Nope.
There we go.
There we go.
That
Don't
was
touch
painful. I was like, I will get out of robot hell eventually. Yeah. If it's it's a little slow sometimes getting out of robot hell.
Just like you.
Yeah, I am. Especially today.
I should say just like us.
Yeah, I got a little banged up last night. We were shooting that commercial thing, and they were giving us free beer at first. Like they were like, "Here, have a sip," because you got to shoot it so it was like a slow sip. And finally, they get done shooting, and they're like, "Okay, bar's basically open for us." So I made up for about 3 hours in about 30 minutes.
There you go.
I can still barely hear.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
On your mic?
No, from last night.
Oh, yeah.
I went to the.
You went to
tickets
the
Thunder
game?
Yeah. That was the
Motherfucker.
That was the loudest.
I bet.
It's ever been.
Yeah, my buddy has section like right behind the backboard on the 100s.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he was there, man, and he said
Dude,
it was crazy.
It was insane.
Yeah.
And it was packed until about 15 minutes after the game.
Yeah.
And then
They celebrated that long?
we didn't leave for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Because they did the trophy presentation.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, okay. I didn't
And
know
so
they were doing,
they did the trophy presentation. There was actually about half the stadium left. And because they were down on everybody, they're kind of down on the court, milling around, and few of the Timberwolves players were out, like hugging and congratulating them and everything.
Like, hey, good job.
And,
you beat our ass.
Thanks for kicking our ass.
Yeah.
No shit.
And so they were all kind of hanging out, and then they were passing out the hats and the shirts, and then
Did you get a hat and a shirt?
I mean, I did not get a finals hat and shirt, but
Okay.
yes, I got a hat and shirt.
Yeah.
And then they brought the trophy out, and what's her name from ESPN? That little midget looking lady. But I guess you know what? Anybody is a midget next to
NBA players,
7-footers.
Yeah. I don't know if you've ever seen an NBA player up close. They're fucking
He's
tall.
like 7'1", and she's like belly button level.
Perfect.
Yeah. But so they did the, Clay Bennett comes out, the new style plantation owner. And I mean, I'm not wrong.
No.
but so, he comes out, gets his, and then they did the MVP for the series.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Shea got it.
Shea got it.
Yeah.
He got MVP for the series
And
he's overall MVP.
Yeah.
So he did that, and then they did the big trophy.
That's cool.
And it was awesome. That was probably one of the best sporting events.
I thought you were going to say like best experience ever. I had 2 tickets, and I took my wife, not you. My
I mean,
you only share podcasts. You don't share seats.
We've shared a lot. We slept in the same beds a lot last year.
I know his schedule a lot more than I know my wife.
Yeah. I'm like, well, then the fucked up part is the flip side is that I have no idea what the fuck he's doing.
So when you say schedules, is it monthly schedule or?
Yes.
When we're on the do-rag. Yeah. Well, okay.
But so hopefully 4 more games they do another celebration.
It was crazy to me. They Academy reopened last night.
Academy reopened. Sporting Goods reopened.
That's right.
They were open till I think midnight or something like that, so everybody could get their.
Yeah, my brother-in-law
finals
went.
gear.
I think he said he waited in line for like 45 minutes.
Yeah. It's insane because I remember when in 2012 when we did this with Westbrook, Durant. Harden.
I was like,
Harden.
it was the Dream.
It was the Dream Three. And Collison and all of them, and it was like we're gonna do it with we've got the superstars.
Yeah.
And then they nosedived, and it's so weird because this team you have literally 17 nobodies.
Yeah.
Now Shea he's not a nobody now, but
at the beginning of the season.
At the beginning of the season, everybody you had.
Yeah. I just think they're growing into somebody's.
They're
Yeah,
absolutely 100%.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I know a lot of people kind of don't like them but it's like like Chase. It's crazy how good he is becoming, and how good J-Dub, Holmgren, how good they're becoming.
Start seeing them go to the Golden State.
I think they're there.
I think they're there. I think hopefully next year we can keep everybody. I think they may lose Dort, but I think they've got everybody under contract next year.
I don't think they'll lose them.
No, I don't think they will either. I think they'll stay.
Yeah.
I think they'll pay him, then the year after, so what, 27? They're not going to have the money to cover
to keep the spread.
But,
and then so whenever KD was
SGA
here,
is so fucking humble.
Yeah,
like zero ego.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And it's like when because he said it again last night, when they were like the MVP, and he's like, look, this is us. Without them, I'm nobody.
This. It's not like
and it's like Edwards is a fucking awesome player. Watched him come up, and dude's a monster. And they kept him to nothing.
The defense was crazy.
It
was crazy.
But they're just like, they all stepped up when somebody else is not having a good night.
That was the thing back in 12, whenever it was the Dream Team. Like
there's too many egos.
There's too many egos, and it's like watching minor league baseball where everyone's trying to go up a spot.
Yeah. Yep.
And they're like, I'm trying to go to this. I'm on the farm team.
Durant thinking he's King Dick.
Motherfucking with the banana
and
feet. When people don't remember it and they look it up, I'm like,
Westbrook wanting to be King Dick, and same with Harden. And you could tell they were all three franchise players.
Yeah.
Yep. They just couldn't play together.
Well, and you know what's funny is how many people I knew that worked sideline stuff with them in various different states, and they're like, they're all great friends off the court. They just professionally, they're all out for each other's neck, kind of more or less.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, to me, I'm like, if you make a good team and you win the championship and all that shit, it makes everybody look really good.
Well, and then it's crazy with the depth. Like when they finally switched out to the rest of the bench at like 6 minutes left, and puts Isaiah Joe in.
Everybody's still hitting it.
He's like,
everyone's
he hits
still
like 3 threes, just bam, bam, bam.
Well, it's like you said with Dort. Like, I don't think we'd be over here if it wasn't for Dort.
No.
His game 6 was crazy.
His threes and then his defense is insane.
Yeah. Against Denver, man, he lit him up.
Oh, he lit him up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got to go back and watch the game. I got to see a couple highlights from this morning.
It was amazing. Look, I'm not even gonna. They got their ass whipped in Denver.
Yeah.
I
saw the highlights of that one.
They got their ass whipped, and so it was kind of nice last night. That yes, I know we won by 2 points at that last game in Denver, but last night they didn't stop when they got up 30 points.
Yep. Yeah.
They didn't let off the gas, because it was kind of funny when Denver was up 45 and they're still putting it to them, and it's like, you motherfuckers.
You're fucking putting the balls on. Yeah. I think that's the thing too, is like, coming from football, like you had the mercy rule after a little bit where you're like, hey guys, like we're fucking you
could tell that Minnesota was so frustrated last night that from the coaching when he got the technical.
Yep.
And you could see him on the bench and read his lips when they show him. And then just all the players throwing elbows, and it was like.
So are you going to one of the games, the big games?
I don't know.
I was watching.
I'd love to. I doubt it. I mean, I doubt I
was watching one of the guys. I grew up playing baseball with the Oklahoma guy.
Yeah.
And,
hang on. Before we get too far.
Hold on. Sorry.
Before we get too far into this.
I forgot. Who the fuck are you and why the fuck are you here? Also, fuck you, Nate. In specific.
Fucking dirty
dirtbag.
I'm Alex Pando. We're here to talk about my motorcycle. It's a 96 Softail.
Yeah.
So it's come a long ways.
It is not hydro dipped on the paint job. That is all airbrush.
No, it is all airbrush.
Dude.
God, we were gonna get into it because because that's how I met
I have
you.
so many questions.
Yeah.
So I grew up playing with the Oklahoma guy, and so I have him on Facebook. He just released the cost of floor, like the
ticks.
in the 100s. They're like 10 grand.
Jesus Christ.
They're like 10 grand, and then they're saying, he's like, I predict him to go to Game 5, win at Game 5 at home.
Yeah.
He has Game 5 tickets at 17 grand.
Yeah. Dude, it's nuts.
I'm like, you could pay for your whole season ticket selling one ticket.
So I do this with concerts now. When I like big concerts like Tool or whenever they're going to an arena, I used to just buy my ticket, and then like my buddies would be like, oh,
you know what? I'm gonna take back that fuck you to Nate. Fuck you, Squirrel. You're the fucking problem.
I am.
You and Ticketmaster.
Yeah, fucking the free. No, so what I'll do is I buy two because there's a lot of times where like he might say he can't go, and then last minute, oh, plans fell through, and I'm like, hey man, like those tickets are selling for $500 now. But I paid $50 for them. Like if you want to go, pay me the 50 for it. We'll call it square. But the other side of that is if I have two, and I usually get floors, so they get them early. If I fucking every one of them now, when I'm like, dude, that ticket's like 4 times face value what I paid for it.
Yeah.
And I got a lot of homies that have like various tickets, like season tickets and shit. I'm like, fuck, dude.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy.
I think we were in Loud City, so we were in the nosebleeds.
But I think they're saying up there it's still like $400.
Yeah,
$500.
I had heard it was going to be between 3 and 5.
Yeah.
And I think ours were right around 2. We got invited to go, and so
that's cool.
That must have been nice, huh? No.
It really was.
One of my clients, they have season tickets on the floor, so they're right on the floor,
Yeah,
and then I think they were up in the 100, kind of in that where your buddy's at. So my buddy last night was in that one, and he was like, "It's the loudest it's ever been."
Yeah,
and he's like, "I don't even know how much they cost. I know why I didn't get to sit on the floor though."
I don't know.
He's like, "I'm not that level."
I don't know how accurate it is, but on their little decibel meter, they hit 110.
That's pretty fucking good.
Yeah.
I wonder you can't hear shit today.
Do I need to turn your headphones up a little bit?
No, I'm fine. I'm already deaf from the military, so I'm used to reading lips. We're good. We're good.
Yeah, dude. I made a mistake.
The tinnitus is extra tinny today.
I went to a show at the Blue Note, and I had like the earplugs, and I was right up not on stage, but by stage, and one of them fell out, and I was hammered enough. I was like, I'll be fine. The next day, I was like, I woke up at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, like, this is awful. Yeah. This is fucking
there was a guy next to me with like a little one of the kind of
the megaphone,
foot long megaphone, and he was like, and I'm like, oh my god.
You're like, I don't mind you doing it. Just let me like plug my ears first.
And I feel like when you're way up there, it just echoes.
Dude, it's just hitting everything. It's all concrete at the top. Yeah. I used to have this powered megaphone when I was a kid that like on the box was like, take to sporting events. And I've never
Is that the one with like the voice changer?
Yes, it had it's like the
Those
tiny
so
megaphone.
Much fun. Yeah.
And
so much fun.
But it was like on the box, like, take it to sporting events, weddings, birthdays. And I'm like, you want to be that dickbag?
Like my niece plays soccer, so I built a Milwaukee air horn. So every time they hit a goal, it's like
it's like the train horn that they'll have them on. They'll have them on like a Milwaukee or
it's like an impact trigger.
Yeah. I drilled it out and got it all put together. And
is yours double horns or single horns?
No, it's double horns.
Oh, fuck, it's loud.
Well, it's loud. And so I'll sit on the opposite end because they go to Mustang. So like they're on the north side of the field, but we sit in chairs because my kids like to run around.
Right. Yeah.
So I can hear like they'll hit a goal and then it's just like, and I'm all the way across. And I'm glad I'm not next to him.
Yeah, you're just like. My buddy, he rides a Vespa 300. And so I guess whenever we got it, the horn didn't work. So he lived in Dallas for a long time. And he bought this. It's like Wallow air horn. He's like, dude, it's the loudest shit in the world. And he's like, you gotta get one. Because from my big turbo wagon, you couldn't hear the horn under boost.
Yeah.
So like roll racing on the highway, I'm just like out the sunroof going like, come on, go. You gotta honk for me.
Yeah.
And then he's like, get these air horns. So I got him, and he's like, I hadn't heard it in person. I heard it through video, and he's like, it's $10 on sale. Dude, grab them. So I got 2.
Oh shit!
And it's compressor, the horns, and everything. I'm like, they can't be that loud because they're tiny.
No,
he
they're
pulls
loud.
up on his fucking Vespa scooter and like, what? And dude, those are loud. I can't imagine how loud the double Milwaukees are.
No, it's loud.
People are in the stands like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Like he always has like opposing teams like, where'd you get it from? And he's like, oh, my brother built it. So he's like, you could make some money. I'm like, I'm good.
I'm
like,
not.
No,
that's not the side hustle.
No,
I
I'm
don't want to solder.
Yeah.
No, I built it for your kid. Just when we're at the game. Yeah,
dude. My buddy.
Graduation, any kind of school event where I can embarrass the hell out of you.
Yeah, because my other niece graduated. My mom was like, "You should have brought the air horn." I'm like, "I'm not hitting the trigger." We were in Noble.
Oh yeah, Noble.
I'm like, that thing would have echoed in here like crazy.
Dude, see security running down.
Yeah. So I was like, no.
Dude, so we did my graduation at the Cox Convention Center, and it was like 80 people from my graduating class. It was tiny, and I went to an all-black high school. Can you imagine how loud it got? It was pretty fucking lit.
I'm surprised there was 80.
Yeah, 89 to be
So where'd you go to high school?
Northeast.
Okay.
30th and Kelly.
I actually went there for middle school for like 6 months.
What year did you graduate?
I graduated in 09.
We went to middle school together.
Yeah, we probably did.
Yeah. 6th grade, 7th grade? What?
6th grade.
All right. Yeah, I was the fat, round little ginger. There was another one that was there. You might remember this because there was 2 gingers there. Mm-hmm. And there was a tall one that was a bitch, and there was me, and I was a short one that was a bitch. And everyone kept saying we're twins and shit. And I was like, no, absolutely.
It's like that movie Twins with Danny DeVito and Arnold.
Yeah, I actually had a class with one of the gingers. So
which class was it?
I don't even remember what it was. I couldn't remember.
Dude,
I know it was like I think it was like first or second hour.
Oh yeah, was it history with Mr. Turner?
It might have been.
We were in the same class.
Yeah.
You were probably there when Niger happened. Geography, it was going around, and we got to Africa, and it was me coming up, and he was like, "What's that country?" And Mr. Turner, he's a great teacher. He's an old big white guy, and he's like, "You pronounce it," and I was like, "No." Double and give it to the next guy, man. Just double and give it to the next one. And he's like, "No, what is it?" And I was like, Niger? And he's like, correct. I mean, the eyes on me in that fucking room.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dude, it was rough. Why did you only go for 6 months?
So it's all black school.
Yeah.
It's cool. It was I grew up on the south side. So for us to go there, we had to be at Roosevelt Middle School at like 5:30 in the morning.
Oh, yeah.
And then they would bus us there. And it was just the Hispanic and black. And it was constant. I think it was probably one day that I didn't fight.
Oh, dude.
Yeah. So it was like constant fights. And,
it's rough as fuck.
So it was rough. And then I didn't like the school. And then it was weird because like you had to deal with the high schoolers, even though we were sixth graders.
This is the most insane thing. I got my ass whipped for like the first 3 weeks by like seniors.
Yeah.
Because I was there, and I was not like the shortest of the sixth graders.
Right.
So I probably looked like a freshman.
Yeah, no, and that's what
my brother.
And that's what it was, man. And it was constant fighting. So it was like I think it was like 4 or 5 of us that went from elementary school to there.
Yeah.
So we were all friends.
I remember the group of guys now.
And it was all
come together.
It was all like we would fight, like lunch fights, and then you'd have to scatter after school. If you didn't haul ass to the bus, you were fighting,
dude.
Right.
So it was like it was a madhouse, and
yeah.
I told my mom, I was like, I don't want to go to school. She's making me because at that point it was it
was the magnet school.
Yeah, well, it was but it was also a higher education school too.
It was health science and engineering.
Yeah.
Did you have to take the test to get in?
Yeah, I had to take a test in a packet about this big.
Yeah, and then you had to read. I think it was the Hatchet.
Yeah,
and then it's funny because I tell people like, dude. This motherfucker. So the Hatchet, I don't know. If you don't know, look it up. I'm not gonna get too far into it, but it's about a guy that crashes a plane.
Yep.
And then there's a second book, and I was like, he's like, I think it's in the bush of Canada or Alaska. I can't really remember. I have both of them, but like, so, and then he goes out there again, and I'm like, motherfucker, I would never get on another plane over the bush. Like, no. Yeah, the whole book is of him almost dying.
Yeah, like then you had to have band. You either had to take band or orchestra. I was in a band.
Yeah, so you had Mr. Journey. No, you had Mr. Scott.
Yeah, I think so.
The cool old black guy that did fucking jazz, dude.
So like one day I had to carry a freaking trumpet around all day.
Oh yeah, I was clarinet first chair.
Yeah, because you had to freaking
shit. This is my favorite episode.
You had to carry it all day. We didn't have lockers.
Right.
So I was like, I hated it, man.
That was the other fucked up thing is 6th grade did not get lockers. I think 7th grade I finally got one because it was not big enough school.
Right.
Because there's like 700 kids, I think, the whole school.
Yeah, it was like we would do anything to try like the whole group made a pact, like let's get the hell out of here. So like on the way home we would ride the bus and you'd jump on the highway. We would throw like Gatorade bottles at cars and shit. they would get off, like we'd get off at Roosevelt, so they'd fucking get off and run in there and try to tell on us. Well, we didn't have nothing to do with that school, so by then we would haul ass and get in the other vehicle. We were going home, and by the time they came out, we were gone. And it was like, we were trying to do anything to get kicked out, and it's like finally, I told my mom one day, I was like, we're gonna start a big ass fight tomorrow, and she's just like, whatever, you're just trying to get it. And no, man, I remember it was like a 15-person brawl.
I remember that.
And one of the guys got hit in the head with I think it was like a pipe or something. And and finally my mom was like, God damn, you're not playing. I was like, I'm telling you, we're getting fights every day. She thought I was like making it up, like just trying to get out of school, you know. And I was like, no, like, you know. And I had one buddy, he was a grade ahead of me. I played baseball with him. And he went there, and his mom was like, "Nope, you're just gonna stick it out." And he ended up going. His name was Juan Hernandez.
Juan Hernandez, that motherfucker. Yep.
And grew up playing with him, and we went over there. Like, so then we met back up in high school. Yeah. And like, it was school for him was easy. Like, he was like, y'all are too advanced. So like by the time you go back to Grant, like. He's like,
it was Grant where he went?
Yeah, I went to Grant. He's like, he's skipping class and passing, and they're like, what the hell? And he's like,
I'm fucking smart.
He's like,
man.
I did this like 2 years ago. And I was like,
so when I met my wife, I was just about to become a senior in high school, and she was at OU already. Well, I was doing concurrent enrollment because I did college from like sophomore year until I graduated high school. Like, I walked out with like 60 hours of college credit before I even graduated high school. Yeah. Well, we were doing AP in like 7th and 8th grade. Yep. So I almost got
like we were doing pre-algebra as 6th graders.
God damn.
Yeah. Like it's Mrs. Walker, she fucking hated me. I remember everybody's name because I have a lot of disdain for now. Mrs. Walker was not cool. Mr. Walker, super fucking cool. That motherfucker, you didn't get him, but he lived at Southwest 15th and Penn. He had gone to high school at Grant. He had lived over there his whole life, and he was like Gran Torino level. Right. Like that was how he was. He was like, get off my fucking lawn.
No, I think I did get Walker, Houston Walker.
Yeah,
big tall guy with the
with the fucking mustache.
Yeah, he was at Grant.
Yeah. Oh, he go to Grant?
Yeah,
is that where he went?
He teached at Grant.
Okay.
So he taught like both my brothers, and then he was there. I want to say like my freshman and sophomore year. But you would ask him like, how do you curl your mustache? He'd say, I use earwax.
Yep. He was
He was cool though, man.
He's the coolest motherfucker.
He didn't put up with no shit.
No shit. So my wife will be like, "Why do you fart so much?" I was like, "Mr. Walker." I was like, I remember the class. I was like, I'm scared, nervous because I'm bad at math. Yeah. I do civil engineering shit for a living now, which is fucking ironic. But I was like, I'm bad at math. I'm trying to take this fucking test, and I'm like freaking out. I'm like, "Can I go to the bathroom?" He's like, "You can fucking hold it," and I just start ripping ass because like I couldn't hold it anymore. So now I'm just like, I'll fart. Sorry, man. It's been like this since like 9th grade.
That's funny.
Yeah, he used to. If you had to go take a piss, he'd be like.
So he's a rubber band. So he never bought pants new. He'd buy a garage sale. So they'd either be high waters or like super long. Right. Like he had a pair of like flowery pants. Like and he didn't care. He's like, no, I get all my clothes at garage sales.
He's like, I don't give a fuck.
What
the? He was loaded with money.
Right.
So he had.
Well, that's how a lot of them are.
Well, he had like 6 or 7 Volkswagens.
Yeah, and then he had a 68 or 69 Charger RT. He bought new in high school. He worked his way up through high school to get it. Yeah. And he wrecked it over here by the fairgrounds. So it was like basically like the Fast and the Furious where it's all fucked up in the garage. That's why, because he like had a Polaroid of it. And he showed it to me because I was like, I like cars. He's like, do you know what this is? I'm like, well, it's 68 because it's got the hideaway headlights and all that stuff. And then he's like, yeah, I had a 383 in it. No, it had a 440 Magnum in it. He blew it up. He was trying to get my dad to rebuild it because he found out we had a bunch of Hemi shit. Right. And so, dude, that's fucking.
That's crazy.
I never once thought in all of our podcasting I would have a high school or middle school.
It's like a high school reunion.
I know, dude.
Middle school reunion.
Dude, I remember because like there was that big, like so. The big group of guys would like hang out and like, you know, everybody was, and I was just like fish out of water. I had like 2 people I went to the elementary school with and they both sucked. Yeah. And like, I like everyone else is like, I'm not hanging out with you. I didn't do sports. I played the clarinet because I had no teeth up front. And I was like, I wasn't good at math. I wasn't good at anything. So like, I was like, I'm just here. I don't even know why I'm here. Yeah. I was like, I think I'm like a DEI. Like, I think that was the reason why. That's wild. Yeah. But yeah, so at my high school graduation, so everyone goes through, and my parents didn't show up. Well, I guess we found out my mom did show up, but like I only had my now wife, and one of her friends, and that was all the people that came to my high school graduation from my side. So everyone's cheering as everyone walks up to the fucking stage. It gets real quiet, and they go like, Cody Thompson. And I walk up. Yeah, it's just single claps. And then somebody at bat said, fuck that shit. And just everybody's like, wow.
That's fucking cool.
And I was like, I just accepted myself into community.
Yeah, that's fucking cool.
Yeah, it was nice. It was really cool. But the fucking someone had the little pocket air horn. I remember that because they threw it at somebody at one point.
Yeah.
They ran it out after like 4 or 5 cousins. And they were just like, fuck it. Bam.
Boom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to school there, man. Yeah, it was like a crazy 6 months, man. It was so when I first started going to school there, my dad wouldn't let me ride the bus. He was like, nope. I remember when they started busing everybody through when he went to TAF and Northwest class, and he's like, it's how people get stabbed in the face, man. Then I was like, okay. So then 7th grade, he starts making me ride the bus. And the kid kept going like, I'm gonna whip your ass. I'm gonna fucking beat your brain in with a brick. And I was like, okay. And I kept telling my dad, I was like, what do I do? And he was like, fight fucking back. And I carried my clarinet because we didn't have anywhere to put it. Yeah.
So don't let him hit you with that brick.
So this guy comes up on the bus. He's like, I got that brick today. And he gets off and he's staring me down. I was like, okay. And then I took that clarinet case. It's got the hard metal corner thing. Yeah. And I fucking whoop upside the temple and I put him out flat. And I was like, that sucks. And then walked away. And
they didn't talk shit to you no more, did you?
No. I got pulled in the principal's office and they were like, well, what are you going to do? Like, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I was self-defense, man. He told me he was going to kill me with a brick.
Yeah.
Like he had a brick. Yeah. He had a brick in his backpack. He had the brick in his hand until he didn't have his hand working anymore. Because I'm pretty sure that guy definitely goes, would you like fries with that now? And so I got pulled in and then they were like, we're going to suspend you for the rest of the year. And I was like, call my dad. He's going to call his attorney. I kept telling you guys forever he was gonna try to kill me, and they didn't do anything about it. And then so my dad gets on the phone. He's like, "Nope, he'll be in school suspension for like 2 days." And I was like, "Can I get out of school suspension?" He negotiated that shit on the phone, and that guy got kicked out.
Yeah,
I did run into him later. He worked at the Target around the corner from here, and he definitely pushed carts for a living.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I think it hit him really fucking hard.
Yeah, it was a tough time. Like I remember. Like bell would ring and you'd be like haul ass.
Yeah.
Like, cause I always ended in my last hour one day was band. And then the next day would be like computer.
Yep.
So it was in
Mr. Kroger.
It was in the very back. So it's like school was over, haul ass from the back of the school so sometimes they'd be waiting for us and sometimes you'd get past them.
Right.
But the days I would see them, I'd just be like, here we go.
Yep. Shit's going down.
Yep.
Yeah. The fun thing I found out later on was that back parking lot by the football stadium.
Yeah.
That's owned by the school district, but it was not owned. Like it was the city. Is a weird thing. So the school principal couldn't come out there, but the cop could go out there. Mm-hmm. Well, there was an incident between me and a man, or me and another kid that I say man, me and another kid, he put nacho cheese all over the windshield of my car. And I pulled up my Chrome 4-way and I was about to teach him what was up. I was about to be like, here's the clarinet case, 2.0. And then the principal stands at the gate and he's yelling at me, stop. I'm like, come out here and fucking do it. And the cop comes up, puts a gun on me for a second. I was like, ooh, I guess I should shop. Yeah. So that kid got in a little bit of trouble. I got in a little bit of trouble, but yeah. Yeah, if you got out in that parking lot, it was a free fall.
Yeah, it was, and that's what the parents would be like. Like why can't, and they couldn't do nothing.
Yeah,
and you were out there.
Yeah, because it's whatever the fuck weird wasteland of fucking. And I was like, what? All right. So once I found that out, that's like we park our shit we park our car back there with illicit things.
Yeah. I mean, I remember I was eating pizza,
cans of nacho cheese, and strange men.
They were just assholes, man. Like I was eating a slice of pizza in the hallway, and dude came by and was just like,
"Yeah, dude."
I was like, "Oh no, here we go, another one."
So I was just big enough. They tried to get me in the locker one time because I flipped one open by the cafeteria, and then this fucking, I don't know if he was a footballer or what, but he picked me up by my fucking underneath my armpits and just kept ramming me into the locker. But he couldn't. I was like, after about 4 or 5 times, I was like, can you just turn me a little bit? I might be able to fit. And he was like, fuck off. And I was like, okay. And I didn't know how to punch at that point. So I was just like, I guess I'm along for the ride. Just getting ragdolled into a fucking open ass locker. The most uncomfortable shits ever, but just before we end all that, because they didn't have fucking stall doors.
They didn't have stall doors.
No. So if you wanted to shit,
just raw dogging shits.
Oh, dude.
That's how I was at Grant too until they got the new school. Then they had doors.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wouldn't use the restroom at school.
Dude, I would only shit when it was in class time. Yeah. Like no one, like you had safe shits, and then some senior would walk and be like, "What you doing, man?"
Yeah,
trying to fucking deuce.
There'd be no fucking doors, man. You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, like you just walk in. You're just like, I walked in one day and there's this kid shitting.
It's like boot camp.
Oh, dude, it was rough.
It was rough, man.
It was a rough place. And they were like, "This is one of the upcoming schools in Oklahoma City," and I'm like, "No, it's not."
Yeah, they were why are you not paying attention in class? I'm like, I'm trying to figure out who the fuck I'm gonna fight in the hallway. Like, no.
It's called survival.
Yeah, it was. The first 2 years were survival of the fittest, and once you made it past it and you didn't drop out, you didn't leave, they were just like, "I guess you're fucking here."
I got another buddy that I'm really good friends with, and he graduated from there.
Same class?
Yeah, I think so. He's either Joel Perez.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, he's one of my really good friends, and he was like, even when he was in high school, he's like, bro, it was
fucking rough.
It was rough.
There was no part.
Yeah, you had to. I was like, man, I'm glad. I said I probably would have ended with a different lifestyle if I would have stayed there.
Yeah, what's crazy is how many kids went to school with us, lived over there, and had friends at Douglas that were like, they were super smart kids, but like they would fucking gangbang, and I'm like, I feel like I go out and party with them. I'm like, dude, like. We don't have to, you just go party with the fucking college kids. We're in college.
Yeah.
So like one night I got a couple of them to go over and party at an OCU party. And they're like, this is not, there's no, like, they're playing spin the bottle in here and fucking flip cup.
This isn't a party.
Yeah. There's no like drugs. There's no guns. There's no one like going like police. Like, there's no one out there going, the cops are coming.
Yeah, no, it was.
See, I went to an all-white high school. Yeah. We had 3 black people. We had Tyrone, Lakeisha, and no. Wait, Tyrone, Lakeisha, and Greg.
Greg was the hardest of them all.
Greg.
It's crazy, because like I grew up, and well, obviously when I went to Grant, it's a Hispanic school.
Yeah. Right.
You're on the south side, but now one of my best friends, man, he's black.
Right.
It's Turk, and he's like, it's just. He's taking me to events, and it's cool, like cultural events and stuff, and it's different. Right. But it's just like, I was like, man, I'm glad I didn't know you whenever we were in middle school, because I'd be like, hey man, come help me out over here. So like because it was just constant, man, and it was bad.
Yeah, I went to Choctaw, so it was like, and I'm light years older than you guys, so it was like completely different. It was country back then.
Yeah.
And,
country, what?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Except for Greg. Greg was an Air Force brat.
Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah, his parents were, he was kind of basically white.
Yeah. That was what was wild about Northeast is like you had the guys that lived out in Spencer that were like legit fucking cowboys.
Yeah.
Like horse wrangling, roping and shit. And then coming in and listening to DMX and shit, and they'd be like, "Well, boy, howdy with their fucking cowboy hat." Like, what the fuck? Yeah.
It was a very crazy mixture of culture at that school. Like, it was,
because we also had like a prolific amount of like smart Asian kids that went there for engineering and health.
Yep.
And then then you had the Mexican population that was coming in because you guys didn't want to go to Southeast because Southeast wasn't as good for certain.
It wasn't Southeast and Grant, and it was just it's like they wanted to go. Really, what it was to go there for a better education.
Yeah. Right.
One of the parents got a hold of the other parent, and it was just like that was trickling around.
Yeah, like they came out to because I grew up like over here, and they came out to my elementary school, and they were like, well, "Who's in the gifted and talented program?" And they're like, "These 5," and I was one of the 5. I'm like, well, you got to take this test and go do this shit because you need to go to this instead of Taft. And I was like, having had homies that went to Taft Northwest during concurrent at the same, I'm like, I'm so glad I didn't go there. I'd rather get my ass whipped by like 18 big old black kids.
It's like
every
I told
day.
you, man. Like we grew up playing baseball, So like in high school, I had good grades. Like I had a 3.8, 3.9.
Right.
Oh, you did way better than that.
But like the rest of the people were like, well, it's Grant too. Like, but Juan got there, and he's like he'd go to school once a week.
Yeah.
Like he would ditch, and then they'd be like, well, you're like missing class, but you're still passing. Like, what's going on? He's like, I'm like, I've already done this. Like
I've done like higher than this.
He's like, he could have graduated a year early going to Grant,
right.
And they're just like, what the hell? So he got stuck. Like they made him do tutoring to some of the guys, and it's like, he's like, what the fuck? I don't want to do this,
That was what was fucked up. Is so I I grew up in a really fucked up household, like childhood home. Like I really wanted to like emancipate myself really early. And I found out like when I graduated, when I hit freshman year, I could have graduated by the Oklahoma State standards.
Yeah.
Like they didn't tell me that because
right.
My guidance counselor goes, we knew exactly what would happen. Have you seen any white trash people? You get out of high school, you get some job at a gas station, you're making like money because you have no money,
right?
And then all of a sudden you're doing fucking meth and shit. And I was like, dude, I'm working at a Midas. Like, I'm changing oil. I used to build fucking hot rods and shit with my dad, and I'm changing oil. And they're like, you got a job though? I'm like, okay. You know, do you have a college degree?
No.
Okay, I don't either. I was like, I'm not going to college. Someone over here is working on a master's.
I mean,
working slowly.
I barely got out of high school though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did the whole baseball thing, and then didn't work out for a scholarship, and I already had a really good summer job. I started off mowing at the Lucent Technology plant off Reno and Council.
Yeah. Yep.
Met a really good guy. His name's John Steger, and he gave me a job there my sophomore year. So all summer I would work there mowing, taking care of the. So as soon as
I worked at Melrose and Rockwell.
Okay.
I worked on all the warehouses all around that shit.
Okay. Yeah. So
we're gonna be best friends. Get ready. I guess he'll take me to a Thunder game.
So he gave me a job. So like I was making good money. Like he's paying me. This would have been 06. I was getting paid like $10 an hour.
Yeah, which was pretty fucking good.
And I would work 40 hours a week in the summertime.
Right.
I was getting good money. So my senior year, I was like would get like spring break and stuff. I'd go work.
Yeah.
Like
same
get
thing.
money and then go back to school. You party, use your money, whatever. So
like I'm getting that fucking Walkman.
Yeah. So as soon as I figured out like I wasn't doing the baseball thing, I didn't want to go to school anymore. He asked me like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "I don't know." He was like, "Well, you can do electrical." And I was like, "Nah, I didn't know that."
You're like, I was mowing lawns.
So they were really good, and they paid for my classes to start my stuff and doing electrical work, and so I did that for them for a while, and I ended up moving all the way. I was head maintenance guy there.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So they were doing so it was a lot to handle, and then it was just kind of processing. We got new ownership.
Because it changed from Lucent to something else.
It went to Lucent to AT&T.
AT&T, and
then it shut down, and then a group of investors bought it together.
Yeah. And now, because Evans, he worked for Atlink when it was over. Are you still over there?
Yeah, no, I've been gone about 5 years.
Okay, yeah.
But I was there when Atlink.
Yeah, it was, so Evans got beat up over that Oncu at MacArthur and MacArthur and Reno. But he was like, that was the closest thing for us to go to. But like, he's like, yeah, here's where my office is at. I'm like, you work in the Lucent building?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was like, do you work for Lucent Technology?
So we started. They were kind of one of the first customers to be there and have office space, and then it just kind of like that's what it seemed like it was going to go to, and it turned into a bunch of office space.
Yeah, it was weird.
Like Paycom's there now.
Yeah,
they have a big part of the building.
They have a fucking chunk of that motherfucker.
Yeah, they have like I think they have, I want to say like 50,000 square foot in the warehouse.
Wow.
Yeah. They have like, I think like first, second floor in the front building. They have a stupid amount of space in there.
Wow. What's crazy is they keep building the campus up off of Memorial.
Well, yeah, because I thought their goal was to move everything.
I think it was, but what it is they have a lot of people that travel from like Norman area.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's the middle point. Office they put them in.
Yeah.
So that's their satellite office.
Because that gives them, it shaves 45 minutes off.
Oh, yeah.
And since they went back from being all remote to, do you want another one?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Just a minute. Do you want another one?
No, I'm good. I'm good for now.
You're like, oh, I'm all fucked up now. Yeah, but like, because we know a couple people that work over that one, and they're like, yeah, because we can't work from home, so now we do that.
So when I started there, man, there was nothing there. Like
there was. I went through it once.
Like I remember, like John, he's a huge OU fan, so he'd always go to OU Texas.
Yeah.
So we knew like that Friday we could fuck off.
We're gonna rate because it's is it a half mile? No, it's quarter mile long.
So it's 1.5 million square feet building.
It's fucking big.
And they so we knew he was gone. Well, everything in the plant was shut off. Like there was just emergency lights that we had on.
Right.
It was pitch black. So we had the old school tricycles that they used to
have. Tricycle races.
We would play tag with the tricycles.
They not jousting. We're doing
so we'd be. I remember one time, man, we were hauling ass, and the guy was chasing us, and I knew where to go because I already had it planned. So I turned in the dark.
Yeah,
and the other guy was like, "Oh shit!" You just hear, "Oh shit!" And bah, 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 bah. And we turn around, turn the lights on. He's just upside down on the bike, and we're fucking dying laughing, man.
I did it. So I work out on base, and when I started out there, I was in a warehouse, and I worked graveyard. So I was 11 at night to 7 in the morning. And same kind of thing. So there'd be like Sunday nights were because I worked Sunday through Friday morning, and so Sunday nights were the slowest. It's
Sunday night.
It's Sunday night, yeah.
That's the graveyard of the graveyard.
Yeah,
It's Sunday morning and then Sunday night. Sunday afternoon kind of gets a little lively sometimes.
And so
people show up after church.
My boss would be like, I don't care what you do, just don't sleep.
Yeah.
That was
walk
the
around.
Thing. Well, yeah,
one eye open.
And it was like you'd walk around like a zombie because about 4 a.m. you're like, I'm fighting it.
I'm tired.
Well, we had the tricycles, and with the little basket on the back.
Yep.
And so we'd be like having races, and these are like 300,000 square foot warehouses.
Yeah.
And there was one time I was getting it because I ride bicycles, so I'm like power.
Yeah.
I'm like we're racing, and I was like they don't have the brakes; it's the back brake.
Yep.
I forgot.
So just like I'm a fucking a kid again, and I'm like gonna lock it up and power slide, and I I'm getting it, and it's the concrete floor with it's fucking
slick.
dirty and slick, and I fucking lock it up and I'm power sliding. And this fucking tire hit something, and it was the hard tire, so it wasn't even.
Shit!
And that bitch came off that rim.
You're like, I don't know.
And I'm like, laying there all fucked up, and you bike on top of me.
I'm gonna throw out my privilege. So when I worked, all the warehouses I worked for, or were in, I did warehouse maintenance, and our buddy's dad owned fucking 8 million square foot in Oklahoma City. So we had shit all over the city.
Right.
So a lot of times I did HVAC, electrical, and all that shit. Didn't do any of it exceptionally well. I just did it. They'd be like, touch that with your tongue.
Yeah, well, that's what I did. That's how I was at the plant.
Yeah. So I never got to play with, you'd go into a warehouse and they'd be like, don't touch it. That's not for you. That's for those guys.
Yeah.
But when we would remodel one, we had one over at 48th and Styles over by the Capitol.
Okay.
So we were doing, it's a 50,000, huh?
I said right.
I thought you said crack. I was like,
no.
Correct. Actually, the first time I interacted with crack was in the dock. So we were remodeling the whole thing. So we were doing a build out. So we had to do a tear out for the office and build out for the new office because it was a build to suit.
Right.
We had a forklift. That's all we had. And then somebody, for some reason, we don't know where the other one came from because we didn't order it, but it just showed the fuck up. And you rent just brought us another forklift. We were like, we can't joust with them.
No.
We can't. But we can definitely.
But you can't.
Well, no, because we had been through it once where we were like, we're not fucking up the fork. We're not doing all this shit because we got to pay for it. And we're 16.
Yeah.
But what we did is we sat backwards in the seat. So we would drive like this.
Right.
We'd just we'd cable tie, zip tie the pedal down just enough so it would start rolling. And then me and my buddy would be like, all right, let's see if we can do this. Let's see if we can do this. And we, dude, when you're doing tear out and build out, you're just demoing.
Yeah.
So after a little bit, when you're the 16-year-old, well, I was 16, he was 17. My manager, aka my best friend in high school, was like, I bet you can't fly and kick through that wall.
Yep.
And dude, I have a flip phone somewhere in the house that has the video of me just fucking trying it once, not getting it, and then flying through with my fat ass. But man, I was always wanting to do tricycles because I was like, that looks like it's so much fun in a warehouse.
They were fun.
Ingrid.
We had the stand-up forklifts. We had the regular forklifts too.
I've never used the stand-up. Have you used stand-up?
Yeah,
dude. With the fucking thing.
I've used they had all that stuff left over from Lucid. So they've had it had everything
with the
out
little,
there.
you've got the little wheel
the one-hander.
You're steering with, and
you're in Lowe's. I'll get my own shit.
That's the one that I may have allegedly bent the shaft on. Because if you were driving around, if you're down, because you're supposed to only be up 8 inches when you're going around.
Yeah.
No, I put that shit low. I want sparks.
But it's everything's in your way. So just all you're seeing is, the chains and the thing. So if you go up to like where you're like right above all that.
Yeah.
It's like, look, I can see the world now.
And the forks are right at someone's eye level.
I mean, but I worked on graveyard. There was nobody there. And then, but when you go from warehouse or to where you hit the stock room, the doors go, and I forgot that I was up, and I'm like, bam, and I'm like, oh, and like go back down, and everything's fine, and I go to get off it, and I'm like, God, the fucking gate like won't open. Like I'm fighting it. I'm like, what the fuck? And I get off and I'm walking away and I turn around and look at it, and the fucking mast on that thing is like it's a lowrider now. Yeah. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna park that in that back stock room on the back row. Yeah. Like just tuck it away, hide it.
They never found it.
Oh, they found it, but they didn't, and they didn't know who
did it.
Who did? Because I hadn't signed it in the computer or anything, and so they were like, we know it did this, and we know it went at this doorway.
We can find the door.
And well, that's the thing. It didn't do anything to the door because I was like, it's a steel. Like it should have put holes in those cinder blocks.
Damn.
Yeah. It's still over there in the warehouse. I hear that every now and then from somebody will go over there and like,
it's still over there.
Still over there.
They're writing it off.
They're still pissed about that. And I'm like, I know what you're talking about.
Was the Lucent building, because it was modular, right? So it got built and continued on with.
Yes,
dude.
yes.
And every time, so I've done civil engineering, but I worked at an architecture firm. So like you always have a joint between the buildings, and it's never good.
No,
it's always fucked.
The floor joint where they like the add-on was good. It was just like big fire doors. They did fire doors. Yeah. They did really good work. Like it was a crazy building.
Our warehouse sucked. It'd knock your fucking teeth loose. You'd be like driving.
No, this was well maintained, man. It was a fun time working there.
They spent a lot of fucking money on that building.
Yeah. Like even here recently, like they like when I was there, like the last 2 years I was there is when Bitcoin started coming around.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you had a data farm over there.
We were like the first ones to start like a Bitcoin mine.
Right.
Yeah.
Here and now they have
because he's like, that's how I make my money.
No, I wish.
He's like, I sell Bitcoin.
I wish. And they
don't you, now that we know.
Well, I had an opportunity when the guy, so it was a pair of brothers that came in and did the deal. And we built them, I want to say it was like 6 or 7 racks of power to do Bitcoin. And he would give me a bonus. He's like, hey, if you get it done by a certain day, I'll give you a bonus. And I was like, all right. So I got it done.
He's like, I gave you 42 Bitcoin.
No, he was like, hey, I can give you, I think it was like $800 or something like that. He's like, I can give you $800 or I'll give you like 4 Bitcoins.
Oh my God.
And I was like,
Alex, you're like, give me the $800.
I was like, give me the fucking, I'm like, I'm not dealing with this shit, you know? And, nope. Sure enough, now I'm like, fuck.
That's like the guy, some university gave out Bitcoin, and so he ordered pizza with he had like 20 Bitcoin,
and it took 20 Bitcoin to order it.
Yeah,
and it was like from Domino's.
Yeah,
and so he got
because
like
Domino's was the first one to accept it and all that shit.
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember how much it was because like
it was when it first came out. It was like $20 or something. But
I used to work a crazy amount of hours at the first firm I worked at, and I'd be like 7 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
and I had a guy on the first floor that he worked in survey, and I worked in the development side. So he'd be listening to Rogan, and then I would be up there listening to like fucking Darude Sandstorm and shit like that. Like the top part of the office was a rave, the bottom part of the office was a talk show. And he was like, dude, we got it, because we used to gamble all the time. He's like, dude, we got to start putting some money in this fucking like Bitcoin shit. And I'm like, what are you talking? I mean, he starts telling, I'm like, dude, there's no money in that shit. And I'm like, what am I?
It's crazy how, because it started small, and then they ended up taking up like one of the high bays, and I was like, holy shit. And then it was getting bad, and like really we were using a bunch of power, and we had to bring a huge transformer. Well, now like they take in more power than the city of Bethany. Like they draw. They have like buildings in the back that
I was wondering why that all got built.
Yeah, so it's all Bitcoin farms, and they're and it's really cool. It's real, like the way that they built the new buildings. What it is airflow. So if you get them too hot, they'll shut off. Stuff like that. You'll burn fans up. So that way they built those new buildings is the way the air circulates, and it circulates really well.
Yeah.
But that's what they do. But it's funny that you say about AtLink. We were sitting there and you know, so I was head maintenance. Yeah. So I'm the one that built the keys. I did everything.
You know my brother Evans.
So I couldn't.
He's like, I couldn't get on cue and beat his ass.
Yeah, he was like, "Hey, homeless guy, go beat that motherfucker up. He's a dick."
So I couldn't get into this office, and I'm like, something's going on, you know. And I was like, I need to get in. I need to get in here and open the door, and I'm looking down, and I'm like, oh shit, you know, and so I call my boss, John. I'm like, hey, I know they're paying stupid amount of money for this Bitcoin, and they have like 15 back here.
Yeah,
that they were using off of company power. Like they weren't hooked up to AtLink because like AtLink was in a space where behind their space it was raw. Like there was just panels everywhere, warehouse panels, and they had ran it to the panel, so they were mining. Who knows how long they had been doing it, and they were mining off of building power.
Yeah,
and they didn't tell anybody, and they were hooked up to AtLink's Wi-Fi or whatever their connector. Well, the way that works is the way the Bitcoin worked. I don't know if it works like that still. Is you're in a pool. Like say you have 300 miners and we have 10. We all win the money together.
Right.
And you get
I think it still works that way.
So they were in the pool.
Right.
You know, so they were technically in that pool. So like if we won, they would get a percentage of it.
Yeah.
Well, I think at that point, they were mining. I want to say they were mining anywhere from like 15 to 22 Bitcoins a day.
Yeah.
At the farm.
Yeah.
Well, like if they're a part of that, like they're getting a percentage of that.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting here and I'm like, at first I'm like, do I be an asshole and call it in? And I'm like,
why? No, like, do I be an asshole and not call it in, but I get my 2% out of this?
Well, then at that point, then I'm like, well, if I'm not, like, I'm the maintenance. I'm the only one that can get in there.
Yeah, so I'm the only one that knows.
I'm fucked, you know? Yeah. And so I call him and, man, it was a big deal. And, you know, it was a huge deal. And I was like, man, I felt like a dick, but I'm like, nah, I can't.
I mean, that's one of the things. So when I worked at, the ones I worked at for the longest time the most, because they were all jankety, was Melrose and Rockwell, over by that 7-Eleven and all that shit.
So that's actually where like the RPM shop was for a while.
Yeah, over there in the concrete stand-ups.
Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I've been on every one of those roofs, and I've been in every one of those buildings. Okay. So like I've evicted people out, and I say evict lightly, where I'm like, hey, they're gonna come and get your shit, or you're gonna pay your money. So either you leave your shit and you don't pay the money, or you pay the money. And like, I'm telling you right now, the guy that's going to come and get the money, he wants the fucking money.
Yeah.
And so I've been through every one of those fucking, one of the guys I worked with lived in one of the fucking units that faced a shitty apartment complex across the street. We talk about Murder One being in Midwest City.
I mean, there's several murder ones, because you got 44th and Sunny Lane.
Yeah.
You know.
I was up.
You got Dungy and Spencer.
Dude, I was trying to remember Dungy last night. I could not remember Dungy. I was like, dude, I used to go over there and party all the time. They're like, what?
Yeah, because that's where I grew up, like in the Grove in Southside Oklahoma City. That's where I grew up.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
So anyway, so when it was during the summer when I was doing HVAC, I would get up at 2:00 in the morning, drive over there and start running calls. So it'd be like, hey, you know, our AC went out at like 3. Cut out early. We'll come out early and take care of it. So I'm up there probably 2-3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm with the guy I work with, and he's like about your size, a little taller. So he's a pretty big dude where I'm not really worried about me. I'm not really worried about him. He always carried. And I've got I've got 30 pounds of fucking Freon I'm gonna launch someone's head from a fucking roof. I'm we'll be okay. And so I fucking look over. I was like, I think I just saw a muzzle flash. He goes, nah, I didn't hear anything. And he goes, wait, what? And he looks over and we're like, oh shit, it's got a silencer on it.
Yeah.
And so we were like back away from the edge a little bit because like, and he's like, pull the ladder up. I'm like, no. He's like, pull the fucking ladder up because he's like, we're not getting involved with this shit. So we're watching all that shit happen. I'm like, I don't know. I didn't see any murders on the news the next day, but we definitely, there was some crazy shit that went over there, and those fucking all of those. There was a guy that kept going in there, and he's like, "Oh, we kept losing power. We don't know what's going on," and he just had like he stored some custom cars in there. He was kind of refinishing stuff. It wasn't a full on shop. It was like like a man cave thing for him. He kept going, "Yeah, I'm losing power on my panel. I don't know what's going on." So we go over and we start looking, and someone drilled through the fucking wall. And then like punched through the wall and then replastered it. I don't still know how they got back through, but he was still out of their panel. I was like, because every unit had its own panel,
right?
And his had the meter pull out of it, and I was like, someone, because we had a couple of people that like, oh, we don't have power, and they were just putting shit in there.
Yeah.
Like not Midwest Hose, but there was a oil and gas company that was in there.
Yeah, they were right next door, I think, to RPM.
Yeah. Which one was he in?
He's all the way. So it was the first one's at Felix Melrose, the second one, right on the corner.
Yeah, so I don't know if the VW guy was still in there. There was the dude that used to do VW Bugs.
I don't remember.
Yeah, because that place changed not hands.
So the one that he took over, I guess at one point there was ice sculptors in there.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's the one.
Man.
That's the one that they took over.
That was the one. Okay, so that guy was really fucking cool. So during the summer when it was really hot, I do HVAC work. Every so often I get a call, and it was usually him because he's an ice sculptor guy.
Right.
Didn't matter what time of day it was. Hey, units down. We're talking about commercial, like gigantic refrigerators on the top.
Right.
We gotta go over there. Yeah. So our reward was is you go stand in the ice room because you'd be up there. I was all this color. I was all brown for a little bit. And he'd be like, go stand in the ice cooler for a little bit. And I'm like, dude, it hurts. But yeah, that's a wild ass. Like, and in the box place
across the street.
Yeah.
Love box company. Yeah.
But it was something else when I was over there.
Yeah, it was something else. But that whole area, I mean, still, 10th MacArthur still.
Yeah.
You can't order pizza over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's rough.
It's, but like we almost we bought this house that we live in now. I went over there. I found a house on HUD.gov that was at like 10th and Anita, which is like right over by the Red Dog. Yeah. I dated a girl across the street from the Red Dog. I was very familiar with the area. not my wife, but I was like, I'm going to neglect to tell you I know what's over here.
Yeah.
My parents did meet at the Red Dog. She knows that story. But I was like, oh, it's not that bad over here. She was like, the house across the street has a 10-foot chain link fence with 8 foot of barbed wire on the top. I was like, just protection.
Yeah.
I love it over there. It's still one of my favorite places to go party at.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. It's wild. But okay, so the Grove is where you grew up at?
Yeah, I grew up at the Grove. So right off of, I was off 21st and Independence.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like the Grove. You could either go through the Grove to get to my house, or you go the back way off Portland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, so we were doing we were researching a project. We're going to do some sanitary sewer work over there. And I had a guy that was living here from Phoenix. Mm-hmm. I'm well accustomed with every part of Oklahoma City. So we go through over there, and I'm like driving through. I'm like, oh, yeah, we're going to have to go through this backyard. And he's like, okay. And like, he doesn't want to get out of the car. I'm like, oh, man, we got to go look. Like, we have to go look and see what's going on over here. And he's like, are you carrying? No, not at all. I'm not.
Right.
No, it's 11 o'clock in the morning, dude. I'm not carrying what? He like didn't want to get out of my car.
Yeah.
I was like, at night, I'll give you that one. Over during the daytime, I'm like,
So growing up there, I mean, it didn't matter what time of the day.
Yeah, and now
now it's older, and it's like, it's at night, and it's not as bad. But man, when I was growing up, it didn't matter. I mean, you got up. Parents were watching you, make sure you got on the bus, and then you were gone. Like, it was crazy times.
Yeah, dude. Like, I grew up at 16th in Portland, so I remember as a kid how it was like kind of nice, and then it's gotten worse. My dad still lives there, and it's gotten worse. And I'm like, it did the opposite. And then we're not too far north, and like every time I'm like, oh, we are gentrifying the fuck out of this. Like, I like living here. I don't want to move.
Yeah. So we moved. So I live in Mustang now, right off 59th and County Line.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Okay.
So I jump on the highway and be.
You're
I can
right
jump
there.
on, where I can jump on the turnpike and be up in Edmond. So like I love it there. Close enough to the south side where I can still go get my stuff that I need, meat market wise and all that.
Yeah,
so.
Dude, that's what the fuck is up.
Yeah,
like when I'm like, oh, I had the best tacos in the city over here, and I'm not far away from the barbacoa place.
Yeah.
So
my wife's Mexican, so we're always.
She's not. Don't let her lie to you.
She's a coconut. She's a coconut.
She is definitely a coconut.
Yeah.
Like the first time I met her, and I was like, she's Mexican. I was like, from
Her,
Mexico City.
Her grandmother and her grandfather, 100%.
Oh yeah, it's undeniable.
Yeah,
and then you're like,
Grandma will speak to me, and it's like English into Spanish. Just and back and forth. And
it's Spanglish, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
so my parents are 100%. They crossed to get over here, and I'm more fluent now because my kids. Oh, okay. My wife was like 100%. We're teaching them Spanish first.
Yeah. Makes sense.
So like they even to this day they still teach me some words. and
do
I'm
you know
like,
what bandejo means?
So they say something to me, and I'll look at my wife, and then she'll say it to me in English. I'm like, oh, okay. You know, like, so it's pretty funny. So like when we're alone, they're like, hey, read me books in Spanish. And I'm like, yeah, go talk to your mom.
Yeah.
My
like,
wife calls me a handsome man. It's Pichi pendejo.
She's been saying that to me too.
Yeah.
Thank you for the compliment.
Means I'm a handsome man.
Dude, we had this painter guy that did all the warehouses. His name was Rojo, and he taught me a lot of words. And I was like, you're calling me that? And now I know what it means.
Yeah.
And I remember who has the hammer in their hand. I'm 16 and I got a lot of anger.
Yeah.
So when you were growing up, did your parents, like, were you the translator for your parents?
No, so I have 2 older brothers. So my dad plays like he's not fluent, but he's pretty fluent.
Yeah.
They're always fluent.
Yeah, you know, my mom struggles still. We kind of make fun of her. So now, like with the kids, like I always made fun of her talking English, and now she makes fun of me when I'm talking to the kids in Spanish.
Yeah, she's like, "What up, dumbass?"
So I used to work for the paper for the Oklahoman.
Yeah,
and taking pictures. And one time we had to take. So the Oklahoman put out this little free deal, Viva. It was Viva Oklahoma. And
cool magazine. It was really cool.
Yeah. And so I had to go shoot this restaurant over in Capitol Hill. And they're like, okay, you're going to go in, just get pictures of like the food, the kitchen, and some of the, the staff and people in there. So I'm going in, and of course I'm shooting for the media. So it's like you have to get names. You can't just like take a picture. You know, if somebody's in it, you have to get like
the credit.
Credit and stuff. And so it's funny because older Hispanic people like, nope, they just like, and they don't want anything to do with you. No. So like the younger ones with kids, they'll be like, oh yeah, come here.
Yeah.
And so I go in this restaurant and I'm like trying to take pictures, and so I get a picture of the waitresses there, and I'm like, names, and this one is like, again, she's like acting like she does not speak
Juan Hernandez
a word. No, so they get, this one gives me her name, the other one gives me the name, and this other one she like rattles it off, and I'm like, what? What? And she says,
write that down.
She says it again, and I'm like, it's like, who does this? And so I look at her. She was saying Gutierrez, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm white.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm Indian actually, but
he's native, not like that.
I'm white, but I know, I've dated a lot of Latinas, and so I'm like, she's saying Gutierrez, and I'm trying to write this down because I got to get it right, you know, and I'm like, I look at her and I'm like, Pudieres? Guess who suddenly spoke English?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And she started hollering at me and cussing me.
You're like, I fucking wrote
And
your name
then her
down.
other friend like comes over and says, here, honey, come here. I got you. And I'm like, bitch, why didn't you talk to me in the first place?
I'm fucking here.
No, and like it happens a lot to me. I do fireplace work now.
Okay.
So I work for Zane, the guy that has all his shit at Cal's.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was wondering what you do because you have a nice ass truck. We're gonna get into the nice ass motorcycle.
So
if you didn't know this is how long these lasted for, you're gonna be here for a little bit. Are you sure you don't want to know?
So that's how I was working. I met Zane through Ryan.
Okay.
So I was working at the plant, and it was new. That's how
the brick.
Yeah, at the Lucent plant.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah. And
what are you doing? Oh, do you need a bathroom? Yeah. Pause. Sorry. Hold on. Just a second.
So I was
Papa's just all upset. He's like, you guys are so close, and I'm so far away.
Yeah. So they got a new ownership and stuff, and it's kind of it worked out perfect. Like my electrical background and all my maintenance stuff.
Okay. So are you a certified electrician?
No, I didn't get there. So I was working my hours to get there.
Yeah.
And what was happening was one of the owners of the plant was an electrician. He had an electrical company, and so that's how I was trying to get my hours.
Yeah, so you're doing your dreaming.
So when they sold,
fuck yeah,
there went my
all your hours.
Yep.
Yeah.
So then I was just maintenance there.
And you're like, I'm not a regular maintenance guy either.
No.
That's the thing is like you have the maintenance guy who's like, I could put the socket on the thing.
No, like I did HVAC, I did electrical, I did plumbing. I mean,
so whenever your shit at your house breaks, you're like, do you do what I do? Where I'm like,
something broke last night in the middle of the game. So I'm sitting there streaming the game, and my circuit breaker went off. Yeah. Well, like it's been doing it for 2 weeks, where it would be like it just randomly shut off. You know, and I'm like, fuck, get up to reset it, it won't reset.
Yeah.
So I put my amp meter on it. It's checking out, and I'm like, the breaker's bad. So had to run fucking to Lowe's. They don't have it. Run to Home Depot. Get back, turn it on. Yeah. Right when I turn it on, it's like 2 seconds of the game left.
Oh fuck!
And I'm like, fuck,
dude. That's the worst part. Is like now we have several rental properties, and like I've done everything. Like I'll do a lot of shit. I'll show. So I show up on scene a lot, and I'll be like, all right. So my trusted HVAC, my trusted electrician. Like I'll be like, hey, this is going on. Like I got one house I can't wire. I can't really fuck with because there's no main for it. I can't pull the meter either because the basin's all fucked. So I'm like, hey man, like, can you come? I'm gonna pay you $85 an hour to watch you get electrocuted. Yeah, but like now
sometimes that's worth it.
Yeah,
dude, he's gotten so close. I love Jimmy so much, and Jimmy's the best guy because he'll be like at the end of it, he's like, that was a little close.
Yeah, I mean, it's. How do they say it? I know enough to be dangerous. Like when we worked at the plant, I did like we did the 12-5 stuff. Like know, so we'd be in there. So it's crazy, and so I do fireplace work. Just end up transitioning over to Zane, and I've right in after 2020. Yeah. So I started working with him in 2020. Like
during the height of everything.
Yeah. So it's like it was.
Everyone's like, I want a fireplace right now.
Yeah. 100%.
Well, because they're at home. So it's like
literally. So I was helping him on the side. So I was like after I get work. So it was like, and I take off like a week, work with him and stuff like that. And
you're juggling so much.
Yeah. So we were sitting there and like, because the time transition, like you would call people and they're like, oh no, I can't be there, you know. And so then like 2020 hit. And they're like, oh, yeah, I'm working from home.
I'm home all
I'm working from home. I'm working from home, you know?
And it was the worst thing ever.
Yeah.
Because, like, now everyone's at home. And like, oh, man.
What was amazing was how, and I miss this, how dead it was downtown. Like, you could ride bikes or motorcycles, and it's like literally, I would be riding in the oncoming traffic lane. You know, I'm like just kind of weaving across all 4 lanes. You're going down Classen, and just like, there is nobody out.
So I was talking about this with another buddy of mine, and I had a letter that like the state put out, and
for the first responders.
So I was critical infrastructure. I'm still critical infrastructure because I did a lot of different stuff at the firm I worked at. Yeah. Did you get it? Did you have one? Did you have one because of the base?
No.
Dude, that was a get out of jail ticket, and I still have it printed.
It was, but we were out, and we never got stopped or asked.
No, like I so one time
we just got sent home.
Yeah.
See, so we didn't have to. We were one of those that they're like, go home,
be home,
and then it was like, see you in 3 years. Yeah, you know. I mean, at the time they didn't say that. They're like, we'll figure it out.
That was the craziest shit. Is like I remember being at work one day. My wife worked for a local media station at the time. She gets sent home. She's like, I bet you'll be probably sent home tomorrow. I was like, I don't know. They're kind of old. They want us all in the office. They think we don't do anything around home. Yeah. And then like the next morning, they're like, okay, you have to go home because your wife has a blood disorder. I was like, all right, cool. And then I get this letter printed and mailed to me by my firm. And they're like, when you have to go out to job sites, you'll get stopped. You have to have it. Yeah. When you talk about like going to oncoming traffic and shit, I passed an Oklahoma City police officer just because I wanted to get down to the office and like, I want to see how fast I could do it. Because it's essentially the apocalypse.
Yeah.
So my commute was 12 minutes. I could make it in 4 in theory.
Yeah.
Because I ran, not like ran, but I ran through some allegedly. I ran through some stoplights. I got on the highway and I did 110 miles an hour all the way to my office. I passed a cop and I waved at him. And he was like, have a good day. Yeah. I'm not pulling him over. I don't know what he's got.
No, and you get away with it because they were so scared of everything.
Yeah. Well, and like when I was out, it was either I'm on my motorcycle or I'm riding bikes, and so it's like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, like
it's like
so I got COVID before it was COVID.
Yeah. So did you get it like into 2019?
So I got it like it was like January. I want to say like January 2nd. Man, I woke up. Felt like shit. Felt my heart racing.
Yeah.
I got it in November of 2019.
So I had like, I want to say I had like 10 ER visits in like a month. because I was like, I thought I was having a heart attack.
Because you think you're dying.
You know, and then they were like, they couldn't find nothing. They put EKG on me. They sent me with heart monitors. Like,
they're
like, you know, and finally, like the last time I went in, I told the guy, like, what's going, he's like, listen, man, it's a virus. We can't tell you what virus it is.
We don't know yet.
Like, cause they didn't know. And he's like, but you have to let it pass. I'm like, bro, it's been 2 weeks. He goes, give it another week. If not, about 4 days after that, I felt just fine. And then like a month later, they're like, COVID-19. I'm like, shit, I already had it.
I had it in November. End of November, I got sick. And like I said, I work out on base. Yeah. I've worked out on base since 2012. I have 800 sick hours. You know, right now I have.
You don't ever take off.
He's never sick.
I have like 796 hours, you know, for sick leave because you can accrue.
Yeah.
I rarely take off, you know, because we earn 104 hours a year. So like I never take off. I'm just, or if I do, it's like, oh, I got to take a doctor's appointment or, you know, wife or kid or something. But I took a week off sick and I got sick and I had a fever. I remember like just for a solid week, I pretty much laid in bed and I was having like fever dreams and I'd be hot, I'd be cold. I couldn't get comfortable. Like I didn't eat, you know, my wife, and we weren't married at the time, but you know, we were together and she's like, you know, bringing me ices and like, are you okay? What, you know, I'm worried. And I'm like,
I'm dying over
like,
here, motherfucker.
well, yeah, because I was like,
nobody knew.
Didn't know what's going on. And I'm like, I haven't been that sick ever in my life. And then, you know, like you said, it was like February, March, and they're like COVID-19.
Yeah, and that's what they were telling me. They're like, you're anxious, this and that. I'm like, I have no reason to be anxious. They're like, well, you just had a kid. I'm like,
and then I didn't get it again for like 2.5 years.
Yeah.
And because I never got tested because I was like, you know, I didn't know at the time, but I'm like, you know, wow, I've done really good staying away from people and then, you know, because I got vaccinated because I'm Indian, the tribe was like,
dude, as soon as I could get it, I was like, oh, fuck.
My wife made me get it because we had just had our firstborn, and she's like, "You're going in and out of houses, like,
yeah."
And I'm like, "Shit," because I didn't want to get it,
you
know, because I'm like, you don't know what's happening yet, like, it's a fast drug, like, and I'm like, shit, you know, and I had like I took it, and I'm like, well,
I was kind of like under the way I people
this is a better
people were like, I can't believe you got it, and I'm like, well, one, I was in the military. I've had so many shots that I'm like, what is that? And they're like, shut the fuck up and move on. You know, and you're like, okay, here, take this pill. And then you're like taking them. And then, you know, because we went overseas and they're like, you know, take this pill.
Malaria.
And then they're like, don't take those pills. Did you take them? And you're like, you told me to take them.
You forced it down my throat.
And, you know, so I'm like, and then I've got tattoos. I'm like, I don't know what's in the ink, you know. Everybody's like, I can't believe you'd put that in your body. And I'm like, you eat McDonald's.
Dude.
So I was like,
So my wife, when she was covering it, like, so we, her mom had cancer, so we couldn't go out and hang out most of 2019. Because, like, if we got a cold, we couldn't take care of her. And we were the only ones really taking care of her at the time. So then her grandmother, who also lived with her, was ancient at the same time. So mom dies, grandmother dies, and then my biological mom dies, all within like 3-4 months of each other. And I'm like, dude, this is fucking rough. Well, my wife is covering COVID-19 as it's hitting like China. She's like, this does not look good. It hits Italy. She goes, not good. I'm like, and I'm seeing like, this is not good. Like I'm seeing the shit that no one else sees. Like well, you can see it, but it's like the AP wire. And I'm like, I don't really want to get that. And then like, so then we all get shut down. I'm like, you know, we had a crazy last year. Like I'm cool just sitting at home. We made it about 3 months before I was like, I kind of want to go outside. Like we got our hot tub like right before it all shut down. Got our patio, and like we were always out doing shit. So I was like, this is what the house looks like. This is what we pay the mortgage on. You're like, and then so it was nice for that. But like, as soon as like we could get the vaccine, I was like, I'm gonna get it. Like, because I have a friend that's a genetic researcher. She lives in Germany now, and she's like, she explains the mRNA vaccine is what they've been using in equine shit forever. Because I was worried about it, and she goes, here's the thing. You're not $1 million racehorse. I'm like, no, I'm not. And she goes, but they put it in $1 million racehorses. Like might go win the Kentucky like triple and all that stuff. I was like, all right. She's like, I think you'll be fine. And so she's like, I'm actively working on other parts of this. You'll be okay. So I get it. I was like, yeah, the worst thing was I shit my pants. It made me so violently ill.
Yeah,
But I've
yeah.
had the first two and then the
Yeah.
vaccine and or the booster. And I'm like, it's not that big a deal.
Yeah.
I think the realest part of it for me was when I had a friend like my age, got it 7 days he was dead,
Yeah. That was pretty crazy.
and it was like,
Oh, shit. Yeah.
shit, okay,
Yeah.
and he was like diabetic, and like
Yeah,
I've
well.
got diabetes, and
Yeah.
but it was like, oh, like it's because before they're talking about it's killing all these people. It's
Yeah.
like,
yeah,
I'm
but
not-
you're not seeing them.
yeah, nobody I knew, and then all of a sudden it
happened.
killed a few.
Yeah.
It killed a few people I knew, and I was just like, oh,
Well, and
like,
then, so I've been doing GIS information stuff, part of my job forever. So when she was getting like the state data, she was trying to compile it down. I was like, oh, okay, cool. We get in Excel spreadsheet. I'm like, all right. Well, I have people are asking like, well, what is your wife seeing at the news station? I'm like, I don't know. Let me look. And I start looking. I'm like, it's not good. It's really not fucking good. And I'm like, I've made a heat map. I was like, we are not going outside.
Yeah.
You're not I was told her, I was like, you don't get to go outside anymore. Your privileges have been revoked.
yeah.
I went to
My brother, he's a doctor, so he was saying like, I talked to him, he's 47.2%, and it's up, 17%, and like, because I would go outside and like I was still doing I would go ride my bike and I would go ride like around Lake Hefner or something because I'm like I have to get
I gotta go
like
outside.
I'm not going in groups of people. I'm by myself and I'm riding a bicycle like. Fuck off, I'm gonna murder somebody if I don't. And he would always tell me like, you gotta stop. If you get hurt, there's no hospital beds.
That was a legitimate when I started
I know,
riding.
and I understand, but it was like,
Yeah, when I started riding, I started in May of 2020. That was when I used to ride scooters a lot when I worked at a scooter shop in high school. And then I was like, man, I want to go outside. I need to go do something. And I didn't know him at that time, so I wasn't riding bicycles and all that stuff. So and every time I'd go out, my wife's like, be fun or have fun, be safe. You can live a little bit, but remember, there are 0 hospital beds. Mm-hmm. So if you get a broken arm, a broken hand, or anything like that, I'm not taking care of you.
Civil War bullshit. We're just taking it off.
Don't cut.
Damn.
I wonder how many people were like, you don't need that pinky anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was wild. So you were going in and out of people's houses and doing all that shit.
So I kind of, when I started with him, it was kind of on the backside. Whenever it actually hit, I was at the plant, and it was kind of cool. Like we didn't have to. Everybody got sent home.
Yeah.
So there's a bunch of government offices in there, and they sent all their people home.
They were like, get the fuck out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out. So it was kind of like the plant was really dead. We had just opened a food court in there. So it was like no more lines, like and stuff. And then they got to where like there wasn't enough people that they shut the food court down.
And you're like, damn it.
Yeah, so my boss is he's actually really super cool. What he would do is he'd be like, hey, you guys get together, make a list of what you want to eat this week.
That's cool as shit.
So he would go and like buy stuff to make tacos, stuff to make burgers, and he went and bought a griddle from Home Depot.
That's cool.
So I was a designated cook. I like to cook. So like 11 o'clock, I'd head back and then I'd start cooking.
Yeah.
And I'd cook the food for everybody, and then we would eat lunch there.
Yeah.
And then we'd just go back to work.
Yeah.
And
That's
so he
awesome.
did that. He did that for like, I want to say for a couple months. And then it kind of started like, all right, like
People are getting sent back.
yeah, you know, not sent back, but it's kind of like the cases kind of flattened out.
Yeah.
You know. And then he was like, all right, like, now if you guys want to eat, like you can or whatever,
Yeah.
At that point, like everybody's kind of tired of eating same shit all week.
Yeah.
Man, I love your tacos. Not that
Yeah,
goddamn much.
yeah. So it was like I was tired of cooking,
You're like,
it's-
I'm not a professional chef.
yeah, and so
The love is gone out of these tacos.
But but it was cool, and then so we finished that up, and then it was like stuff was so dead at work, it was kind of transitioning over, and so I remember Zane was like, "Man, I'm super busy. I can't keep up," and I'm like, "Well, shit, I'll help you out for a little bit," and it started like that, and then I was like, looked at my PTO, and I had like a month that I had off, so I was like, right before Christmas, and I was like, well, shit, I'll take 2 weeks off work for you. I'll double dip.
Double.
Yeah.
I'll double dip. And it just worked out really well. And he was just like, hey, want to come over? And I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, I got a pretty good situation. And He was like, "Oh, well, let's talk," and I thought he was bullshitting at first. And
That's always a weird spot.
Yeah,
like,
no, man.
I'll be back. You keep going.
Yeah, and it worked out, and I just haven't looked back. I mean, the worst part was leaving my boss John. Like he's like a second dad to me, man. And like I still talk to him. I go to his house and stuff all the time, and he's super good dude. And so it was just that was the hardest part for me.
Right.
But man, I've been rocking with Zane, and we never looked back.
That's awesome.
So it's been really cool.
That's awesome.
But yeah. So
how'd you get into motorcycles? Have you always ridden, or?
So I've always ridden like 4-wheelers and stuff like that. I grew up riding 4-wheelers.
Right.
It's just we started off on like Chinese shit because obviously my parents couldn't afford nothing too well. And then my dad had rental properties. We had like 3 rental properties. A guy moved in back on rent and gave us a 4-wheeler for it. So
nice.
It was like a Polaris, like a 750.
Oh shit!
Yeah, so it was like a big boy.
That was that's like a big one.
So we would go to Mexico we would either go in the summer or we would go in winter time. And my dad was like, "Hey, let's take the 4-wheeler down there." And I was like, "Yeah, he didn't tell me like it's not coming back, So I was all for it. I'm like, "Fuck yeah, 2 weeks down there like that 4-wheeler you can go from town to town like
enjoy
it, and you can haul ass." So I was racing cars and shit down there, and like in the sand and stuff, and
what part of Mexico? Sorry,
so Chihuahua. So it was right outside of Chihuahua.
Yeah,
and it was super cool. So I just grew up riding 4-wheelers and stuff like that. I had a moped for a while.
What moped did you have?
It was just like a cheap Chinese that they got for me.
A Tao Tao.
Yeah.
Rex just our show mascot just came in and just wrecked everything. He's just so upset with the storms.
Sorry. Somebody sat on my headphone cable.
He had a full ass day. So he's 12 years old, and I've had him since he was 6 months old. And so it was time to get his nails trimmed and some other shit. And he broke a toe like maybe February.
Oh.
And so he's had the same vet for most of his life. And I was like, "Hey, you ready to go see your Dr. Elliott?" And he was like, "I don't want to do any of that shit." He was like, "Nope, I want to sit on the fucking couch." When you talk about couch hippo, that is that dog. But he has the worst FOMO. So like he'll usually sit like right outside the door unless the wife's at home, and he's like, "Can I go in there? Can I go in there?" She's like, "Nope, can't go in there." But yes, hi Rex, you're on the show now. So you were riding 4-wheelers down in Chihuahua.
Yeah, so we leave the bike down there, and
what bike did you have?
It was a 4-wheeler.
Okay,
we leave it down there, and it was call my cousin, and he's like, "Bro, they're going to town on your bike down here." I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "They souped it up, and it's like racing sand."
It's got cow tires and everything.
Yeah, bro. And he's like, "Yeah, they're like racing it out in the mountains." And I'm like, "For real?" He's like, "Yeah, And
you're like, "I can't wait to get back and race it."
But I was like, and so and then grew up. I think I want to say it was like 13, 14. I got a Gixxer 750.
My fucking man.
Yeah, I got a Gixxer.
So he gets it.
Yeah, no,
he gets it. I'm also going to build a vicla bike.
Yeah.
It's mostly because of you now.
Oh, because of me.
Just because we have the same path.
So I had that thing, and I did like a Two Brothers exhaust on it.
Yeah, dude.
It wasn't too bad. And I had it for a little while and then decided to get married finally.
Yeah.
So I was like, fuck, I got to pay for this wedding. So I sold it.
Yeah.
And then,
you did the opposite of what I did. I was like, I'm not selling any of my fucking shit.
Hey, wait a minute. They're supposed to pay for that wedding.
Yeah.
I like when I met my wife, I was 17, about to turn 18, and like we've been together for 17 years. So like we didn't get engaged until I was like 25.
Yeah, we were 10 years together before we got engaged.
Yeah, because I was like, man, like we're young, and like it wasn't like I was worried about anything happening. I was like, we're just really fucking young. Like I don't want to be married at 20. Because I knew a bunch of people that got married at 20 and divorced at like 22. Yeah. I was like, we'll just wait. We'll figure it out. And then when it came down for the wedding, like she was like, I want to do this. I want to do that. I'm like, oh, fuck, I can't afford any of this shit. Yeah. Like, I might be my own wedding photographer.
My deal was so I was, like I said, I grew up playing ball. So I like transitioned to slow pitch softball.
Oh, okay.
So it was like for fun.
Big ass neon orange balls.
Yeah. So it was for fun. And then you find out like people get paid to do this. You know, like
so I creeped you just a little bit. So Oso and all that stuff. I was like, okay.
Yeah, so I was like, people get paid to do this. So I end up like getting on a competitive team where it's like you don't pay for anything. Like
you're just getting
they fly you
Yeah.
everywhere.
It's
like
nice.
it's like super cool. We did that, and then so we decided. I was like, well, I'm in the middle of this. I don't really ride the bike. I'll sell it. We'll get married, whatever.
Yeah.
So
You're like, honey, I'm doing this for you.
So then I think I did that like I want to say like couple more years after we married, and I told her I was like, well, when you're ready to have kids, like I'll stop playing ball. And then so I ended up getting hurt and took a little bit off, went back to play again, and it just wasn't as fun.
It wasn't like Rookie of the Year.
Yeah,
where you're just like
no. It's
my
just
favorite fucking movie
like,
when I was a kid.
when I was hurt, like we were going out partying, hanging out, adulting.
Yeah.
And so like I'd go back and like so when we go to these tournaments, it's like 30, 40, 50 teams. Like they're huge tournaments. So like I could play at 9 a.m. and then I won't play again till 7 p.m.
Yeah.
So it's like
you're partying between those times.
No, but you can't because you're
You're
competitive.
ready.
Like you're competitive. Like like for me, it was disrespectful to go and get fucked up and then you lose because you're fucked up.
Yeah, because you're out there running around like, I don't know where the ball is.
Yeah,
it's in your hand.
You know, and I'm like,
well, because you let the whole team down, then they blame you.
Well, that and then they're paying for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's it's not a full ride, but like it's a paid vacation.
Well, it's like our team had like $100,000 budget for the year.
Damn.
Yeah. So you got to think by the time you fly 12 players out on a plane, pay for the hotel, pay for the food, you know, you're $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 on the weekend.
Yeah, I mean that's that's race car shit right there.
Yeah, and so I was like, to me, it was always disrespectful to do it that way. So you know, I got back. I think we played a game early, and then it's like sit around at the ballpark or go back to the hotel.
Yeah.
So I was like, told my wife, I was like, this isn't fun. Like
it was fun to an extent at one point, but after a while, it gets taxing and boring.
Yeah, and it was like a job, man. I would go home. We didn't have kids. So I like literally go home from work, grab my stuff, go batting practice.
Right.
Come home, eat dinner, go to bed.
Yeah.
Next day, I did it 3 times a week. So like the other 2 days, I spent time with my wife, and I was just like,
thanks.
I'm just like, fuck, man, I don't want to do this anymore. It's like a job. It's like,
it's fun for a little bit, but it's not.
Yeah.
So then that's whenever, kind of like the last 2 years, that's when I bought my Softail. I was at my brother-in-law's house. He used to run Team Billet. I don't know if you have heard of Team Billet.
Yeah.
Trucks.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So he was the head of Team Billet here in Oklahoma, and he had a party at his house, and he's like, "When are you gonna get a bike again?" And I'm like, "I'm actually looking at one, you know." And he's like, "Well, I got a buddy that's got one for sale. I think he'll let it go for you pretty cheap." So I was like, "Well, fuck, let's go look at it."
Yeah.
We went and looked at it, and I was like, "All right, let me get the money." And like a couple weeks later, I went and got it. And it was already kind of
so that was, you said a 96.
So it was a 96. I got it in 15.
Had an 88 engine in it,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
Yep.
Is 96 the first year of the 88?
No.
I'm not a Harley guy, as you saw in the garage.
Yeah.
So I'm learning just to.
I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
When the first year of it was.
I want to say it had the 88 for a while.
Yeah, that's right. It's like
because 2006 is the first year of the 96, I think.
Yeah, because yours was a 96.
Mine's a 96. So I have an 09 Softail.
Okay.
That's right.
And
Sorry,
I
forgot.
have the deluxe.
Yeah.
Because what like with yours, because I've always wanted to do the vicla style, you know, and they look. I've always liked that look.
Yeah.
You know, and when we saw yours a couple years ago down at Fort Thunder, and it was like, what the fuck?
Well, yeah. Okay, so growing up, I was building hot rods and fast cars, fast street cars with my dad. But I also grew up watching like all like the lowrider stuff, and hip hop stuff, and like I had buddies that had like 64 Impalas that were really nice and like hydros and all that stuff. And I'm like, to this day, I still want to.
So that's how I grew up. So I grew up in Grove.
Yeah.
So all my friends are gangbangers or that stuff.
Gangbanging and drug slinging.
So but I was never allowed.
Tupac,
Like
Biggie. I mean, it was all in there.
Shut up, Grandpa.
Yeah.
So
I was there when he died.
I was NWA, motherfucker.
So like the whole
Easy E for life.
Poor AIDS. Yeah.
So like the whole neighborhood was, that
Yeah.
I grew up with everybody doing it, and my parents would kill me, like you're not allowed to hang out with them. So like when I'm at school, I'm like, hell yeah, but I get home, I'm like, whatever, and then it just kind of, I seen it early, kind of like you could go this way or go that way.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm not into that life. So
and that was the unfortunate part is I had a lot of friends that were really like cool, and they were building different like G-body like cutlasses and stuff, and they were doing hydros on them, and like Dayton's and everything. But then like how do you pay for that when you're young? Well, that's how you pay for it.
Yeah.
And then now a couple of them
car stereos paid for a lot of my Volkswagens. And not my car stereos. I would just find them at night in neighborhoods.
Well, and that was the thing is like as I gotten older, like the guys that were not about that other part of the culture, but they're into just the lowrider lifestyle and all that stuff. Like that's the old head guys. Where you're like, oh, cool. Like that's why when I saw your bike, I was like, who owns this magnificent motorcycle over here?
Well, when I got mine soft out, because I had actually thought about going like putting fishtails on it and slamming it, and
he was gonna be cool.
Well, no, I just didn't have. It's like I almost. There's been so many times I almost bit off on a set of fishtails.
Yeah.
And it was like, because I'm going down the rabbit hole and watching YouTube of these different builds and everything else, and it's like dominoes. Once you start, it never ends, and that's like so with yours. Because for people that don't know, we're gonna get it out here right now. Your Instagram is
Chef Pando.
Chef Pando.
Okay,
so
now is the chef if it chef?
It's Chef.
Okay,
because
CHEFF.
Yes.
_ Pando.
Yes.
PANDO. Yep.
So it's so I grew up. I was real nosy growing up.
You're the same.
So we had a family member that was real nosy, and her name was Cheffy. Okay. So naturally, they would call me that.
Okay, all right. I was wondering. I was like, is he a chef?
And they
my name's Chef.
So they grew up calling me it, and a lot of my close friends know the story, so they still call me that.
I was wondering. And, I was like,
so I had an Instagram before, and we went to the DR,
right?
And it got hacked. And they wouldn't give it back to me.
Yeah.
They're like, no, they have power of it now, so you're screwed.
Right.
So I was like, fuck. I was sitting in the DR. I had to make a new one, and I was sitting there, and I was like, what do I call it?
Wait, the Dominican Republic?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah. And it got hacked, and then because a lot of like growing up, I was embarrassed of the name, and then, then everybody started calling me, so it just kind of stuck.
Yep.
So my wife's like, why don't you just use that name? And I was like, oh yeah,
I guess, yeah.
And then I'm
now, old now.
So now how like a lot of my friends now, like I cook a lot.
Yeah.
So they're like new friends. They're like, oh, that's why your Instagram is Chef. And I'm like, yeah, that's it.
Yeah. You're like, yeah, sure.
Legitimately, I'm on the phone with Martin. We're talking about RC cars and bullshit.
Yeah.
Because that's now what I like. When he got hurt, I was like, what do you want to do? And he's like, I don't know. And he just looked at RC cars one day. Hence all this shit.
Yep.
This is not even all of it.
Yeah.
And has gone full retard into RC cars.
I can't.
Love you, but
motherfucker just did me a slick deal on what I needed.
Yeah.
But like we're sitting there talking about it. I was like, so I'm like, do you know this guy? And he goes, oh yeah, super cool. And I was like, is he a chef? He goes, no. Why would you think? I was like, look at his Instagram handle. He goes, yeah, no, he's not a chef.
Yeah, no.
I think he cooks.
No, yeah. So.
but no. So that's like. It's one of those things like just looking at it, I'm like, fuck. You don't know where to start because it's like literally once you tip that first domino, like it's going to continue to go. And I watched this guy because there was a guy on YouTube that did a build that like what I probably would have tried to do, mimic. And he actually had like a 30-minute YouTube where he chronicled everything, and then he like had it listed out like this is what I did here and here and here.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, you're 8,000 in to a build, on top of everything else that you've spent.
Yeah.
And then, I just never really did much to my bike. I kept it stock.
Yeah.
And but then seeing yours, and it was like, when we saw it at Fourth Thunder, and it's like looking at it, and there's so many layers, like.
It is truly like Shrek. It is an onion.
No,
because I spent 30 minutes at your bike going.
Like just the oh wow, you had that engraved.
Yeah.
Oh wow, and looking at the paint, and that paint job's phenomenal. And like you said, there's a time it almost looks like a wrap because it does not look.
I get it a lot, like because
who painted it? The kid.
The kid did the murals.
The kid did the murals.
Yeah, the kid did the
That's
murals.
a friend that had said. That he airbrushed it.
Yeah, he did the murals, and it's just I get it a lot, like when I go to because I do lowrider stuff, and I go.
I can't wait to go hang out with you at the lowrider.
And we do all that stuff, and a lot of it, like. It took a while for them to be like, oh man, that's because what they do, I guess you could call it hydro dip.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's not hydro dip. What they do is it's like printed on a paper. And then they like shoot a clear over it, and then it transfers.
Yeah, it's a paint transfer.
Yeah, a paint transfer.
Our buddy Billy does a bunch on his chopper tanks.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so like he has a chopper tank that has a Billy the Kid on it. And it looks like this old ancient photo, and he just does this transfer thing over. I was like, oh, that's how he did it? And he actually made that for us, but no idea. I never heard that shit before. And you were talking.
So a lot of people think that's what it is because they're like, there's no mistakes. And I'm like, no.
Okay. So when
he is that good.
No, he is.
Well, and that was my thing is, so we have a buddy that has a Fat Boy that has this like skulls and flames on it. And
shout out to Bowser.
Yeah, what's up, Bowser? What up? So when he got it, he was like, someone airbrushed this. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, it's too consistent. Yeah. It's too repetitive. Like, I'm like, no. So I found one of the skulls that had like the trademark in it, where it was from either the print or the paper. Yeah. And I'm like, oh no, it's a hydro dip. And like, because I have a buddy that hydro valve covers and all that shit. And I'm like, no, that's what it is. Yeah. And he's like, oh, I'm like, but it still looks cool. It looks really good. And like, so when I was looking at your bike, he got his probably 3 or 4 months before I saw your bike the first time. I'm like, it's so fucking consistent. And I'm like, it's got to be a hydro dip. And you walked up and I was like, hey, hydro dip or airbrush? And you go, airbrush. And I just looked around. I don't remember who was with me. I was like, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of talent. I was like, holy shit.
So who did your engraving?
So the engraving is Ashley out of Norman Distinct Custom.
Okay. So we were. We
want to get him on too.
Not want. We're going to get Ashley on.
I'd like to.
I was talking to him last night.
He's a super cool guy.
He's so fucking nice.
I saw him.
Just don't go in MMA mode with him. He's super like he's been doing jiu-jitsu.
That and cigars I think is his.
I know it was cigars and whiskey for a while, but I think he's off the whiskey.
Yeah, he's off whiskey and cigars now, but he'll still get down on it.
He's done a bunch of seats that. I was gonna have him do a seat for me, and then it ended up getting a Saddleman, but
I bitched out. I didn't want to.
So I caught him, man. So when I got the bike, it's like it had apes, fishtails. Didn't have all the chrome. It had some chrome stuff on it. So I was getting to where I was able to do a bunch of the stuff. Like on my own, it's just like buying parts,
put parts on, swapping them.
I did a bedroll for like the audio for myself.
I didn't realize that. I guess when I was looking at it, I either didn't see it, but it's the Boss unit for it.
So that's the old one.
Oh, that's the old one.
That's the old one. Yeah, okay. That's my original. It was a Boss built in.
Okay,
but you couldn't tune it. So it was loud, but it wasn't super loud. So I did that to it, and then it was sitting there. I wrote it that way to. Put shotgun shock on it. Then I wrote it all the way to BBB.
Yeah.
Worst fucking mistake of my life.
Yeah. No windscreen.
Because you ride it everywhere. You don't trailer it.
No. I trailer it to shows. Right. But like if I'm out, like no, I ride it.
Yeah.
Like
how many miles do you have on that bike? You think?
So I just redid the motor. I think the new motor it probably has 2,500 miles on it.
Okay.
But no, like I ride it. Like it's been to Sturgis. Like we went to Sturgis.
You went to Sturgis on it?
Yeah. Like we trailered it there.
No. You went to Sturgis with it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you trailer.
No, the fact you fucking ride it.
So we traded.
Because I know a lot of people that have show bikes that
do not ride them.
No,
they drop them off in the parking lots.
No. I ride it like. So we went to Sturgis. And I think we rode like 980 miles that weekend.
Yeah, because you were up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, my ass hurt. Yeah. My ass definitely hurt. Like I had just redid my seat.
Right.
So I had a real pillow like seat and it was comfortable, but it didn't go with the flow.
Yeah.
Right.
So I was like, hey, I need you to cut it down. Like,
you know, make it look good.
Yeah. And so I think I had it on there like maybe a year. And I'm riding, and I'm like, "This is the worst fucking decision of my life." Because we stayed out by Mount Rushmore,
Right.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So it was like riding to Deadwood or Sturgis. You're an hour.
Yeah.
You're an hour in.
You're an hour minimum.
Yeah. You know, and so we'd ride into town every day, and I was just like, so finally, like the second day, I'm like, fuck that. I grabbed a bunch of rags and like sat on rags.
Yeah,
like
that's what we do sometimes.
So and I was like, yeah. So like my buddy, he has a soft. He has an 09.
Right.
You know, the last day he's like, "Are we riding today?" And I was like, "No, there's a vicla show in Buffalo, Chip. I think we're just gonna." He said, "If we're fucking riding all day, I'm staying home. Like I'm staying at the house."
That's what he said.
He's like, "I'm fucking done. We're 900 miles in. Like,
Yeah, we've done.
I've got all the fucking riding I wanted done.
Yeah.
Like, you know, and he's like, and I'm like, "No, Lou, we're going to the Buffalo Chip. There's a vicla show there." And he's like, "All right." So we get there. There all day. We're all getting bored. And we're like, "Hey, let's go." Well, there's a big page like out of Cali called Vatos and Viclas.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah.
And I had seen that they were there, but I couldn't find them.
Yeah, it's hard to find them. Yeah.
So we were just like my buddy Justin. It was me, Justin, and Louie. The other guys went off riding, and we're like, "No, we're gonna go down into Sturgis and try to like in downtown and try to figure something out." So I'm like riding, and then I look over and I'm like, "Oh shit, there they are!" So I'm like, "Hey!" Like I'm trying to get their attention. So I like just whip in there, you know, and, you know, and I'm like, you know, it's pretty cool. You know, I'm like, that's a pretty cool deal. And they're like, "Hey man, where are you from?" And I'm like, "Oklahoma." He's like, "There's not bikes like this in Oklahoma." And I'm like, "Okay."
There's one.
Yeah, you know, he's like
looking at it.
He's like, "Holy shit," you know, and he took a bunch of pictures and stuff, and then so I went to Fishtails earlier in the year in Cali.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Hey man, I'm coming out with the new calendar for the year, and your bike made it."
That's awesome.
So he's like, so he has a calendar for this year from my bike when it looked like when we went to Sturgis, which is the old green paint, no murals,
right,
you know?
right.
Yeah. So it was pretty cool, but but we went to Sturgis on it.
That's the thing is like, so I bought my motorcycle trailer from a buddy of ours, Sam Wells, and so they had ridden up the Sturgis quite a bit because Sam's prolific like racing motorcycle guy.
Yeah.
Like, and he's like, you know, like I've ridden Sturgis like a handful of times. So, like after you do it once, you really don't have to do it again.
Yeah.
He's like, or you get up there and you put 1,000 miles on the weekend. You either do and or.
Yeah. And that's what I had heard. And I learned my lesson when I went to BBB, man. It's a 96 5-speed. So I went with a bunch of guys. Like I didn't know Zane. I didn't know any of them. Right. So the guy I went with, he had like a freaking Honda, like a Shadow.
Right.
And so, you know, they can book it 100 like any shit.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So I'm sitting there and I'm like, get above 80 and it's just like,
no.
Yeah. Like I get to BBB, bro. I cannot feel my toes.
Yeah.
So I cannot feel my toes, and I'm like, I'm kind of getting worried at this point, right?
I think it did permanent damage.
Like they're numb, so I'm like flicking them, and they're like I could feel it. And I'm like, all right, I think I'm good. So we ride around BBB. I think a round trip by all the riding there and back. I think it was like 1,100 miles.
Yeah,
that we had did for the weekend.
Wow.
And we're riding back, and I'm like, fuck. I'm like 2 hours in, and like. Fucking, I see my one of my pods, like my speaker pods, on the crash bar. It's like starting to move, and I'm like, "Fuck," you know. Sure enough, like another hour in, it's like, boom, boom. Yeah. So I had to like pull over. We cut it, and then my buddy put it in his bag, made it home, parked that bitch in the garage. I don't think I looked at the bike for like 2 months. Yeah. I'm done.
That's like we did a Fast Life last year, and we didn't do that many miles on, or was it It wasn't last year. Was it year before?
It was.
Whatever it was.
No, it was last year.
Okay, everything's a blur.
Everything is a blur.
Yeah, but
because it was last year. Last year was Fast Life and
then White Rabbit. Yeah,
and White Rabbit.
So like we did all that. And I'm like, my wife, when I get home, she's like, "Do you want to ride the bike tomorrow?" I'm like, "Yeah." It wasn't bad. It was fun. Like the FJ is kind of comfortable. It has its limitations. Like I had to get off the bike. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette for a little bit, but Like I've had a lot of buddies like, yeah, I mean, I got back from doing Sturgis. I didn't look at my bike for like 8 months.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, but you looked at it right when it was like wintertime. I rode it for 2 weeks and that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
I've been doing a bunch of shit to my bike. So my Softail's been down for 6 months.
Yeah.
And so I've been riding my.
has it really been 6 months?
Yeah.
God.
It's actually.
It goes by fast.
Goes by fast. And so I have a Sportster too, a 99 Sportster 1200. So these last several rides we've gone on, I'm with all these fuckers with, performance T-bars.
Yeah.
Run it, 114, 120. They're running 130. I'm fighting for my fucking life at 85, 90. Just like on that fucking 21-inch front wheel.
Yeah.
Just
he's over there. He's looking at eyes and eyes with Jesus. Yeah.
When we went to Tulsa, because we did a big T-bars in Tatankas in March and or April, and so we all rode up to Tulsa, and like wasn't the last. The sweeper was behind me, but I'm like
technically I was behind everybody because I took the truck and trailer.
You were behind everybody, but I was fighting for my fucking life, and like everybody's running, 110, 100 whatever, and I'm just like back here, and I found at 95. With a 40-mile-an-hour crosswind, my bike gets a little squirrely.
Yeah.
And
quick.
And so I'm like literally white knuckle holding on, and I've got my my legs. I'm clamped to the tank, and it's still just and so I found.
He was like walking around like, man, my neck hurts a lot.
Dude,
I wonder why.
I was so sore. My hands were just like everything was cramped. So 85 to 88 was my zone where I was fast enough that I wasn't like, okay, I'm not out of control, but I was like, fuck that. And then like the Sunday, it was 50-mile-an-hour gust, and
so when I first
he drove up, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna ride home with you.
I've probably got collectively like I think we figured it out like about 80,000 miles underneath my belt since I started riding in 2020.
Yeah,
and the second ride I ever rode with Moppin, he watched me almost get blown off into a ditch. On my FJ. I had it for like maybe like a week or two at that point.
No, you were on your 300 on that one.
No, I was on the FJ.
Were you?
Yeah, I was on the FJ with like I just got like
I thought you were on your 300.
No, no, because the first time we rode together I was on the BMW on the Pearlescent Pearl. That bike was really cool. So you talk about like fast days. I have a couple buddies that lived in Guthrie, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna go out and ride. Like, we're gonna do this big loop, and it should take about an hour. I'm like, looking at the math, I'm like, God, we're gonna be doing like 120 everywhere we go. We did 120 everywhere we went, other than into town. He's like, when we hit town, it's 25 miles an hour. What the speed limit is, and so I'm like, dude, it's fun, but it's not that much fun.
So that's the whole reason that I got the Softail.
Right.
Because you have kids.
Well, no, I didn't have kids yet. I sold the Gixxer, and I told my wife if I get another one, it'd be a Harley.
Yeah.
Because my brother-in-law both had Harleys, and I was a Gixxer riding with the Harleys, right?
You're that guy.
So
I'm also that guy.
So I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna sell it, whatever. Like after we figure out what we're doing, where we're moving, like I'll get another bike later, And so I got the Gixxer, and got on the turnpike, and I was like, fuck, I'm not paying this toll. So I let traffic go, and so I got it down. It revved out at me at like 140.
Yeah.
There was no more. Like I still had a whole nother gear.
Yeah.
So I'm like, fuck. So I'm going, and I'm like, all right, it's time to shut it down. And I like look in my mirror, and I see this fucking car just hauling ass, and I'm like, I'm going to jail. You know?
Today is where I
Sure enough, there's a fucking highway patrol.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, I don't have my endorsement. Like straight to jail.
Insurance. This bike is stuff. No.
Like I had straight. I was like, I'm going to jail. So he pulls up next to me, and I'm like, I'm already shutting it down. And he looks at me, and then he's like, slow down. And I give him a thumbs up, and he just flows by me.
But he was like, I don't want to deal with this paperwork. He's on his way home.
Yeah, he's on his way home.
Yeah.
And I was like, went speed limit, fucking went home, parked it. I think I don't get on the bike for like 2 weeks. So I'm like,
You're like, I think they might know who I am.
Yeah, and I was like, well, at that point I had painted it like bright green. It was like super, like it was brighter than like the ninja green.
Right.
You would know it was the
that
bike.
Trooper was like, where the fuck have you been?
Yeah,
I've seen you once before.
And I was like, shit, So I was like, after I did, I was like, yeah, I need to get rid of this thing anyway. So that's why I got it. I went with the Softail.
You went with the slow bike. No, it's understandable.
Yeah.
No.
So how'd you decide on the engraving? Instead of just plain chrome.
Hold on. Can I ask, what was the fishtails are first, or?
So I got it. It had fishtails. It still has the same apes. It has Carnelia 18s.
Okay.
Those are so good.
Then I chromed everything. It already had.
And you have the
fat spokes.
El Presidente risers.
Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Yes.
Those are
I did
so good looking.
So I did that. Did shotgun shock. Then I went to BBB.
Okay.
And then rode back. Didn't ride it again, like I told you.
I
literally set it in the garage, and then like winter came, and I was like telling my wife, like, I think I'm like where I can't do no more chrome. Like it's chromed out. And,
right.
And she's like, and I was like, I really think I want to do some engraving, but I don't know, like,
where do you start?
What do you do? I don't know who to call. So like, I started getting on Instagram, and I found a guy out of I think it was out of Cali, and I hit him up, and he was like, "Oh man, it's this price, and I'll need him for like 16 weeks."
Damn.
So I'm like, "What the fuck?" You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm like, he's like, "Well, you got to ship them to me, and then I got to strip them, polish them, engrave them, chrome them, and then ship them back to you." You know? Yeah. So I'm like, "Yeah, this isn't gonna work." And like me being a stupid, younger guy, I was like, "Oh fuck, there's got to be somebody that engraves in Oklahoma." Not thinking like, this is like a unique ass fucking thing,
Dude, it's kind of crazy. I thought there was a lot more engravers because of gunsmithing and all that stuff. Like especially here, it's a handful.
So I hit it. So I got on Instagram and I'm looking and
I saw where same thing. I saw where he started doing like knives and doing like little things.
And so I found him somehow. I don't know how. And then I was talking to my wife about something, and of course, like the phone shut. And then when I clicked Instagram, it went away.
Yeah.
So I was like, God, I think I spent all night.
You never find it again.
No,
yeah.
I didn't find it. And then I went to work. Like 3 or 4 days went by, and I'm like, open Instagram, and then boom, there it was again. I was like shit, I saved it.
You're sending it to people. You're like, I need this for later.
So I hit him up, and he's like, I'm like, hey man, I want to do some engraving. He's like, well, what are you thinking on your style? And I was like, what do you mean? Like,
right, well, yeah, because that's another part of that.
And he's like, I was like, well, I want engraving, and he's like, yeah, like your style. And I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? Like,
engraving is engraving.
Yeah, And he's like,
no.
He's like, no, like, do you want like big loops? Do you want small loops? Do you want like?
You're like, I don't know. What do you do?
So
Tell me.
So at that point, I did like. So then I started paying attention. So I'm going through Instagram and I'm looking the different like details, and I'm like, oh, now I see what he's talking about.
Right.
So I'm like, hey, I want like old school engraving like this.
Yep.
So he's like, okay. He's like, what do you got for me? And I was like, I want my handlebars. I want the back half of my exhaust, and then I think I did my derby cover.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, well, what do you want on everything? I told him, I want my exhaust covered. I want my handlebars covered. Me being Mexican, Hispanic.
Right.
We do rosaries. So I told him, I was like, on my handlebar, I want you to cover it, but I want a rosary. Like, so if you look at my handlebars, it looks like there's a rosary wrapped around my handlebars on one, and it goes down to a cross, which a lot of people don't see it,
Right.
It's just little stuff like that I have put in for me, And then I said on my derby cover, I want the Mayan calendar,
Right.
So that's what he did. So I get it back. I think I'm the shit, of course,
right.
So I'm like sitting there.
And it looks good.
It was good looking, and so we're going, we're going on, and I think we end up getting pregnant. So we're gonna go on this big. We're gonna go on this big family trip to Florida to Destin. So it's like my brother, my mom, my parents. We're going on this big trip, and so we did a big gender reveal before we left. It was pretty cool. We stuck. My brother-in-law stuck the powder in the exhaust, so we revved it up, right? So so I'm right before we're leaving all this, like they're doing the Summer Bash show in Oklahoma City at the Cox. It was like,
oh yeah, that was a huge show too.
Yeah, so I'm like, so I found out about it like 2 weeks before we left on this trip, right?
Just enough time to start cleaning.
I had just started hanging around. Like I'd always hang around my brother-in-law with the Team Billet guys.
Right.
Like they have a big deal at Slamboree. You know, when the Slamboree had it, and he's like, "Hey, bring the bike out." You know, whatever. And
right.
He's like, you know, and I would always tell him like, I don't think it's at the level to where it can be with you guys, you know? And,
right. You're like, I can be in like the back.
And he was like, well, you don't have to be part of it. Like you can, but
you can still come show.
You can still, and he's like, you can still show with us, you know? And he's like, you're not part. Well, then I was like, all right. So so I'm like, get the engraving done, whatever. Go on the family trip, come back, we go to Summer Bash. Like I made sure to leave a day early,
right?
To go to the show.
Did your wife know how you planned that?
Yeah, she was cool with it.
Yeah,
and,
they're either really cool. Or you
we were just like a week. It was like a week and 2 days in Destin, you know. So she's like,
I'm good.
Yeah, you know?
Yeah.
So
nope.
we come back and I go to to Summer Bash, and sitting there and I'm like looking around and I'm like, it's my first lowrider show, you know?
Yeah.
Like I've always wanted to go, but I just didn't have I just didn't know the people or the avenue to go. And that one ended up being in like our backyard. So
right.
Perfect opportunity.
So my brother-in-law was like, hey, we're going to the show. Like it kind of caters to you. Let's go, you know?
Right.
And I was like, all right, bet, you know? So that's how I got there. So I get there and I set up and like, you know, for us, like, for me, it was like you go to shows for your bike, right?
Yeah.
You don't need a display. You don't need this shit, right?
Yeah.
No.
So lowrider shows are completely fucking different.
So like the way I looked at it was like, no, like let the bike speak for itself. Like it's a bike.
Gears,
yeah, you know,
and
turnstile. So I get there and there's a guy
platform, the carpet.
Yep.
Yeah.
So there's a guy there that me and him had some words. We were at the club one night and we went to leave. And there was a hot dogs, Mike's Hot Rod Dogs.
Okay.
Yeah.
He sold me. So I thought when it said chef, I thought you were part of Mike's Hot Dogs.
No. So he's actually cousins to my brother-in-law with the Team Billet guys. So we all know each other pretty well.
Mike sold me my insurance policies for all my motorcycles.
He sold me my life insurance too. But
Mike's a good motherfucker. Yeah, I was just like, hey man.
So we're out there getting hot dogs, and then I don't know who he is. Like I've seen him around, and we're drunk, and he's like, "Hey man, you're the one that has the green Softail," and I'm like, "Yeah, you know, we're drunk. It's like 3 a.m.
Right, man,
where you at?
And I'm like, "Yeah," and he's like, "You think you're the shit?" And I'm like, "No, not really, you know." But in my head, I'm like, "Yeah, I got a nicer bike, you know."
Yeah.
But I'm not like, you know, like if you know me, like I'm not. I don't like to act that way. You know?
Everyone for pre-show interview was like humble.
Yeah.
Nice, laid back. He is the shit, but he is not going to tell you he's the shit. On brand. Wait, so what does he have?
So he has like the tuxedo. It's a tuxedo Softail Deluxe.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, so
cool bike.
So we're out there and we're going back and forth, and then
this is a totally different avenue of the Harley.
So finally he's getting kind of loud. Well, you know, he's like joking. So I'm like, oh, we're joking, you know.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm like, whatever, bro. I got my food, and I'm like, as I'm walking away, I was like, hey, when you get some engraving, holler at me, you know. and I walked away and left it at that, right? You know.
He's like, I engraved underneath my fucking fenders.
No, I only had like 3 pieces at this time.
Yeah. You're like, jab.
Yeah, you know. So I walk away. And
I'm hitting him with my trumpet case.
So I got another buddy, man. I hadn't talked to him in a while. I played ball with him, and he called me. I want to say it was like Tuesday. He either messaged me or called me, and he's like, "Hey man, what happened at the club?" And I was like, "I'm trying to like think in my head,
I got drunk. I got some hot dogs.
I'm like, was there a
we
fight
listened to
that
Beyonce?
happened?
Right.
You know, I'm trying to figure it out." And I was like, what do you mean?
What? Yeah.
And he's like, man, you pissed old boy off. And I was like, who's old boy? You know, like
that,
like because he said about his name. You know, I don't want to say his name. You know.
Yeah.
And he's
out
like,
of respect. Yeah.
And he's like, and I was like, who is that? And he's like, the guy that you got into. And I'm like,
I didn't get into it with
I was
anybody.
like,
yeah.
And then, so I'm like, call me. And he calls me, and we're talking, and he's like, we're going back and forth. And I said, man, I thought we were messing around.
Shit.
Yeah, you know.
It. Yeah.
He's like, well, you pissed him off, man. Like he's like going full on, engraving, and I'm like, okay,
cool. Like, who's he using?
I'm not.
What style is he getting?
Well, he's using Ashley.
Well,
at that point, he was friends with Iron Cartel with Russ.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess he took it to Russ like Monday and was like, "Hey man,
Russ is like, keep going to the bar."
Yeah,
he's like, secretly, I want to thank you. Because you gave me a reason to tell my wife I got to get my shit engraved.
Yeah, so he
that happened to me at a street race one night with my wife.
So like he took it all, like he started doing it, and I was like, all right, man, whatever. Like I'm like
church, man, go at it, man.
I'm a broke, like I still lived in an apartment, like I had a regular job, like I'm like you got a full on business. Kudos to you, like
that's good, man.
I'm not gonna hate on you, like And his bike came out and it was super nice, right? You know, it was super nice. Well, then we go to Summer Bash. I park out there and he parks out there, you know. So I'm like,
dueling.
So he's kind of like he's set up by Russ,
okay,
and he and I'm set up by Team Billet, and so we're there. There's no displays, right?
Yeah.
So we set up Saturday. I think the show was Sunday. Set up Saturday. I'm like hanging out. Finally, the guys are like, "Hey, we're gonna go eat." And then we'll be back tomorrow, and we're like, all right,
yeah, because you leave everything in,
you know, and it's my first time going to a show like that, you know,
all whole new experience for you,
So I'm like, cool, so you know, and it's kind of still new with the Team Billet guys,
right?
So we go and eat, have a good time, get drunk a little bit, and then show up to the show the next day. Well, he's got like a display, and it's not like a badass display. It's just like. The guys were laughing at him. They're like, "You got a Hobby Lobby display, you know?"
Right.
But it's a fucking.
But that's better than no.
But
display.
It's a fucking display, right? And it is. And he has like these wooden, like, you know, like you put like the on stairs, like the wooden deals that go up the stairs,
right?
And like that with the
handrail?
base, like the handrail, and it had like plastic chain link. But it was
he had that's right. He had the show chain around on
So it was, but it was a display.
Don't touch me.
So I didn't know that, right? So the next day
you're walking up, you're touching it.
No, he's walking around like, you know, and like with a
he's walking around like
chip.
He's a senior and you're a fucking
like,
6th grader.
So you know, so I'm like, whatever, you know. Well, come to find out, my buddy that I have now, Turk, I guess he walked over there and told him like, "Hey, you think I'm gonna get him?" And he's like, "I don't know, man. That bike's pretty clean." He goes, "If you want to get him, you need a display." So that's why he got the display. so now my buddy, I tell him, because I didn't know,
like, motherfucker.
I didn't know him at the time, and now I'm like, "Motherfucker, it's your fault." You know, he beat me.
It's all your fucking fault.
Yeah, it's your fault. He fucking beat me. You know, whatever. But we laugh about it. But we were sitting there at the show, man, and I was like looking at it, and then I was looking at other bikes that are, you know, obviously,
right.
I don't know if you know the bike La Charra. It's a Road King.
Yeah.
So he was there. So he's there. He's fully engraved Road King.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
He was
beautiful bike.
He was there, but he wasn't all the way done yet. Okay. But he's like, he had a lot of engraving
right
at the point, and I was like, oh man, that'll look cool. So I was like, okay, I'll hit Ashley back up. But that's when I seen the lay frame.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh damn, you know, and so I was like, all right, man. The only one I knew, I talked to my brother-in-law. I'm like, hey man, who do you think could do that? And he was like, man, Russ at Iron Cartel. And I was like, cool. Well, I knew old boy was friends with him, you know? Yeah. so I was like, oh, it's no big deal. It's business. So I walk over to there and I'm like, hey man, my brother-in-law sent me over because he had done a bunch of work for my brother-in-law.
Yeah.
And he actually did a bunch of work on the bike for the previous owner for my bike.
Right.
And he's like, yeah, I know your bike. Is a guy named Louis had it. And I was like, yeah. And he's like, hey man, I'm wanting to do my jugs. And then he was just like, oh man, just holler at me Monday. And I'm like, no, like I'm here at the show.
Yeah.
Like, and he's like, no man, just come and holler at me Monday. I said, hey bro, I work a 9 to 5. Like I can't just come holler at you Monday.
Right.
And he was like, well, when you have time.
So you're like, I have time right now.
So it pissed me off.
Yeah.
You know,
like,
and I'm like,
here
you know,
right fucking now.
Well, all it was because he's buddies with the other guy, right?
Yeah,
so,
he's trying to play devil's advocate.
So I was like, so he was like, it was kind of like a fuck you to me, right?
Right.
So I was like,
yeah, you ain't standing on that
so I knew him and Ryan had beef.
Yeah.
So RPM had their tent set up on the other side. So I said, all right. I said, for sure, man. So I walked straight over to fucking Ryan.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hey, man, y'all do custom work? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, hey, man, I want to do my jugs. And he had just started the Pineapple Express stuff.
Yeah.
You know, and
because he did Caleb's.
Yeah. And he had just started it then. And he's like, hey, man, yeah. And he's like, And then he's like, yeah, which bike do you have? And I told him, I said, I have that Softail over there. He's like, let's go look at it, you know?
Yeah. He's like, actually, let me take your money.
So when he walked over there, I was like, that fucking asshole over there didn't want to give me the time of day. And then Ryan was like, I got you, bro. You know? So we went over there and he did my motor. But he didn't do the pineapple cut. He did the tiki cut on it.
Yeah.
I didn't want the pineapple cut at the time. I didn't think it would flow with the bike.
Yeah, right.
And so he did the tiki cut. He powder coated the heads and all that. And he's getting it done. And I'm like, literally gets it done. Like I have to be in with the Team Billet guys at Slamboree by 3. And he literally gets my bike done like at noon.
Oh shit.
Dang.
Like, oh wow.
So he's like, all right, where's your trailer? And I'm like, no, bro, I'm riding
it over there.
Yeah. And he's like, oh, like, well, don't go like high revving it. Like it's brand new everything.
Yeah. Like,
so I had to like baby it to fucking Slamboree, right? And so we were there and it was a hell of a show. And I ended up winning best bike.
Nice.
You know,
congratulations.
And
Yeah, that's awesome.
So that was like my first like real big show that I won. And you know, and then goes around, because he went to Sturgis that year.
Yeah.
The other guy that did the bike. And I won because he was in Sturgis, right? You know?
You won because he was in Sturgis.
It is what it is, whatever. I'm like.
By the way, he's on next week. So
so I'm like, it is what it is, man. Yeah. So that winter, I think I went through, and that's whenever I started engraving. Like, I went through and engraved a bunch more stuff on the bike. And then, so we got it back. And then I still didn't know the lowrider scene.
Right.
I didn't know the lowrider scene. So I didn't do anything lowrider. The only show that I was looking forward to was Summer Bash, and they didn't have it that year.
Okay. Yeah.
So then I was like, okay, I'll go to Slamboree.
Yeah.
And that's the year that I went to Sturgis. So we go to Slamboree. At that point, we face off. It's like now,
do you have a display?
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, no. This is at Summer Bash. There's no, or I mean at Slamboree, you don't need a display.
Okay.
It's outside, and he's trying to be part of Team Billet as well.
Okay.
So we get there and we park, and everybody's like, well, they're both bikes. Fuck it, face them against each other, like So
that'd be a
we're
cool display.
we're in the same.
Yeah.
So that's how we set up at Slamboree. We're like tire to tire,
right?
And so I had to be. It was me, Ryan, Zane, like 4 other guys were going to Sturgis.
Okay.
Sturgis started that Saturday that Slamboree started. So we left Sunday. So we didn't catch Saturday and Sunday. We got there Monday like morning.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm like, the guys were like doing me a favor. Like they went all the way out there to pick me up in the trailer.
Yeah.
And they were like, you could tell they were like,
come on, man.
Let's go, bro.
Yeah.
They hadn't done announcements yet. So I told him, bro, I was like, hey, bro, I can't hold them up anymore. Like, we got to go, And he's like, yeah, I'll get you or whatever. I didn't expect to win nothing, whatever. So they did it again. It was best bike. And I beat them, whatever.
Nice.
Oh, shit.
We go to Sturgis, man. And I'm down there, at this time. So I'm sitting there. We're riding, whatever. We go to do a show. It's the big bar down there. It's not the Buffalo Chip. It's the one that burnt down and they rebuilt.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't been to Sturgis before, but I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember the name of it.
I can't think of it.
Having not been.
Is it?
Fuck, what is the name of that?
It's on the opposite end of the town, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's like up the road.
Yeah.
Is it Iron? No.
Is it Iron? No, Iron Horse is the one that's up in Canada or Alaska, whatever it is.
But it's
Moppin's gonna look it up.
Yeah.
Look it up, Moppin.
So they had a big show there, and I did a
Full Throttle.
Yeah, Full Throttle.
Full Throttle Saloon.
Yep.
Yeah.
Full Throttle Saloon.
So I went up there and I won my category up there, which I thought was pretty cool. It's in the middle of Sturgis, and so when Ryan, after he did the motor work, that off season that I did on engraving, he did the lay frame, and I was like, hey man, can you do a lay frame? And he's like, I've never done a Softail lay frame.
Right.
So I'm like, well, can you do it? And
I've never done it.
He's like, I can, but like, I don't know. I'm not enough fab to. I don't want to
fuck it up.
Cut your rear end. You have to cut the swing arm.
Yeah.
And
it's not a small process.
So I was like, let's look into it. So we find a guy in California, AF Customs.
Right.
He's like, finally he gets him on the phone and he's telling him what we want. And he's like, I've never done one. He's like, I've done them for newer models, but nothing that old.
Yeah.
He's like, but I can do it.
I like how you're like, I've never done one, but I could probably figure it out. And you find another guy, he's like, I've never done one.
Yeah.
But I could probably figure it out.
Yeah. Well, he has like jigs. Like he does badass
it's like
work.
right.
Yeah.
Shop. Like,
yeah.
You want a hard
Well,
time.
I wish I would have known that because I think he could have done it.
Yeah.
But I didn't know Brian at the time.
Brian, on the year range, he might have not been able to do it because of the shop limitation.
Yeah. And so we get with AF and he's like, we're talking to him and he's like, what do you still? I was like, at this point, I had already had my belt guard engraved.
Yeah.
Right.
Like I already had other parts engraved. And he's like, well, I don't know if I can do the belt guard. I was like, you have to. Like, I already have stuff done.
Right.
And he's like, shit, he's like, all right. He's like, give me time. I think he had it for like 3 months.
Damn.
He had it for like 3 months. And finally, I told Ryan, I was like, bro, I don't think he can do it.
Right.
Either
like,
he's really trying to
figure it out,
And I don't want to take that away from him because he's going to maybe, if he's figuring it out, he's either going to figure out he can't do it or he's going to do it the right way.
And he, man, right around that time that I'm telling, like, I'm getting worried now, and
because your shit's out there too.
Yeah, and I'm like sitting there and I'm like, he sends Ryan a picture, and it's like half the one side done, the other side isn't, and it's like he bent the tubing, like he did everything. He cut the flat bar to it.
Okay,
wow.
He mocked it up on another bike where the belt guard works.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, oh shit! Well, no wonder he's taking forever.
Right.
He's customizing
surgically
it,
doing this shit.
And yeah, man, we got it back. So it took him like 3 or 4 months to get it back, and then I had to go to Ashley.
Yeah.
Well, Ashley had it for like 2 or 3 weeks too.
Yeah.
Right.
And finally we get it back and we get it all put on there. It was another deal for Slamboree.
Yeah.
Right.
Because you're always going for a show.
Yeah. So it was a Slamboree crunch, and Ryan, at that time he was young, having fun, so it was like hard to get a hold of him.
Right.
I still had a regular 9 to 5, so
you're like still everyone 9 to fucking 5, man.
Yeah. So I'm like,
take off. Like lunch is not long enough.
So I couldn't, like, I would go by there on lunch and he wouldn't be there, and I can't be like, hey, I'm gonna go check to see if my motorcycle guy's there.
Hey, I have a doctor's appointment.
Yeah. So yeah, but it's like, so like fuck. So I'm gonna have to babysit him. So it got to where I think it was like we were having 100 and some degree days. Yeah. And they didn't have AC in the shop.
Totally understandable because it's fucking balls ass hot.
So he got to where he was working night shift.
Yeah.
So I finally got a hold of him. He was working.
He's like at like 2 o'clock in the morning. He's like, hey man.
Yeah. So it was like 2 weeks before Slamboree. And I'm like, hey, bro, this bike's got to make it there. Like,
this is a drop dead.
Like, old dude's making it there. Like, we're supposed to have a face off. This is supposed to be the show.
Right. Like this is a fucking thing.
Has to fucking be there, bro. And he's like, whoa, shit, man. I was like, what if I come up
show
here
on Discovery?
I was like, what?
It's wild that there wasn't a show about fucking throwing a motorcycle together.
I was like, what if I go up there and help you? And he's like, well, man, I'm working nights. I'm like, whatever it takes, man.
I can be there if it's not between 9 and 5.
I would literally
9 to 5.
I would take off work, go home, sleep for like a couple hours, and then go to his shop like at 10.
Yeah.
And work till like 3 a.m. Go home,
sleep for a couple more hours,
go to work.
Oh, right? You had how many kids did you had at this point?
I didn't have any kids.
Okay,
yet.
so you had your first kid at this point.
Like I had we had just had one.
Okay, so now you're having your second kid at this point. Your wife's like,
No. Like we had just had like her. She was like, at this point, she was probably, I think I want to say 6 months.
So you have your baby.
Yes.
And then you have your other off hours baby.
Yeah. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, I'm going back and forth. I just picked up on what you're saying, but
no, I was like, we'll eventually get there. Don't worry.
And so I'm helping him for like 2 weeks, man. And so like my wife doesn't ever get pissed. Like she's like she wasn't pissed. She was just like, it's kind of shitty. Like you, and I was like, he needs the help. Like I need the bike done. What is, whatever. So we get it all put back together. Again, like I pick it up like at 11 in the morning.
Right.
The day that
Right.
So again, he's like, where's your trailer? I'm like, I don't have a trailer.
You're like, I'm riding it there.
And that's the whole thing when we built the bike. Like when we went lay frame, I'm like, Ryan, I don't give a fuck if this thing, the whole frame hits the ground. Like this bike has to be able to ride. Like because I ride it everywhere. Like
that was something I didn't know about until 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock this afternoon. That when Barton was like, he rides that motherfucker to the shows.
Yeah.
It is not a trailer queen.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, and he was
That's
like, no,
legit.
Yeah, and I was like, because we have a lot of friends that have show cars that get trailered.
Yeah,
and like we have a lot of friends that are open trailer mafia. But they are like not driving.
No. Like that's what I told Ryan. I was like, bro, this bike has to go.
It's has to riding like into the fucking show.
And that's what we did with AF. He's like, well, I can just cut it and it could tuck and you could lay frame, but when you air it back up, it's not going to be comfortable.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, I don't want that, bro. Like it has to be. Yeah. So like he had to get shotgun shock, a shotgun shock, because that's what I have. Mm-hmm. And make sure that he modified the swing arm where it would go back to stock height.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, and so it was like a big customization.
Right.
You know?
You're not, you're not talking about like sorry to the T-bar guys, I threw some fucking T-bars on my bike. Like geometry.
No, yeah, like he's having to figure out like he has
doing work.
Yes, yeah. Like he had it on I'm not sure what the machine is called, like where it has like it's a table with a bunch of slots and you stick stuff in there.
The welder table.
And then he has
where
like
you can fab and clamp
and then different clamps, different
articulation of all.
Yeah. He had it on all that. And
because he's a lowrider guy.
Yeah, so he's just he's a fab guy, so he does a bunch of stuff.
He's like, I'm building off-roaders, lowriders, I'm laying everything.
Yeah. And he so I get it back, get it slammed. I haul ass to Slamboree. We get there, I'm looking the bike over and I'm looking back and I'm like, that bolt's not supposed to be sticking out that far. so I'm like looking, it's my fucking my where your axle is. The spacer to keep, the tensioner.
Right.
The fucking, on one side, the tensioner, it was literally holding on by a thread. Like on the axle.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so I'm like, fuck. So I like take a picture and send it to him. And I'm like, well, I made it, but check this out,
hey, man, like bring some tools up.
And he's like, I got you, We get down there, he tightens it, whatever. So then we end up going to Sturgis and we're at that show at the deal. And I'm hearing a guy, he's like, I've never met, his name is Shane. I've never met him. Like,
right.
I don't even think I knew who he was because of Instagram, because he always just posts stuff. He doesn't ever like post pictures.
Right.
And I'm sitting there and he's like, hey, that's my fucking swing arm. And so I'm like listening to him.
To you, he's saying
no, he's like telling his wife. And because I'm kind of standing off the bike. Like if you ever go to me at a show, like I'm not around the bike.
No, yeah, it was kind of hard to find you because when I was like looking at the paint and everything, I was like, whose bike is this?
I'm not around the bike.
Like 18 different guys. I was like, okay.
So that's how I am. Like and it's like a lot of like the number one question I get asked is like, how much money do you have? Like bro,
I'm not telling you that.
You
don't want to know. And she's here. I can't tell you.
And, so like I stay away from the bike.
Not just in engraving, but in, like you said,
like
fabrication,
to
make it rideable.
And then a lot of people don't think like to re-chrome. Like, dude, it's cheaper to buy something chrome versus having it re-chromed.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you're getting to a point too now where there's one place in town now that is still in business that does chrome.
So we'll get to the chroming later because I have another story.
He's like, you thought it was going to be a 30-minute podcast. And he's like, what's the time?
So I have so he's like, that's my fucking swing arm. So, and I think Zane was with me. And I look at Zane, I'm like, do you know that guy? And he's like, man, I think that's Shane and the AF custom guy. And I'm like, really? And he's like, yeah, okay.
It's not like someone has my swing arm.
No.
Why is my swing arm on
it's the one he built.
Yeah. So I walk up and I'm like, hey man, I'm Alex, and he's like, oh, this your bike? And I was like, yeah. He's like, yeah, that's my swing arm. I'm Shane. I'm like, oh yeah, man. Shit, bro. Like I'm like, oh man. He's like, man. He said, Ryan sent me a picture of it engraved and I haven't seen it. He's like, this is fucking cool, whatever. And so he's like, it's badass to see my, my
that's
work.
That's kind of cool.
It's like one of the first ones.
Yeah. Especially like because you're not putting a name to a face or a face to a name. Like, and for people that don't know, where is Slamboree? Where was it held at for you?
It was in Shawnee at that point.
So we live in Oklahoma City. Well, you live in Mustang, so it's a good almost 45 minute hour.
Yeah, it's like an hour from my house.
An hour.
So it's not like, he went 15, 20 minutes. And
No.
it's not like you went to Sturgis on this at that point. But you had some drive time or ride time.
Yeah. So I ride, and so I'm like, man, this is cool. So we get back.
You're like, by the way, the accidental tensioner came out of
well,
your car.
Well, he didn't have nothing to do with it. That was Ryan.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, and so it was like, I don't know if you ever seen that Spider-Man meme where they're pointing at each other. So that's what happened whenever we got the Slamboree. Ryan's like, well, you were working on that side of the bike, and I'm like, no, you were working on that side of the bike. Like, and he's like, well, we get it fixed. We go to Sturgis. We're riding Sturgis, and like, I think I want to say it was day 3. I'm fucking riding, and my buddy Justin, he had been having a lot of problems with his air ride.
Right.
So he had just went through and he fixed everything. Like his bike was running the best it's ever ran. And we're riding through curves, like coming back from Crazy Horse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're coming back, and then I just hear a pop, and I'm like, fuck, Justin's air ride just went out. And then my friend end's like, whomp. And I'm like, fuck, it's fucking my air ride went out. So I'm like, shit. So we're like looking at it, and I think at that point we're like 20 minutes from the house, and I'm like, he's like, what do you want to do? I said, fuck it, I'm limping it back. He goes, you don't got no air. I'm like, bro, it's just bottomed out. Like it'll still ride. It's gonna fucking suck. You know,
I'm riding a hardtail fucking Harley at this point.
So so I'm riding it back, and like I'm taking it easy. When we come around this curve, man, and there's a big ass hole, and I hit it, and so I'm like, fuck. So get to the house, we're looking at it, find the airline, fix it real quick, air it up, and it had to like hit my fender, like because I don't know if you've noticed, like on my fork covers, they're not normal. It's like the fake spring ones.
Yeah. Right.
So those had to be modified to fit because they're for a Road King.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we had to modify them, and then the fender is a fatter fender than a normal soft tail.
Right.
So it was already really close. So whenever I went in the hole, I guess it went crooked. Like so one side rubbed. So I was like, I had just got the fucking fender painted, and I'm like, shit, I was like, well, I'm gonna have to have it repainted. So we're down there. We get back. So I'm like, man, I think I'm gonna do murals. I think that's my next point.
Yeah.
I want murals. So
they look so good.
So I hit a guy up in Cali, and he was like, you have to ship them to me, and I'll ship them back. I'm like, bro, what do you mean I can't ship them back? He's like, well, you got to come get them. And I'm like, I'm not
family vacation.
I'm not fucking driving that far to get my and you're not. I'm not paying you $5,000, and then you're shipping my shit back.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, because that's what I told him. I said, so what if something happens? Do you cover? He goes, no, you'll have to pay me to fix it.
Yeah, that's it's very the consistent thing.
Yeah.
Like I've looked at getting some stuff painted by some other people. I'm like, I don't know about this, man. Like that's a lot of money to just send off.
Yeah. So I was talking to my buddy Justin, and I've heard bad stories about you ship your shit to California, you don't get it back.
Yep.
And I don't know who I'm shipping it to. There's no like I've seen the dude work on Instagram.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing too. Is like, how do we know that he's not stealing somebody else's fucking work off of Instagram?
And
not saying he did.
Yeah.
But we don't know. Yeah.
So I get back, and I'm telling buddy Justin, I'm like, hey man, he's like, man, you ever heard the kid? And I was like, no. And he's like,
who the fuck's the kid?
Yeah. And I'm like, he's like,
I have a kid.
He's like, if you know the kid, he's like, at this point, I don't even think he had like a Facebook or Instagram. Like he's super old school, right? And he's like, he does badass work, man. He's like, and Justin he grew up in the hot rod scene, so he knew of the kid. He had pictures. So I was like, oh man, this is pretty cool, and
he's a legit human being.
Yeah. So he's like, hey man, I know he moved away because he's moved a lot, right?
Right.
And he's like, but I think he just moved back, right? So I was like, well, see if you can track his number down for me. And he's like, yeah, okay, whatever, I got you, bro. It went like a month went by, a couple months went by, and I'm like, hey, bro, like I really want that number, And
right.
And then he's like, all right. Well, then Ryan gets in his accident, and he gets in his accident. So I get with Justin, and I'm like, hey man, I think we should do like a little run for him or whatever. And he's like, well, do it. And I'm like, I don't know the people,
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. You're a motorcyclist, but you're not tied into.
Yeah, I'm not tied. I didn't know any now. Like if I was to do it now, like I could help better because I know more people. But at that point, I didn't know anybody. Justin was in the audio side of motorcycles, so he had connection to Harley World,
right.
So he was like, all right, and he's like, well, but you're gonna help me, and I'm like, yeah.
I'm down to help. I just don't know who to call.
Yeah, and he did it, and then our buddy Zane, he got the trophies sponsored for it and all that, and we threw him this deal. Well, I'd been wanting to meet my buddy Turk, but I didn't know how to get a hold of him or whatever. He also has Peerless Plating.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
And
because they used to be over off like 6th or 5th in May, or
no, he's off of Shields in 25th.
Shields and okay.
And so it's like an old building right there, right before you get to Shields. So
are they still are they closed now, or did they move?
So the shop's closed. We're still doing crowing, but the shop's closed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Someone just brought him up the other night, and I could not remember who it was.
And I'd been wanting to meet him just because he's in the lowrider scene.
Yeah.
You're trying to make those connections.
Yeah. But I'm like, to me, I've always been a firm believer of like, it'll come,
Don't rush it.
Don't rush it. Like if it's meant to be, it'll show up. It'll present itself.
I met a 6th grade alumni.
And,
don't rush it. It came.
And I wanted to meet him earlier in the year because they had, it's called the Budweiser show at the time. It's what it was called. It was a lowrider show that they did at the fairground.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And I wanted to go. Well, Justin had started doing audio for them. So he had told me, he's like, bro, they do a lot of traveling. And I was like, I don't want to do the traveling. Like, I just stopped doing the softball thing, whatever.
Yeah, right. I want to be home with my wife.
I was like, and then so he's like, hey, man, I think they can get you in that show. I think we had a cookout like at noon or something on Saturday. Well, any lowrider that's indoor, it's put in the day before, right? And so I hit him up. It was like 7. And I'm like, hey, you think they can get me in? And then he texted me back. He was like, yeah, they said it's too late, whatever. Yeah. So I didn't go to that show, whatever. Well, he ends up getting into it with the other guy that had the soft tail.
Yeah.
Right.
And I didn't know it at the time. And him,
that motherfucker.
And he's like, I'm gonna build a bike. He told him, he's like, but in the meantime, I'm gonna get that kid that you don't like. He's gonna beat you, right? I didn't know any of this happened.
You're all hearing the second hand.
So we go to Ryan's deal, and Ryan had worked on his bike. I don't know if y'all have seen it. It's a street glide. It's a black street glide. It's all engraved too.
I don't think I have seen that.
Yeah, and he's so he goes out there. He supports Ryan, and he's like, hey, we gotta go. We have a show tomorrow in Cameron, Texas. So we just came to show support to Ryan. We're leaving.
Right.
Like they were in their trailer, right? I didn't think nothing of it. And he's like, hey, man, I would really like for you to, we were going to a Wichita show in a couple weeks. We'd really like for you to go. And I was like, oh, man, when is it? And he was like, it's a couple weeks. And I'm like, well, let me check back with the wife, make sure we don't have plans. And then it's funny now, but he was like, well, let me check back to see, make sure there's room to get you in, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And I was
he
like,
hits you with the you should come. And
yeah,
like, I hit you with the I don't know if I can.
And he's like, all right. So I was like, let me get your number. I'll talk with the wife, and then I'll shoot you a text. I didn't know that he doesn't do texting. Right? He's like, he's still on an old flip phone.
Yeah. He's like, I don't know how to fucking do
like he doesn't do technology, right?
Right.
He's on like literally he's like on an old Caterpillar flip phone. Right. That's what he uses.
He's like, this motherfucker's strong.
And so I'm sitting there, and so I get home, we do the deal, and get home, I'm telling my wife about it. And then she was like, well, what do you want to do? And I was like, well, let's go. I was like, I heard there's a badass zoo in Wichita, Kansas, he said we set the bike up, and then you don't have nothing to do Saturday.
Yep.
I was like, so we can go do that, or we can do Sunday before the show.
Right.
We'll go to the zoo, and then we'll go to the show.
Wichita's actually not a bad town.
Yeah.
For anybody
and I like how you're bringing the family part into this.
Yeah. So we went down there, and Saturday night we got done setting up, and then so at the time he was with 40 and the 5th Car Club. We all get together. We go to old Chicago. We all eat together.
Right.
It's like it was a fun family experience. And so the next day I'm like, hey, I'm gonna get to the show probably. I was like, what time's the show over? He's like, oh, it's over at 5. They usually do awards at 5. I said, well, I was like, if I get there about 2, it gives me enough room to walk around, and then I can spend the morning with the family and take them to the zoo. So that's what we did, and we get there, and then like I won Softail. Like I beat even people in the other other people in the show.
Wow.
And I was like, this is pretty cool, And then we'll come to find out that show was the the last show for their tour. So like they announced the tour winners. So
Right.
So he won the tour with his Street Glide.
Right.
So I was like, so they're doing the awards and I didn't get called. I was like, oh, I guess I didn't win. And they're like, that was the tour awards. And I was like, what the fuck is the tour awards?
You don't know anything about that.
Right.
So he's like, now we're doing the show awards. Well, then I won the show.
Yeah.
And so we're like, after we're done, we're getting cleaned up. And by this time I knew about the display.
Right.
So Zane had his bike for his bagger. And he had like chrome poles with like movie ropes.
Right.
So I bought it.
I remember seeing that.
Yeah. So I borrowed that for him for the weekend.
Yeah.
And then I was like, because I don't know if I'm gonna like this thing, because that's what he was like. He's like, come out, see if you like it.
Yeah.
We do it every year. It's a tour. He's explaining it to me, and I was like, well, let me go to the show, and then we'll go from there, bro.
Right.
You know, whatever.
Right.
And so when the show, I'm cleaning up, I'm talking to him, and he's like, what do you think? I was like, no, man, this is pretty cool. I like the camaraderie. I like everything. You know, it's pretty cool. Like you guys get together, it's fun. He's like, well, I'll tell you what, I have a show next week in Houston. He's like, it's so it's called the WeGo tour, but there's a North tour and there's a South tour. He's like, they were running both sides of it.
Okay. He's
like, so this was the last one for this side. The one for the South is next weekend.
Right.
He was like, you want to go? And I was like, it's my nephew's birthday party, man. Like I can't. So like, whatever, I'm cleaning up. So he walks over to my wife and he's like, hey, like, he doesn't have to. He's like, I'll put him in my trailer. Like, he doesn't have to pay anything. Like,
I'll put him through everything.
You know. And my wife's like, I don't care. Like, he's looking at her like, she's like, I don't care. Like, he
that's
do
his
what he
fucking shit.
Yeah, you know. And then so he walks on. He's like, hey man, your wife, she said you're good to go. And I'm like,
I asked for you.
Yeah, you know, and I'm like, man, she doesn't like my wife. Like she's super chill. Like you know, she doesn't trip on like she knows like I handle stuff like whatever. Like I always
business
check
is handled.
Check with I always check with the family. And my nephew has autism. Okay. And so it's like they were throwing a big autism party for him.
Yeah.
And I had missed the year before because of the softball stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
So I had once I.
So you're like, I don't want to miss this again.
Well, once I figured out like how much stuff I was missing because of it, like I told her I would never miss again. Right. You know. And so I don't go back on my word.
Right.
And even though she was super cool with it, like she wouldn't have tripped. She was like, no, you go. Like if you want to go, like this is new, go. And I'm like, no, I already told you I'm gonna go do my nephew's party, you know, whatever. And I told Turk, I was like, hey, bro, like I already made a promise to her. Like I can't do that.
Right.
So he's like, man, I respect that, you know, whatever. And so he goes down there. So a couple of weeks go by and he calls me. He's like, what do you think? I'm like, no, I'm in. So then that's when I called Justin. I'm like, hey, I need the kid's number.
Right.
Meet with him. I call him. I'm like, hey, man. He's like, who is this? And I'm like,
the kid says that?
Yeah. He's like, how'd you get my number?
I found it on a stall.
I'm like, my buddy Justin. So I told him who he was, and he's like, who? And I'm like, Justin Walker. And he's like, okay, yeah, I know. I've heard of him, whatever. And
he's like, he spent like $40,000.
No, he's like, I was like, he gave me your number. I wanted you to do murals on my bike. And he was like, well, man, I only like, not to be shitty, but I only pick what I want to work on.
Right. He's at that point in life.
So, you know, so like on the other line of the phone, I'm like smirking at me like, yeah, motherfucker, I'll send you a picture here in a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
So he's like, send me a picture of your bike and then we'll go from there.
Now,
but you could tell he's like, kind of like, yeah, I'm not going to paint your shit. You know?
Yeah.
So I sent him a picture of a bike and then he calls me back immediately. And then he's like, because at this point, like I almost have the whole bike engraved.
Yeah.
Right.
You know,
this is not like, oh, I just want you to do.
No. Yeah. So he's like
striping on my tank.
So he's like, holy shit. He's like, man, your bike's like pretty legit. And I was like,
right.
I was like, yeah, man. And so I told him what we're doing. I was like, I'm gonna join this tour. So we're gonna do a bunch of traveling now. And I think the next stage for me is the murals to try to win, because the way the tour works is you're on points.
Yeah.
So they point you for different things.
Okay.
So I needed murals for points. But I've always wanted murals. Like I was like, you know, I seen a process in my head of how I want my bike, but it's like my wallet was only letting me do so much. Right?
Exactly.
I want to run 7-second passes, but I can only afford 9-second passes.
Well, that's like, so my Sportster, when I got it was stock, but I had a vision like how I wanted it.
Yeah.
And, you know, it took me a while to get to that vision. But it was like I finally built it up, and it's funny because people like they like it. It looks nice because it's got I do have a custom paint job, but it's not real flashy, and but people will be like, oh, you need this exhaust, or you need to do this,
you need to do that.
And I'm like, no, this is
the way I envisioned
this is
it.
the way I envisioned it. This is what I want.
We've been at multiple events where people are like, oh, he should do. And I'm like, nope.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm a designer for a trade living. The one thing, and it's not even that big of a deal. I was like, the one thing I would change is that solid rear Sportster tire. But you know what? As I've seen more Sportsters, I've grown to love that fucking rear tire.
Yeah.
And
to me,
that 21-inch front wheel.
I don't even see it.
You don't see it. That's like the one thing when I first saw it, because it had everything off of it. I was like,
yeah.
But at the same time, I'm like, that's what he wanted.
Yeah.
And I have a bunch of shit that's what I wanted.
And it's funny because there was a time when I was building it, and I'm sure you've gone through this too. It's like, am I making the right decision? Should I do this? Should I not? Or people come up and say, I love your bike, but you should do
I get
this.
it all the time.
And you're like, fuck, should I do that?
Yeah.
And having to, I actually had to go back to, no, this is
how I want it.
And that's cool. I appreciate your input and what you think, but this is how I wanted it, and I've made little changes to it here and there.
Oh, I get it all the time. Like,
yeah.
Like, oh man, you that's just stupid money you spent. And I'm like, you didn't spend it. Like,
no, I will. I won't ever ask you how much, because the amount of effort
but another thing that kind of irritates me when they ask me is it's not the fact that you ask me. It's the fact, like, most people see it and they think, like, it was done in a year.
No.
You know what I mean? Like,
right.
They think, like, oh, this guy just dropped fucking $70,000, like it was shit.
No, it's an evolution.
But I'm like, no, bro. Like, I started working on that bike in 17.
Yeah.
Like, this last winter was the first winter that I didn't touch anything.
Yep.
I'm like, like it took me from 17 to the end of 24 to not touch it again.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like
I was looking at it, and you can tell the amount of work that's gone into it, and just it's you can appreciate that even if you don't like the style. It's like, because I've seen it at shows. People see it and they're like, holy shit, like that. What you've done to it is the process you've gone through. And
I will tell you the show that I was most scared to go to, that I didn't think people would be like, oh, this bike is nice or whatever, but I went anyways, was Daryl Starbird.
So that your favorite? So what's your favorite show been?
So my favorite show that I've been that is this show that I won a month ago. It was at Strokers.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That show was like over 200 bikes.
Wow.
Oh shit.
It's like 300.
Yeah, that was his big. He had a big party.
Was it his birthday bash? Is that what it was?
No. This one was actually a guy from Texas threw it. It's called La Vida Vicla.
Yeah.
And he threw it, and it actually started off as like a get together. He said it's like, man, it was just kind of a get together. We don't have California style here.
Right.
He's like, so I kind of just did it because we have a lot of this style in Texas.
Yeah. Which is crazy with the Hispanic population in Texas that they don't have a bigger.
And he was like, I know, because he does events. So he was like, I know that the amount of bikes that there are here. He's like, but a lot of people won't travel to Cali. They won't travel.
Yep.
So he's like, I just did it as a get together. He goes, and then next thing you know, like, because like the dudes from Chicago came like 30 deep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were like 12. There were like 12 truck and trailers, bro.
Damn.
Yeah. Jesus. Like they rented this big ass mansion in Dallas, and it was cool. And man, it was just like the amount of support he got. It was a cool ass event. Rick, the guy that
Right.
He was super fucking cool, man. Like he was walking around asking like people like, hey, are you good? Like whatever. Like it was
and Rick. So we haven't been down there before, but from everybody we know, great host.
Yeah.
And also does his own way of things.
Yes.
If you look at all of his bikes and all of his cars and everything, it's his tie dye.
The only downfall to that show was the food. And I understood it. It's his event. It's his money.
Yeah.
You don't want outside vendors. Mm-hmm. But like us, we didn't eat breakfast that morning because we're like, oh, there's a restaurant there,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
So when we got hungry, we went over there and they're like, oh, it's a 2-hour wait to get your food.
Yep. Well,
Yeah.
So we were like, because I don't think they expected the amount of people there.
Right.
Well, and
like,
that's something that you, having run several events, like
Yeah.
when we did it Edmond Bike Night the first
Yeah.
couple of years, it was
Yeah.
like, holy shit, there's not enough capacity for all this,
Yeah.
especially when you get a slam night. You're like,
Yeah.
you're not expecting.
So you guys ran the Edmond Bike Night
Yeah.
out there?
Yeah,
Because
so-
I went out there one time.
Yeah, I do remember you
Yeah, I
being
went
there.
out there one time.
When at the rail yard.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
so-
went out
yeah.
there. I got there. Something happened that we couldn't leave till later, and I got there like kind of when it was dying out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that was so our friend Tony started it originally, and then you were helping Tony to begin with, and
Yeah.
then I came in. My buddy with the Vespa, we were running a small CC group for Oklahoma City because he didn't have any friends that were riding here.
Yeah, yeah.
So we crashed it one night, and then I was posting a bunch of other dumb shit. So then we met, and then we're posting
Yeah.
a bunch of dumb shit, and we're like, well, we're both fucking basically single.
So you guys are kind of newer friendship.
No, 4 years, 3 years,
Something like that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like a newer, yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, because that's how it was with my buddy Turk. Like we hit it after the show,
And then-
like and bro, like you
Yeah.
don't see one without the other now.
That's the same way.
yeah, like
and we hit it off, and it was
yeah,
just
and that's
that.
how me and him are.
Yeah,
that-
I'll get text messages from him. He's like, "Where's my wife at?" And I'm like, "I think she's at your house." Like, I'm always like, "Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm busy a lot more now, or he's
Yeah.
busy a lot more now." But you know, like, so we're helping with Edmond Bike Night, and it was great because, like, you know, it's a really cool event. But like, there's times where we're like, we didn't expect 4 or 5 to show up, and like,
Yeah.
you know, 4 or 5, like, you know, great guys
Yeah.
and all, a great group of people, but like. Not always do they. You're going to have 100 people that show up, and maybe 20 of them are going to buy food.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you'd have 200 people show up, and 200 people want fucking food
Yeah.
all of a sudden. You're
Yeah.
like,
And people are coming up like, you know, I ordered some chicken nuggets and it's going to be, you know, an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, we're running around like a chicken with our head cut off.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
when you're actually putting
A big
shows
event on,
on,
yeah.
it's
Yeah.
like, I'm not drinking and hanging out.
No, you're working.
Yeah,
we're
we're
working.
working.
Oh, you're
and it's
working.
like,
There's-
hey, you can't park there. You know,
Yeah.
you got to park
you
over
park
here.
because we
And-
had the brick that we could park on,
Yep.
and we could.
Yeah.
And then there was the memorial brick. And I had a guy like second or third time I was helping, and he was like, "Why are you not letting me park over here?" And I made him park his bike in the middle, like he was the fucking. I was like, "You park right there.
Yeah.
Put your bike right here." And he gets off. I was like, "Now come over here and look at this shit," because I don't give a fuck. Like,
Yeah.
you know, I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I'm down to clown. And I was like, "You see all those memorials?" And he was like, I'm like, "Yeah, you can't. You're not parking on any of that shit." But then we'd have people like, you know, "Oh, it's going to be 3 hours for chicken nuggets." I'm like,
And the
walk
deal-
out here and see how many fucking people are here, and they've been here for 3 hours.
So I think there was like 200 bikes entered,
Yeah.
over 300 bikes on the property. Like, they were so busy, man. They ran out of beer. Like,
Wow.
That's
They ran out
which
of-
is
they ran out of
fucking absurd for strokers.
They ran out of Modelos. They ran out of like fucking Corona. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which you're like,
but bro, we left. When we left, it was pretty full. Like we left and we're like, we had to Uber to go get food.
Yeah.
So we jumped in the Uber and we got food. Got back, and we were like, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
the amount, like I was having to squeeze in between bikes to be able to walk around. And
Yeah.
I was like, this is fucking nuts, man. And like that one and Daryl Starbird, because the amount of Daryl's it's a
mean,
it's a
Daryl
hot it's a
Starbird.
hot rod
Yeah,
show,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
and
it's 32
and,
high boys up to 52 star lines and stuff
you know,
like that.
and it was nuts. And I went full display, so it was on the turntable, everything.
Dude,
and,
I fucking love so much you have a turntable.
and it's so I was sitting there, and then like we get there, and like people kept coming up, and then like I'm like, here come the comments, you know,
Right.
Like, bro, I did not get one negative comment, like,
Which is so
I
great.
got more better feedback than I do at the lowrider shows. And
Really?
I'm like, and it's a fucking lowrider bike. You know what I
Right,
mean?
right,
And
right.
I'm like, I get like not nobody had nothing bad to say. Like the worst somebody said was like, man, that's a lot of money, you know. But like
Well, but
there was
they're
nothing
also-
negative, nothing like, bro. I was like, my wife was even like, this is fucking awesome. Like I
Yeah.
was not
I
because
like this shows.
because she told me, she's like, I think you're gonna go down there and you're gonna get upset because people like. It's catered to the hot rods.
Yeah.
It's catered,
Right.
You're gonna have
they're
a
probably-
rap
they're-
think bullshit.
They're gonna
Yeah.
like not even that. Like it's more like I want to say like restored cars. So it's like, so you're gonna have people talk shit. Like she's like, she's like, we call it white people show.
Right.
I mean, you're not wrong.
She's like, it's a white people show, and she's like, so I was like, yeah, well, I'm mentally prepared. I went by myself, like, because
you didn't want her to get mad.
No. Like she went. No, I'm saying like bike wise. Like normally me and Turk travel together everywhere. So I'll take his bike. We'll go together.
Okay.
So we'll usually have like 2 car. Like we have my bike, his bike, and then like we have a pedal car. I have
I saw the pedal car.
I have my daughter's scooter.
Who striped your pedal car?
Who's what?
Who's pinstriped your pedal car?
So it was John Tweedy, the same guy that painted the bike.
Cool.
He's out of San Antonio.
Yeah.
But he did the pedal car. It's Turk's pedal car, by the way.
I was wondering.
Yeah.
I saw it on
Yeah.
Instagram. Oh, well, I thought you were a chef until like 2 hours ago.
So it's his pedal car, but we show it under my son's name.
Okay.
It just he got sick, so we were moving it around. He was like, just show it under his name, whatever.
Yeah.
I was like, well, and I told him, I was like, I don't want to do it because people are gonna say it's mine.
Yeah.
And it got to the point, and I'm like, bro, I don't want to, like, this is Turk's, whatever.
Right. Turk's fucking pedal car.
And he doesn't care. He's like, I don't give a fuck, whatever, But I was like, but I do, because I don't want people to think that I'm trying to take your shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And,
but we're homies.
Yeah, but
I'm showing
and I love him deaf, and I take like we help each other out. I take his stuff to shows. Like when I went to Chicago last year, I took all his stuff.
Yeah.
It was just me and my wife. But we travel, and I was like, I was kind of mentioning it to him, and he didn't say much, so I was like, I'll go experience it on my own. Like I kind of got the hint, you know?
Yeah.
And he called me, and he's like, how's it going? And I was like, bro, like we got a lot of love.
The
like,
white people love us. They're asking about tacos.
I said, we got a lot of love. Well, one of the guys that he was in charge of the motorcycle side of it. He was like, hey man, if you come back next year, we'll put you here. So where I was all the way on the east end before you go down the ramp.
Okay.
So like you could see the show, or you could turn around and see the event like at the arena.
Right.
Yeah.
So we were a pretty cool setup, right?
Yeah.
So he's like, yeah. I was like, yeah, man, I'll come back. He's like, okay, we'll put you in the same spot. I was like, next year I won't come back by myself. And he's like, what do you mean? I was like, we'll be like 3 bikes. Like, I didn't know you guys did pedal cars, so I have a pedal car.
Yeah.
I didn't know you guys did wagons, so I have like a
right.
big lifted wagon.
Right.
I was like, I'm gonna bring my kid's wagon. Like he's like, so what are you saying? I was like, we'll probably have 10 entries, man. And he's like, really? I was like, yeah. I was like, because Zane will come with me. Like we'll have 10 entries easy.
Yeah, right. Right.
Like he's like, so what are you thinking? I was like, we'll probably need like from where I am to this other tent over here. Like that's how much stuff. Like,
right.
And he's like, well, what kind of stuff? And I'm like, everything matches the bike.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh shit, And I'm like,
he's like, were you filling me out, or was I filling you
and
out?
He was like, wow. And I was like, yeah, like everything matches the bike. Like right now, Ryan and Turk are working on a bike to go over my bike,
okay.
And that's the way we designed it. Like, everything that my bike didn't have engraved or was missing, his bike has.
Okay. Right.
And we were part of it like that, and so it's gonna be it's supposed to come out this year, and it's super fucking
show exclusive.
It's super over the top. The whole bike is rose gold.
Oh fuck yeah!
Yeah, so the whole bike.
Do you have any photos that we can see?
Yeah,
we won't share them, but I want to see them.
Yeah, the whole bike is rose gold. So it's doing purple paint.
Oh my god, that's gonna be
reveal what bike it is.
It's a Road King.
Okay,
so it's a Road King with no bag. So it's a Road King that look like a Softail.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
Yeah,
so it'll be
killer. See, my Softail looks like a Road King.
Yeah. So it's and anything it's funny because like even today I went and ate lunch with him and we were going over stuff and I'm like, hey, what if you do, kind of going to the scenes and looking at stuff like, what if we flip the paint here and we do this, know, and he's like, oh man, we just kind of bounce ideas. Like, even with my bike before, we would bounce ideas off each other, and he's a really good mind to bounce ideas off of stuff.
Right.
And because he's been doing it 30 years, doing the lowrider stuff 30 years.
Yeah.
And so like, but yeah, everything that my bike was missing, his bike has.
It's not.
That's awesome.
And it's a deal too where it's like you put my head together, you put his head together, who's been around it so long, and then you have Ryan who's helped me build. Yeah. And he's like, hey, I'm like, hey, can you fab? Like I cuss Ryan out every time I see the bike because I wanted him to do my bike's a lay frame.
Right.
So I wanted my pipes on the ground, and that's like help sturdy, my kickstand, right?
Yeah.
And he was like, still new at fabbing. And he was like, oh no, like, I don't think you should do it. And I'm like, well, and then like now we talk and he's like, well, it's because I didn't know how to do it, man. And then
totally understandable.
but he fucking grow. But now he did it on Turk's bike. And I'm like, fuck you, Ryan.
By the way, you're doing that shit pro bono. And
so every time I see him, like when I get there, because I'll go out there and help him sometimes mess with the bike. And I get there and I'm like, fuck you, Ryan. And he just laughs and he's like, hey man, I'll cut your fucking motor. And I'm like, yeah, but fuck you, I wanted that exhaust. You know? But it's a pretty good deal. But yeah, we went to where's I at on
So at Starboards, that was last year?
Yeah, this past year.
So you went up, so Lumen was up there?
Lumen was up there in his truck down there.
And his pedal car.
So he stays down there. He stays down there at the Rat Rod side.
Which is funny that his truck is in the Rat Rod.
Well, he's with Okie Sleds.
Yeah, it's Okie Sleds. Yeah. I think the guy that had the
KZ,
the zooped up, he blew his motor.
I heard about that.
Yeah. What he was doing, I have videos of it. He's doing badass burnouts.
Yeah.
Dude. Like they were super fucking cool.
That was what was so crazy about that is like he has the KZP or the KZ, and then like I'm talking to him. He's like, "Oh yeah, you probably know a bunch of people I know," and I'm like, "All right, cool." It's weird because I know a bunch of people, and then like a big blind spot. I would not have met you had not been at Fort Thunder. Like if I'd never got back into motorcycles and done all that stuff, I never would have met you.
You'd have met him now.
Well, yeah, obviously because of the show, but like. That guy, he's like, oh yeah, I'm in the Okie Sleds. I do this, and this. And he's like, oh yeah, I got this, and this. I'm like, what jobs do you guys have? So the one thing I always say is I don't ask. It's like when you walk into someone else, it's like if you had a really good friend that you grew up with, and all of a sudden they have this really beautiful house. Yeah. And it's like, I'm not going to ask you how much money you spent on your house because I feel like that's trash.
Yeah.
My question always is, how many hours do you think you have? Because to me, that really shows like
hours of like in the bike.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Well, because
I know Ashley has over like 250 hours of engraving.
Yeah, and like I have my first car I got when I was 12, and I mean I can't even tell you how many hours I have in that car because it's just.
So it's been like I've never tried to break it down in hours, but I can give it to you where it's been that bike has been completely off the frame, just a pure frame 3 times.
Yeah, which is not a small task.
No, so it's been off the frame completely 3 times. That's where we were left off. It was with Charles.
Yeah,
with the deal. So I called him, whatever, and we ended up working the deal. He told me the number, and I was like, gave me a really good number, by the way.
Yeah,
and I was like, oh shit, like you're way cheaper than sending it to Cali.
Yeah, no shit.
And he told me, he's like, hey man, like my deal is. I'm gonna need it for like 3 months. And I was like, cool. I was like, so I'll give it to you in December.
Yeah.
And then he's like, and I was like, I need it back for our show in Ardmore for Peerless Kings in March. And he's like, oh fuck, easy, right? So I'm like,
famous last words.
So I'm like, cool, whatever.
Yeah.
Cool. Send them all the murals on it. They're my murals. Like that's all stuff I sent him. Okay. Like it wasn't like he picked it out. The only thing he did on it was on the left side, there's a snake.
Okay.
And he was like, it was too small of a gap to try to fit another face. So he's like, what do you want me to do? I said, that's yours. Like,
that's all you.
That's you. So he did a really cool snake. And then he added on the other side of the tank, you know how on the Aztec calendar there's the rock, like the dragon and all that?
Right.
So he added that.
Okay.
Those
that's where that came from.
To fill.
Yeah.
But all the faces and all that, that's all like stuff that I like sent to him. Like, these are all the faces I would like you to use. I think I sent him like 20 faces.
Yeah.
And
that was the other thing too, is like when I was looking at it, I was like, these are consistent, but they're not the same.
I felt like a
dickhead after I asked about the hydro dip thing because I went back and looked. It's like, I'm a fucking asshole.
Yeah. So you can look, like I have it on my Instagram too, but you can look like he'll print it. Like I sent him a couple of them. He's like, hey man, you got to get better quality. And I'm like, bro, you're a fucking artist. Like, just he's like, and he told me, he's like, if I print that picture, it's gonna look
like that fucking
picture.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
if your tattooing is on you, do you want that shit on you?
So I'm sitting there and I'm like thinking in my head, like, whatever, bro. Like,
yeah,
like I knew the murals were gonna look good, but I'm like, you're fucking not gonna look that fucking good, you know?
Right.
And then like,
did he tell you? Now, my favorite thing is when a painter goes, hey, go talk to this person in your city. to go look at my work?
No, he didn't do any of that.
Okay.
No, like he was like, I'm not gonna say arrogant when I got on the phone with him first. Like it was just like he gets to pick on what the fuck he wants to work on.
Yeah.
No,
like
and
at that
it's
like
not
at that
arrogance,
point,
it's just confidence.
like at that point,
Well,
bro, like he was his airbrushing. He was airbrushing fucking helicopters for people.
Yeah.
like they would
What?
like they would
By the
fly
way,
him.
we need his number.
like
I
they
want
would
him on the podcast.
like they would fly him to
on the helicopter there.
like they would private fly him to wherever the helicopter was.
Yeah.
And he'd work there like a week and airbrush their fucking whatever they wanted on their helicopter. Like so, I'm like,
do you have
so I'm
helicopter
like,
money?
So I'm like,
Let alone-
so I'm like, I don't have helicopter money.
No, bro.
You know?
None of
So-
us in this room right now have helicopter.
None
money.
of us have helicopter money.
So whenever he was like, hey, I do, and then I found out he's doing that, I'm like, oh fuck, you know, like shit.
Is this before you go like, oh, I want you to do this?
No, it was
Oh,
like
you do
during
helicopters and
during the
then you
middle. It was in the middle of him painting it. Like in he was like, hey man,
He's like, by the way, I'm gonna need an extra couple
so
commas.
he did it. So like March is coming around and like I've only seen one tank, right?
Right.
And I'm like, fuck, you know. And he's like, hey man, I had some jobs come up.
Some helicopters I had to paint.
He did.
There was
and
a
he's like-
G7 that
he was
landed
like,
in my front yard.
No, bro. He told me he was like, there was a guy that asked me like, what does it take for you to drop what you're doing right now and come paint my helicopter?
That's when you throw out like ridiculous
Yeah,
numbers.
well, he said he and he said he did.
Yeah.
he said he
Yeah,
did.
he's like,
and I was like, and I told him,
he's like, I put 4 kids through college.
and I told him, I said, man, I can't be mad at you. Like, I'm not
No.
gonna pay you that. Like,
No, I'm
Right,
paying you
right.
what I
like, put-
can
like,
pay
like if
you.
it was me,
Right.
I'd have put my own shit to the side too. Shit, you know.
Like,
And,
that fucking Bitcoin mine, I've been over there just fucking
yeah, bro. And I'm like, so I'm sitting there and I'm like, fuck. So like he gives me my tank and it's one side of the tank, right?
Yeah.
Go to the show. So at this point, like it's just the face, like there's no detail in it.
Yeah,
like,
right.
It's just
so he
real rough.
So this happens for me. Like he's supposed to have this done March, you know, whatever.
Cool.
He doesn't get it done. Like I get it final done December.
Wow.
I had
Holy shit.
I had to take the bike apart 9 times in between shows to get it to him and get it. So like my bike probably has with the paint, because it's been painted twice now, it probably has 20 layers of clear on it. Yeah, bro.
What?
Yeah, like it's because you got to think he'd buff it, water sand it, clear it.
Yeah.
And then when I'd get it back to him, he'd sand it down a little bit and then he'd add.
Yeah.
And then when I'd get it back, he'd have to do it
the
again.
same
And then I'd get it back. So it was 9 fucking times, bro. 9
Holy-
fucking times,
my
bro.
God,
like,
dude.
like
You're like,
it
I
was
can take this bike apart.
and it
you're
wasn't,
fucking
yeah,
sleeping.
and it wasn't like, oh hey, I'm driving to Edmond, or hey, I'm driving to Norman. I had to drive to Chandler, Oklahoma.
He's in Chandler?
That's where he was at.
Okay,
And
all
he's in Arizona now.
Oh,
He
well,
moved-
now it's
he-
going to be a lot harder for him to get
Yeah,
on the podcast.
he moved to Arizona. He does come down here.
Okay.
So-
hey, duly noted.
So it'd be cool. He's got kids down here.
Okay. That makes it worse.
So he's
kid has
super
kids.
cool. He's a super cool guy, and a lot of people are like, his old signature are blocks. I don't know if you've seen him, like, because they call him the kid.
Yeah.
So it's like building blocks.
Blocks.
That was
Yeah.
Well, he changed it because it's like it was a big logo.
Yeah.
So if you look on my tank on the left side, his signature's there.
Yeah.
But he hit it really well.
Well, and I'm like, to a certain extent, like, but you know, like Clint, our buddy, pinstriped both of our helmets for us. I'm
Yeah.
like, dude, just whatever size you want on there, as long as it's not like crazy
And,
big.
and that's what I told him. I was like, man, you didn't sign it. He was like, yeah, I did. And I was
He's like, go look.
He's like, go look. He's like, I'm not going to tell you. And I found it. And I was like, oh, I thought you did the blocks. He goes, man, I haven't done the blocks in like 10 years.
Oh,
he's
shit.
like, I went away with it because like I would do something like on your bike and then the blocks wouldn't look,
jive.
Yeah.
You're just like, what the fuck are these
Yeah.
over here for?
So he changed the signature or whatever. And, but I finally got it back. But like in the middle of that, like, so that year that's my first year that I went to Vegas. So like we went to Albuquerque. It's actually this weekend, but it's a huge fucking lowrider show.
Yeah.
dude, it's
Yeah.
like
It's a huge
I know some
lowrider
people.
show.
I know
Yeah.
some people that are going down to that one.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's a huge fucking lowrider show, and we went to it the first year, half murals, and I had just got the bike ripped apart, got the powder coat back from did the powder coat on the frame. I thought I was a shit, right? So we get down there.
I love how humble he is. He's like, I thought I was like.
He's just saying he got humbled.
Yeah, he's like, at any point in time,
you know.
like,
and so I get down there, and there's a bike fully engraved. It's a beautiful bike. It's a guy out of El Paso. And
that's the other thing when you're talking about Texas with strokers. I'm like, a lot of guys were out of El Paso forever, and like,
and he's he's there. He's on a turntable, murals, fully engraved. It's a black and gray soft tail. I think he goes by Duke something on Instagram.
I'll go find him.
It's a super fucking nice bike, and he beats me. But in the middle of him beating me, the judges are walking like back and forth. We can see them like they're double checking shit.
Right.
They're they're rethinking.
So the last time they go to me, the judge is like, it's the frame. So I'm like, okay, whatever. So when we do awards, he beats me, right? And I'm like, okay. So I'm talking with Turk, you know, and he's like, it's because your frame is powder coated. And he had told me, he's like, don't powder coat it.
Who told you that? Turk.
Yeah,
Turk?
He's like, don't powder coat it. Let's chrome, engrave it. And I was like, bro, I don't have the funds, you know, whatever. Like,
I'm trying to see what I got.
Well, I had just got a big ass package from Ashley. Like, I think I had done I had sent him like 20 parts.
Okay.
Right.
So I'm like, I can't afford to do my frame too, you know? And he's like, all right, we'll go ahead and powder coat it and we'll rip it back. I was like, I'm not ripping that back apart, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. And he's like, yeah, like, no, bro, like that, I'm not doing it again. Like I had to I had to go in the attic and put steel and then punch through the attic to put a fucking eye hook so I can ratchet the motor and then I'll pull the fucking frame out, bro. Left the motor hanging,
right?
You know, I pulled the frame out when I got powder coat. My brother came over. We put the frame back. Like I didn't even move the lift. That way we can go right back to where it's at. And I was like, I'm not fucking doing this again, right? And then I go down there and he beats me, and I'm like,
you're like, damn it,
God damn,
doing it again.
So like we're not back. Like he's not. We're not even all the way back yet. And he's giving me shit in the car, and because they all won their class, right? You know, I'm the only one that didn't win.
Yeah, and you're like,
I won second place, which you know,
first lot.
And you got to understand, like at these shows, like I'm spoiled, right? You're like I got to be able to go in with a good guy, kind of guided me, so like I've usually placed, right? You know, so you get used to that. So like a good humbling is good.
Yeah,
and so I'm like, and he's like, I don't know why the fuck you're mad, bro. You placed. And I'm like, bro, I didn't win. And he's like, you fucking placed,
dude.
bro.
Like,
you know?
And
I'm like, whatever, bro.
It's not a boxing match. There's more than just two of you.
Yeah. So I'm like, whatever, bro. You know. So we go to the next show. It's another lowrider show, and like a dude fucking won, and he's like 40-year-old guy, like crying. And I'm like sitting there, and I'm like, it's hitting me in my head, like what he told me. You fucking won, bro. You placed, you know. And I'm like, bro, that's like it's true, you know, like 100%. So then, so I'll finally get my paint. Like when I go to Vegas, I want to say it's like September, October. Paint's still not done, by the way.
I forgot.
So I had to go up there. That dude with the black bike is there again, right? Super fucking nice bike.
You're just like, fuck your hair.
But at this point, like my murals are almost done.
Okay.
The bike has taken a different look, you know, and so I'm sitting there, and so they're like calling out. You go into your different divisions, like so you get stock, street, mild, full, and then radical. You know, whatever. So they go to where I've been all year was mild, right? And they're like, third place this bike, second place this bike, first place the black bike. So I'm like, what the fuck? Like,
right. I didn't even place.
Like I didn't fucking place. Like, I was already expecting second. He beat me in Albuquerque. Like, cool, you know, whatever. So I'm like, what the fuck? Then they go radical, and I'm like, oh, it's the big boys, you know. It's like full dumb boys, and it's like first, second, third. I don't win, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like trying to figure it out. I'm like, I'm not gonna be a bitch and go cry, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
So one of our buddies, Lorenzo's, that goes with them, his bike should have won. He has a lowrider bicycle.
Yeah.
And the judges were like, this is like, we were standing there, we heard him like, this is the bike that should win the show, right?
Right.
In his class. He doesn't win. So he's like, finally he gets the judge to go over there, and he's like, hey, like, what's going on? You're like, why, like, what did I miss? You know, because he's got everything done on the bike.
Right.
And he's like, I'm not complaining, whatever. I just kind of want to know, like, that way next, you know, whatever.
Right.
And he's like,
how do I get up?
He's like, yeah. And he was like, which one's your bike? And he was like, this lowrider bike right here. And he was like looking at it, and he's like looking through the sheets. And then he like pauses, and then he's like, hey man, like, I'm sorry your bike didn't get judged.
What?
And he's like, what the fuck you mean? Like, he's like, yeah, like somehow, like, I don't have a judging sheet on it. So he didn't get judged. Right?
Right.
So I'm like, so he's standing there, and I'm like, hey man,
where's mine at?
well, I was like, did I not get judged either? And he was like, oh no, you got judged. And I was like, so I was sitting there, and I was like, well, how does that work, man? Like, yeah. He was like, I was like, you know, this guy beat me, you know, in Albuquerque. I don't feel like the bikes that beat him, like that beat me, should have been above me in that class.
And you're also not being a dickhead about
it.
No,
not at all.
Yeah.
And then he was like, well, why would you think you're in that class? And I'm like, because that's the class that you put me in Albuquerque. And he was like, no, man, you were in Radical. So I was like, what the so I got bumped up with the big boys, you know, and I'm like, well, fuck, shit. Now I know why I didn't win, you know.
You're like, I get it.
Like, I mean, these guys. I mean, you're talking about like how my bike looks now, you know,
right?
Like how those bikes are, like motors fully powder coated, full engraved frames, like everything engraved. They have murals in the fenders. Like
inside the fender. Okay,
yeah. Like, cause that's how, like, you didn't get to see it. Cause so you saw me at the Fort Thunder show last year.
Yeah,
right?
I saw you Fort Thunder and then El Reno.
So I didn't have mirrors down at Fort Thunder because I had taken my fender off, and Ryan modified it on the inside, and we put a piece of metal in there and fabbed it in there. It's an insert, so it covers all my wiring to the rear end. Yeah. But on the outside, I sent it to the kid, and he put a mural on it. So normally, like when you see me now, if I'll slide mirrors
underneath
because you can see the mural under
right.
there. Yeah. Well, that's kind of where I got it from. Them guys had that.
You take a wheel off, you put it over here, you had the full mirror. I mean, because we were talking about like, you engrave like frame, you paint frame. I mean, and you're not painting, you're airbrushing and doing murals all underneath and all on top of the car.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's nothing's left unturned.
No. And
springs, so brake lines, everything.
So they told me like, oh man, we threw you with the big boys. And I was like, so then I was like, oh, it's cool. You know, like I got, so then like I hadn't made it back to Oklahoma. Yeah. I called Turk. I think that was a Sunday show. And we got back to the house, and I called him, and then he was like, so are you going to do it? And I was like, well, fuck, I guess, you know, we'll tear it back apart again. Yeah, you know, but it was really cool. Like a lot of them guys, you'll run into some of them guys that are pricks, like they won't talk to you. Yeah. But a lot of them guys, like they're super, like a lot of them started following me on Instagram, and I follow them. And they were all like, man, you had us worried. And I was like, what the fuck did I have y'all worried? Like, y'all are full engraved frames, fenders painted. Your whole block is, you know, at that point, I just had my jugs powder coated. I didn't have my whole, you know, transmission, nothing. And he's like, bro, your engraving is so detailed. Like, we thought you would come around us on points on your engraving. And I was like, oh, that's pretty fucking cool.
You're like, yeah.
So like, I called Ashley, and I was like, man, they fucking love your engraving down here, man. Like, you know, and I was like, it's pretty cool. So then that off season, that's when we tore it all the way back apart again. And so I was like, and it goes back to like a lot of my chroming up to this point was Turk was like, hey man, just bring it to me. We'll work stuff out, you know? And I'm like, what does that mean? You know? And he's like, no, we'll work stuff out. So he gets it back. And I'm like,
it's always a good.
I'm like, hey, what's my ticket? You know? And he's like, we'll work stuff out. And I'm like,
I don't like being told we'll work it out. You know, the rent's due on the first, dude.
Like, but he's not. It wasn't not like that. It wasn't that kind of workout. It was more like, you know, we'll get on down the road. You know. And so,
he's like, I'm trying to support you in.
So
this.
So that goes back to him getting sick. You know, and he couldn't travel. So like I had no problem. Like that's why I have no problem. Like the dude's
showing his stuff.
Yeah, that dude does so much for me. Like he's done so much for me. You know. So I was like, I have no problem hauling your stuff around. And so like we get back, tore it apart, and I'm like, hey man, I'm paying you for this frame, and he's like, yeah, all right, whatever, you know. Yeah. And so I'm like, all right, whatever. So we get it back, hand the money, we make a money exchange, whatever, and So he's like, no, whatever. So we're arguing back and forth. We end up, he ends up getting it, whatever. Get it all the way back together. And I'm like, hey man, I need to do something with my paint. Now I'm getting told, like, the judges in Vegas were like, your murals are amazing, but they're lost. So when the kid did them, we didn't want him to be in your face because of the style of the paint was.
Okay. Right.
So he made, what do you like, monochrome. Monochromatic.
Yeah.
And I was good with it. I was like, I'm like, it's progressing, whatever. So I'm like, we need to change the paint to bring the murals out. So he's like, all right, I got a guy. He introduced me to Max's Customs.
Yeah.
He's an old lowrider guy. Shops on the south side. So we went in, did a job, figured it out money wise, whatever. We painted it. I chose the green. I loved the green that it was.
Yeah.
It was a bright green. I loved the green. It was a I want to say it was a PPG. It was a PPG green. It's almost like it was considered as close as PPG could get to candy.
Yeah.
Whatever. And but I was telling them, like, hey, I want kind of a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Hold on. Now let me ask you this. So this is all the same tin set that the kid has done.
Yes.
Now, you never thought, like, let me get another tin set and keep these or sell them off, or was that because you don't want that on another bike?
No, because it wasn't. That was always like, the murals to me was always a deal that I wanted, like, from the go of building the bike.
Yeah.
So like, I just didn't have the funds.
Yeah.
You know, and I was like, and it's kind of a thank you to Zane for, it opened up different doors too.
Yeah.
But I just, my funds became a little bit better.
Yeah.
And
Fireplaces play pretty good.
and so I was able to do it, you know, and so whenever I did it, like, the paint job's not like, the murals are incredible.
Yeah.
And so I was like, it's how I want the bike. And I just don't see, like, that was how I've always envisioned. It's like when we did the frame, that's what I was going with the frame. He's like, hey, let's add gold.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like,
gold for the honeys.
And I was like, no. And he was like, you'll get more points.
Yeah.
And he was like, we're going to do gold. And I'm like, no, bro. I was like,
I ride this motherfucker.
No, it's not even that. It's like, I've never, like how you said, you have a vision on your bike.
Yeah.
Yep.
I was like, I've never envisioned, like, as far as my bike could go, I would never envisioned it gold.
Yeah.
With gold inserts, like, like we can two-tone it, chrome and gold, and I'm like, I never visioned my bike that way.
Yeah.
I said, I'm not going to change my vision for this show.
Yeah,
like,
I want what I want.
This is my.
If I'm going to cap out on points because this is what my vision is,
and I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
whatever.
But that's cool that you also were gonna. That was your hill that you were gonna.
And he was like, he wasn't pushy. He was just like, man, you'd get more points. And I was like, cool. And I was like, I understand that, bro. I said, but I was like, I just never visioned my bike that way, so I'm not doing it. And he was like, cool. And he's like, but it's now or never, because he's like, or you're gonna have to tear that son of a bitch back apart, So I was like, well, I guess it's never, whatever, and so
I'm cool on you for going. It's not now. Yeah, it's never.
And
so 2 months later.
so when I took it that time apart, I had a oil leak, and I had seen it. I'd been babying it, so I had stopped riding it as much.
Right.
And it was, I was like, I wasn't scared that it's gonna lock the motor, but like, the amount of detailing that I had to do after I go for a ride, because it's just blowing it.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm like,
and that shit's a pain in the ass.
You're like, I guess I'm gonna go get a Honda Goldwing just to ride.
So I like babied it. So I was like, all right, man, I'm doing the frame and I'm doing the whole motor. So I went to there's a shop in Mustang called Mustang Motorcycle and Machine.
Yep. Right there off of 152.
Yeah, David, man, he's a super good guy.
David Laudenbach.
Yep. His crew over there, man, they're super badass crew. And I went in there and he redid it all, man. And he's like, hey, tell the powder coater certain parts don't get powder coat, right? Yeah. And so I'm like, hey, I took it to Kendall, OKC Powder Works.
Yeah.
So he was just like, yeah, I got you, whatever.
Cool.
If I get it back and like the shit that shouldn't have been powder coated is powdered.
Yeah.
You're
like, hey, I told
man,
you.
I like, did you not write it down or did I not?
And that's what he's like, and then he's like, I was like, well, I marked it. He's like, yeah, it's gonna get stripped in the stripper, buddy. And I was like, fuck, Kendall,
Yeah, you're like, dude, I thought we were okay.
Yeah, and So David had to go back through and machine a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
Because, you can't just take a grinder to it,
No, you got to machine that fucking shit.
Yeah, so he machined it back and we get it back. And so I'm cool. Like, I get the bike all put back together. So what I'll do is I get the frame back from Chrome, put the wheels on, put the forks on, get it a rolling chassis, take it back to David. He gets the motor in there, transmission, whatever. They fire it up. It's good to go. Take it back home, put all my wiring, put the fucking tanks, get it all the way back together. Take it back to David so that they can actually run it, and like whatever. So do that, get it going through the show, get the paint back from Max. I'm like, man, I really love the color. It's just, it wasn't pointing out. So like it brought the murals out beautifully. Like it was badass.
Right.
Start going to shows and I'm like, man, I think I'm to where I should like be winning, best of show. And
I'm there, but I'm not there.
And I can't figure it out. And so I'm like, finally I'm like, fuck. I asked the guy like, hey man, like what's going on? And he's like, it's your paint. And I was like, man, I just had it painted. Like I think the it's got pearl, it's got
right.
He was like, man, it's too plain. He's like, you have a color. So they went back through and they added lacing to it, whatever, and it looked cool, but it's they're like, it's not gonna be enough. So I'm like, fuck, and
I forget about the points judging.
Yeah,
right.
So we're going.
This is like a Concours car.
Yeah, bro. And so we're going through, and I'm like, man, I'll write it out the year. I'll see what's up, whatever, So we're going. So I go to Vegas, and I've already known John Tweedy. He painted Turk's bike. He painted the pedal car. Yeah. He's painted a bunch of stuff for us, whatever. So I'm sitting there in Vegas, and then it's a running joke with the friends. We have a bike called Tumbleweed. It's a 01 Softail, and it's real beautiful yellow. And my brother shows it, right?
Yeah.
It's Turk's bike. My brother shows it. He goes down there. We go to Vegas. I get put out of the money because I won 3rd place best of show motorcycle overall, right? So I don't get any money.
Right.
Only 1st and 2nd win money. So I'm like, fuck, Well, then here they go with best. What was it? What they put it under? We were best motorcycle overall, and they were best classic motorcycle overall. And fucking Tumbleweed wins.
Oh, really?
so it wins $500 and this big massive ass fucking trophy.
You're like, what the fuck?
So, no, I'm cool. I'm cool with it, because he's out of my class.
Right.
But it's a running joke with my brother and Turk, and it's like, hey, he thinks his bike's the shit, but who's got the bigger trophy and who's got the money? So like
my trophy's bigger.
Yeah. So we'll do like
it's girthier for sure.
We do poker nights at the house, and sometimes I'll get new friends that come over or whatever, but it's usually the same core guys. And I have one buddy. He's the buddy that called me about when I pissed the guy off, whatever.
Right.
Yeah. He's there and he's telling me like, he's a big bike guy too, and he's like, man, your bike's badass, and he's going on and we're we drinking and going on and shit.
He's like, it's so good until Tumbleweed.
Yeah, my brother, sure enough, he said, shit, man, that ain't because I have a pretty cool man cave and it's got all the fucking trophies, whatever.
Right.
And he's like, shit, ask him about that trophy right there, because I know where it's going, right? He's like, bro, what happened? And he's like. And I was like, oh, man, that's a 3rd place trophy. Ain't nobody worried about that.
Trophy. Nothing to see over there.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
So my brother's like, ask him where the big trophy is. And I was like, fuck you and Tumbleweed. And I'm saying that Tumbleweed's on the other side of the fucking wall. But it's a big running joke. So anytime we're out and everybody's like, man, your brother's bike's badass shit. He didn't win no money. I'm like, fuck you. That was pretty funny.
We did that with... So... Caleb, Neil.
Yeah.
One night at Edmond Bike Night.
Oh my God.
So we used to do the little bike show, and it was people's choice. Like we would hand.
That's always the important thing. We always left for everybody. People chose what the fuck
give them
won.
a ticket, and we put a number on there, and the people come up to us and
like,
say
4.
Yeah, and 1 or whatever.
Yeah.
And we put them in an envelope, and the end of the night, we have no say in that because it's like we don't want that smoke.
Yeah, because that's a
so
bad
we
way
pull
to
it, pull it out and count it up, And there was one night because Caleb comes out with his bike.
His fucking road glide.
His fucking road glide with, the pineapple cut.
Yeah.
And, it's that white pearl and purple and green. And this lady on a purple glittery flake Sportster
won.
And he got fourth place.
Yeah.
And
that was third.
No,
was it fourth?
It was fourth place.
It was good fourth place bike. Yeah.
And he got
he was so turnt about it. And
so turnt about his fourth place.
Really started hanging out with all those guys.
And he'd be like, "Yeah, this is a fourth place bike right here."
Well, okay, so Donnie Hill, right? All right, so you listened to his episode. So there was the American V Twin, I think is what it was.
Yes,
it's V Twin night or American V Twin, whatever it was.
Tony, who we used to EBN with,
he's into motorcycles, but he's not
newly.
It's not. And the kid came up and asked me. He said, "Hey, I've got a GS 1200 I want to put in the show because I just got done building it." And I was like, "That's cool. What is it?" And he goes, "It's a Suzuki." I was like, "Hey man, is it a V twin?" He goes, "No." I'm like, "Hey man, it's a V twin night. Like we can't put you in. Like
it's an inline 4.
It's an inline 4. So your event will be 2 months from now." And I'm like, "You've got 2 months to go really dial this fucking bike in." And he was like, "Okay." Asked me. I'm pretty sure he asked you.
Yeah.
Okay. And then because I was kind of help staging the bikes and all that stuff. I turned back around. I'm like, "Who the fuck is this?" And I was like, "Oh well, maybe someone just said, hey, you've got a nice bike that's built. Put it over here."
Yeah.
But not in the show.
That would have been Tony.
Yeah, that would have been Tony. So Donnie's there, and who all was there?
Everybody.
Yeah, everyone.
There
was
was
there.
a lot.
Yeah, and so it's people's choice, and he's going around and he's drumming up votes because he's like, "I just got done building," and I mean, the story's not bad. Like,
and he was a young kid, like 17.
Yeah, like I built this with my dad. My dad was behind me, making sure I was doing it the right way, but like I painted it. I built the motor. I stretched the swing arm. I
like
did this.
Impressive, you know.
No,
like
not. I was like, dude, you should win more shit. But like, this is not your night. And he was telling everybody, I'm like, I don't fucking whatever. And he wins. And
that's fucking awesome.
Yeah, and Donnie's like, what the fuck, man? I'm like,
it's V twin. That's not a V twin.
Well, and I didn't realize because I heard him talking, but I thought he was just talking to people.
Yeah.
Because like it was a long, low slung, inline 4 bike. So I was like, oh well, it makes sense. He's probably over here in the grass. He's like, hey, can I put it up not over here where it's hard for me to get to? And Donnie was like, who the fuck is that guy? I was like, what's going on? I run the raffle. I don't even do this. I run the raffle and I help them park. And I didn't even help that guy really park. And he's just like, that's not a V twin. I'm like, I can see that. So people's choice. And he won handedly. Again, like,
you should have told Donnie, like he says, "Oh, I don't give a fuck about a trophy." So
yeah,
don't worry about it,
Donnie. His FXR would say differently.
Yeah. I think was he on the FXR that night or was he on the Road Glide?
Fuck, I don't
remember because they look. I mean, hey,
but I mean, his FXR is beautiful.
Yeah. Both of his bikes are really clean. Yeah, great builds. Sorry, don't pay. And also
those damn conchos that he's got on his FXR.
Chachos.
Yeah. And you know what was funny? So when
Chi-Chis,
when we start hanging out, like I'm talking to Donnie, I'm like, yeah, man, like I've seen this before. He's like, I bet you have. And I'm like, yeah, I have seen this before. And I was like, in drifting, when they fuck up the front fascia, they bolt that. And he's like, that's where I got it from. And he's like, I grew up watching all that shit. Yeah. And like, I was like, okay, cool. Like, so Donnie and I are on another level where he's like, here's a Harley you should buy.
Yeah.
And then also I have chachos on my bike because of JDM cars. But like, so that's the thing. I didn't know for your bike. I didn't know that's how it got to that level because I've grown up with guys that have done show cars, and it's usually like the National Hot Rod Association, not the drag racing, but like the guys that would come in for the fairgrounds meet.
Yeah.
I grew up with them going on Reno, and you probably remember too.
The Meridian Cruise.
Yeah, like Meridian Cruise
down the street from where I grew up.
Yeah, so like we'd go get McDonald's and park out over there, and like you'd have these, it's the all steel guys.
I think it's actually this weekend, isn't it?
Is it this weekend?
Yeah, I think it is this weekend. The Meridian Cruise.
We should go.
Yeah, I think it is this
weekend.
We're
gonna go. But yeah, like you go camp out. Like
you'll probably see my bike there.
I'm not probably. Yeah. I'm gonna come.
Yeah, I think I am going to that.
Yeah, but like so you would go and watch those different, and it's the different classes because you have like the muscle cars, you have the all steel body cars, you have the fiberglass cars, and I didn't realize it. My dad never really, because like he helped build motors, but he's like, I don't know show cars. And I met a couple people and they're like, yeah, you're going for points, you're going competition, you're going on the circuit and all that stuff.
Yeah, because that's how I got to the turntable. I did the show, and then he's like, "Hey, you need a display." The very first show that I told you when I went with him in Wichita, he's like, "You need a display." So I'm like, "Oh yeah, I went and got a carpet." You know, I thought it was cool.
You're like, you got like a
I went and got
Oriental
a carpet.
rug.
Yeah, no, I had it made like it was a two-tone, like gray and green.
Who made your carpet?
So it's Remnant Carpet makes them.
Okay.
And you got to get them on a good day because they don't like them to do them.
Yeah.
It's Saturday the 31st.
Yeah, and he did it. He did.
That is this Saturday.
Yeah.
I checked my calendar.
Okay. So
yeah, because I don't think they're not doing the Hot Rod. The Hot Rod National guys aren't coming anymore.
Yeah, they moved.
So I think there's a guy doing it out of Mustang. They're doing it at Wild Horse Park.
Where's Wild Horse?
It's a park right there in the middle of Mustang.
Yeah.
Mustang.
It's the big one where
they shoot all the fireworks off at.
Yeah,
Yes.
and they have the old folks show.
Yeah, dude.
Yep. And so they're doing it there, whatever. And
Yeah.
where we were.
Yeah. May 31st.
So you got the
turntable. So I got the
Nationals.
carpet, was on it. My buddy Turk had purchased a turntable. His bike's not done, so he's like, "Hey, use it." Whatever, you know.
Might as well like
Didn't work.
Oh.
You know, the guy sold it to him.
It's not this weekend. It's been postponed. New
'Cause of
date.
the rain?
New date 6/28/2025.
We're here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well,
probably because of the rain, I would
Is it
imagine.
supposed to rain this weekend?
Yeah. Dude,
I
it's
don't
fucking
know, but
raining
it's-
every goddamn day now.
Yeah.
All my shit's packed in the garage the way you saw it because I'm worried about hail.
Yeah.
And that's leaving 5 other cars outside.
Yeah. So I got the turntable, didn't work. So I was like, oh, I'll do one of my own. I built one. Didn't work. Like it worked for an hour in the show and then it would stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's motorized?
Says
It's motorized.
said rained out. Mustang closed the park.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Yeah, it's motorized. Didn't work. I fucking threw so much money at that turntable trying to get it to work. Was like, I think it cost me like, I want to say like $900 to build it, right?
Yeah.
right.
And then it was like, and then it would stop. So then I do a modification. There's another 60. Here's another 80. Here's another, and I couldn't.
You're
finally,
like
I
a
was
couple
like,
grand deep in it.
Finally, I'm like, fuck, man, I could have bought one working, you know?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
So finally, I'm like hearing some of the show guys, and finally, one guy out of Vegas, he's a really cool guy. He was like, hey, man, we ordered them online.
From China.
He's like, no, we ordered it from this company, but the guy does not answer you anymore.
Okay.
So I'm like, shit.
So you just email in, buy, and hope it comes out?
No. Like I guess he was building them, and I think a company bought the manufacturing.
Okay.
And they wouldn't build it for him no more. So
Okay.
I'm like, so I'm looking. So finally I'm like, run across the website.
Right.
This website's like, look at this website, and then this website's like, look at this. Yeah. Finally I track it down.
Okay.
And it's a turntable. I'm having to go through the page. I find it, and then I call them. They're like, what are you using? What are you turning? And I was like, a motorcycle. He's like, yeah, we don't do it. And I'm like, I'm looking at the base online of the guys that are doing it.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm like, it's this fucking base, man.
Yeah.
And he's like, so finally I call another day. It's a different guy.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Let me talk to Frank.
He's like, oh man.
You're like, I'm doing 2 kids.
He's like,
Yeah.
no, because I had to tell him like the weight, right?
Right,
And this guy's like,
two fat kids.
this guy's like, what are you spinning, man? And I'm like, fuck. And he's like, is it a motorcycle? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, technically I'm not supposed to sell you one because what we're happening is motherfuckers aren't putting it on their level. They're not carrying enough. So what they're doing, it's a bearing. So if they leave it tilted, it wears the bearing
wears
out.
that
So
bearing
it's
out,
wearing
yeah.
the bearing out proud on one
on
side.
one side.
Yeah, okay.
And he's like, and then they send it back for warranty, and it's not. He's like,
And then we're getting in arguments. And
yeah. So
fucking-
he's like, so we're not supposed to.
But yours is a lay frame,
yeah,
so you can center out that weight.
yes, and so I'm like, man, I have a platform for it, and I can center it. I'll use a level and everything. He's like, look, man, I'm a just order it online, but don't say it's for a motorcycle. Say you're turning some business shit.
A copier.
Copy.
Or a fireplace display.
Yeah,
Hey, go order this shit real fast.
and,
Copy account.
he was actually the dummy. He's the first one to order it, and because I was supposed to build one for him, man, but I felt bad, and I told him.
Well, once you know that you can't do it, and
well,
you
that's
don't
what I
promise
told
it
him.
out,
He was like, well, just keep work. I said, bro, like you don't understand. Like
I don't know this level of geometry. I left
like
Northeast early.
I just keep fucking throwing money at it, like
Yeah.
motors, bearings. Like I even changed the design of it, the way that it was working, and I'm done with it, bro. Like I'm frustrated. Like I'm fixing.
Well, also, okay, so it's a turnstile, but you have is it a whole mirror circle?
So it's a diamond plate base.
Okay.
And then it's got aluminum framing underneath it.
Okay.
Because we learned earlier you have to put something under it, it'll bend.
It'll bend.
It will
Yeah,
bend.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
you're like, oh shit.
So even though we put aluminum, it was still bending. So
Yeah.
we learned that we had to put more bracing on it.
Yeah.
So so we did that. And then it's on a man. Like if you were to look at it, you're like, that's what cost you fucking $1,500. It's a
I've spent more on
it's
less.
a fucking motor. It's a motor. It's a DC motor, which I can go to Granger and get the motor.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I can go to Granger and get the bearing and everything. But those motherfuckers grinded the fucking serial numbers off of it.
Yeah, well, you can go to. There's a bearing shop over off of Maine and Virginia.
So we've
just go in there. I need this bearing.
Yeah, and it's like a bearing and a like so. What it is, it's like a plate. It's a plate.
Sorry, right.
And the bearing sits on there, and then it's got a worm gear in there, and then the motor drives it.
Okay.
And then it's got another plate to the top.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
So
that's so the force is what's turning all that.
Yes.
Okay.
So the worm gear on the motor is turning the inside of the bearing.
Yeah.
And then it spins it all.
Yeah.
You know? But I can't find part number on the motor. I can find.
Yeah.
Because it's on there. You know, it's whatever.
Right.
It's the bearing. That's what holds the fucking weight. And I'm like, man, I'm not ballsy enough to try to take it apart and go to Granger and be like,
here.
yeah, you know, and then I go put it back together, and I'm like, it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
yeah, you're like, fuck. Yeah.
yeah. So I finally broke down, and I bought it last year, man, and I haven't had a problem with it. It spins at perfect speed. It's you just got to make sure you have it level.
Now, can you variable the speed?
No,
Okay, it's just set.
You can order it that way,
Okay.
but it's like $800 more.
For a fucking dial to be
For a dial.
slightly faster.
Yeah, and then they also have them where you can order it where it has a plug on the top side of the deal.
Yeah.
Where that way, like if you can drill a hole on your plate and then like
Put a light or something.
and it can
in there.
spin and it doesn't get tangled.
Yeah.
You can also get these guys from Amazon. So I bought these for the studio that we wound up never using, but like you can turn them. Well, it's not charged, but you can turn them on because they're all wireless.
Well, I have like my display now. It's like it has the it's a 4-post square, and I have lights on the post, and they're off-road lights, so it lights it up.
Yeah,
like
it
big
lights
time.
up. I can't wait. So when's your next show?
So we go to Denver
Oh, okay.
June, and then I want to say
What's your next Oklahoma X?
I want to say it's
Starboards?
No. It's like July. I want to say it's July or no. I want to say it's in July. It's gonna be at the fairground.
Okay, cool. We can
It's called
actually go
like-
to that
yeah.
one.
It's called like the Oklahoma City Expo or something.
Yeah,
like that.
yeah. Hold on. I'll be back. Keep going.
Yeah, it's at the fairground.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
Is it
yeah.
an event center?
So it was one year, and then last year they moved it back to the older.
Yeah. Okay.
And then, but it was packed, so I think they're going back to the
Yeah,
Bennett
because it's
this
going
year.
to be the Bennett or the new Expo Center.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
trying to do everything in the Bennett, but if
It's
it is in the new one.
July 20th.
Okay, yeah, we're here for that.
Yeah, July 20th. It's that'll be the next indoor show here. But yeah, it'll be a big one. Yeah, I think last year, man, they sold out. I want to say they had like over 100 entries.
Damn.
Yeah, so it's just a deal like at that show. Like when you go to Lowrider, it's hit or miss on how many bikes are going to be there.
Right.
So that's kind of why to me the one going out to Strokers was big for me because it was strictly bikes.
Yeah, yeah.
And then the one that I went to Cali to Fishtails, like I went to a Fishtails last year in Pueblo. It did really well there.
Right.
And then I went to a Fishtails in Cali in March, and I did good there. I think I got second place. I did pretty good there. But it was a strictly bike show.
Right.
Yeah. So it's pretty. That's pretty cool. was a long drive. It's kind of a shitty drive. We got all the way down there to where the fuck is that? It's like that's where you would get to before you'd have to make the decision go to Vegas or go to Cali.
Yeah.
Flagstaff.
Yeah. Yep.
Get the fucking right, like 10 miles out of Flagstaff, it's snowing. So my buddy Lorenzo, man, the guy that travels with us, anytime we're going to Vegas, it's in October, he's like, fuck that.
I'll fly in.
He's like, you're going to fucking get stuck. And I'm like, I'm in a 4-wheel truck, like 4x4. Like,
get stuck in Flagstaff.
So I'm like, we've never experienced it, right? So
I got stuck in Flagstaff in like the summertime one time going through, and it's like, why is there 7 foot of snow in this pass?
And fuck, so
fuck you. That's why.
So exactly, bro. We're going to Cali. So my plan is like, I like to get to the show super early. That's me.
Yeah.
Like, because you never know what's going on the road, whatever. If I get there, I can sleep in the truck.
Yep.
You know,
Well, you don't want to be rushed where you're like, I'm getting everything at the last minute, or I'm doing like 120 miles an hour to get there.
So Ryan went with us. Well, it was me. I was going to go by myself, but Ryan went with me, Ryan and his brother. And he's like, hey, man, I can't get off work till 2. So I'm like, fuck. I had to plan on leaving like 4 in the morning.
Right.
So I'm like, man, I was like, well, I mean, he's going to help, whatever, the drive. It'd be easier. I wait. I was like, it still puts us there about an hour early from when they open. Yeah, from load in, you know. And we get there and we're fucking cruising. Everybody's talking. We're laughing. Get to outside of Flagstaff, it's fucking snowing. So like the GPS starts like changing.
It's like
I'm like, fuck, what's going on?
Does it try to drop you down to I-10 to get you closer to the border?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I'm like,
it's real disheartening when it does that.
But I'm like, fuck, we're not doing that. Whatever.
Like,
so we get there and then I'm like, hey, we need to get gas. So we get gas. And we go to jump back on the highway, and
they're like, highway's closed.
Now the highway's closed. Right?
The barriers that come down.
So I'm like, dude. Fuck. So I'm like, GPS reroutes us. I'm like, oh look, this is
Don't pass here.
Yeah, bro. So we go. I'm like, we go through this little fucking. We can go through this little side street, and then it takes us down these back roads, right? I was like, oh, and then it throws us on the highway like fucking 45 minutes from here, bro. I was like, all right, well, he's driving my truck now, right? I had drove all the way.
Right.
So like we're sitting there, and then like I'm trying to fall asleep in the back, and I'm like, oh, whatever. Then I can like feel the ass end of the truck like
kick out.
Like the trailer keeps stopping it, bro. And I'm like, Ryan, how fast are you going? He's like 60. I'm like, you need to slow the fuck down. Like, So he's like, so we're going these back roads, right? And there's fully fucking ice now. It's not like fucking snow, bro. We're in these back road town, like it's like if we go off in the ditch, like we're not getting out.
Yeah.
We're fucked.
The show is here.
Yeah, you know. And so I'm like, hey, slow down. So we're going like 25 now.
Yeah, fair.
So
right call.
So the 30 minutes turns to like an hour and a half.
Yep.
We get all the way over there. We get to this little town, and so we're going up there, and then we start seeing semis stopped. And I'm like, what the fuck are they stopped for? I was like, go around them. So we go around them, going around them, bro, and there's a fucking semi coming at us. And I'm like, fucking get in there. So we fucking we swerve in between two semis. Like the trailer barely fits, and this fucking semi blasts by us. And we're like, what the fuck? You know, we get out and like, hey man, there's a truck in front of us. We're like, how long you been here? He's like, I've been here about 2 hours. The highway's closed.
Oh, fuck.
He's like, do you smoke? Because you should start right
And I was
now.
like, what the fuck you mean the highway's closed? You know? And he's like, yeah, they're closed it, man. They're plowing it. And I was like, fuck. So we're immediately like, fuck, we're not. Ryan's like, we're going to be stuck on the side of the road for the whole fucking weekend. And I'm like, bro, they can't leave us on the side of the road. Like, we gotta fucking eat, you know, whatever, you know, like. So we're like, I'm like, bro, go to sleep. He can't go to sleep. Like, he's anxious now. And he's like, this is my fault. We left. You know, I'm like, bro, hey, man, we'll get to the show, bro. Chill.
Shit happens.
Your fault
it
is
what
not
it
going to make this go anyway.
Yeah, you know, whatever. And so we get stuck on the side of the road for like 5 hours. So now we're supposed to be at the show at door to open at 9. We're supposed to be there at 8. We don't get there till fucking noon. So I told Ryan on the way in, I'm like, hey, bro, we need to stop and get food. And he's like, no, we'll be all right. I'm like, you don't go to these shows. Like,
I do.
Like, if you don't get food now,
we're not getting food at all.
We won't eat until tonight. And he's like, oh, whatever.
He's like, I got it.
So we stopped by.
He looks at you and he's like, you got it.
He got a fucking banana and an apple. So I was like, I in there got some muffins. I was like, fuck, I guess we're not eating, whatever, you know. Get to the show, man, and we set up, and then like everybody else is setting up. He's never been. He sets up his Pineapple Express shit. Super excited. Everything's cool, whatever. He does this video. There's a big personality, social media guy down there from Cali. It's called Chicano Yank. Does a video for him, like
cool, yeah.
We end up waking up in the morning and he's got fucking tons of fucking views,
Wow.
whatever, you know, and it's super cool. Well, we're there and I'm like, he's like, hey, I'm getting hungry, and it's like 3.
You're like, motherfucker, I told you.
I was like, I fucking told you, bro, and he's like,
I done told you.
So I was like, so what do I was like, all right, now you got to make this decision. Do you eat now and we don't eat dinner, or do you wait another 2 fucking hours and we eat dinner and that's our food?
Yeah.
You know, and he's like, fuck. He's like, well, I guess we better go shower and go eat dinner. We ended up finding this badass barbecue place, and it was fucking good, but we didn't eat again till 7:30 at night. Yeah. So I'm like walking back to the hotel, and I'm like, hey, we're going back. He's like, fuck, man, I feel like a cigar. So we go find a little cigar shop, and I was like, hey, what I tell you about eating? He's like, fuck. So in the morning, I'm like, hey, I'm gonna wake up and we're gonna eat at the hotel. We can go eat wherever. I was like, it'll be a little more expensive at the hotel because we stayed at a real nice hotel downtown, downtown Cali. Like we were like 3 minutes from the Staples Center.
Right.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Like, we stayed like downtown, and I was like, it'll be a little expensive, man. But you know, and he's like, oh. And they woke up and they're like, well, we're not really that hungry. And I'm like, are you gonna do this again?
Okay, you've already done this once.
I was like, I know I'm not hungry, but I know I have to eat. Like,
right.
So we ate, and then sure enough, like right as the show's ending, he's like, man, I'm fucking hungry. I said, I fucking told you.
Yeah.
So we got loaded up and we left, and then we can't find nothing. They sent us to this taco place, and I'm like, all right, you know, it's supposed to be badass. We get there, and it's like no indoor seating.
Yeah.
In the middle, it's a restaurant, but it's like you order at the window, you eat outside. Busy ass street, and we're pulling the fucking trailer in my truck. So I was like, I seen the taco place. I was like, yeah, we're not eating there.
We're not doing that shit.
So we was like, so finally Ryan's like, hey man, we're in fucking Cali. Let's eat in out. And I'm like, I'm cool with it. So we ate in and out. And then so I had to meet up with the Vatos and Viclas guy. He's like, I have the magazine. So he fucking shipped me 2 sets of magazines and calendars, bro.
Oh, nice.
First one that got lost. Got lost, right?
Yeah.
Second one, he sends me the first ever, like the picture of the first ever like cover of the Vatos and Viclas magazine.
Right.
And he writes me a note on the back and was like, thanks for the support. Like, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's nice.
So I open it and I'm like, I get this, it's a manila envelope, right? Like big yellow one. And I'm like, I pick it up and I see who it's from, and I'm like, man, this is kind of fucking light, you know?
Right.
So I'm like, so I open it and I pull this fucking letter out and I'm reading it, and then I'm like looking in the mailbox. So I'm like, I message him and I'm like, hey bro, did you just send me just an autograph deal? And he's like, what do you mean? And he's like,
that's what I said.
So I took a picture and I was like, this is all I got. And he's like, no fucking way. And I'm like, yeah. He's like, it's happened to me before. Somebody fucking opened the package because they seen what it was with. Yeah. Took the calendars and the magazines out.
No shit.
Left the thing in there and then closed it, bro. And then he's like, I was like, man, I was like, are you sure? He sends me a picture with the envelope open, what's in there. He's like, I always take pictures of this stuff for this reason,
just
bro.
Because of this reason?
Yeah, and so they opened it, took everything out except the personalized letter, and delivered it.
Yeah, because like that guy doesn't. He's like, I'm not that guy. I don't give a shit.
What the fuck?
Yeah, bro. So I'm like, he's like, man. So I told him like, hey, I'm going down there. He's like, well, man, if you meet me, like, I'll give you stuff. And I was like, cool. So man, I ended up going down there, man. And Ryan's like, we're like, so our plan was leave the show, drive like to the edge of Cali, get a cheap hotel so we're not staying downtown.
Right.
And then
I'm trying to pay for this.
Wake up in the morning and head back, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm like, hey, we're meeting this guy, and he's like, fuck, you know, like you could tell he's like, man, I just want to go to the fucking room. And I said, trust me, Ryan, it'll be worth it.
Yeah,
like,
it's more worth it.
Right.
So he's a huge personality in Cali, right? You know, he's the one that started like the vicla scene,
right?
Down there, you know, whatever. So we go down. He's supposed to meet us at In-N-Out. He's like, hey man, I can't find the In-N-Out. Like my GPS won't pick it
Look
up.
for the fucking sign.
You know,
yeah.
and that's what he's like. He's like, you're in Cali, bro. They're everywhere.
Yeah. Which one?
And so he's like, well, he's like, just meet me at my house. It's on your way out. And I'm like, go to his house. He's super fucking cool guy. We talked for like 3 hours.
I will always argue this. If I'm going to meet someone and they're cool and I know they're cool, but then it's a house invite, I'm like, no, I want to go do that as opposed to in and out.
So we talked for like 3 hours, bro. And, you know, Ryan, like he's been able to go like here. Like he got to go to the vicla scene with me now. It's
right.
Like he got to understand, got to talk to Trip. The guy's name is Trip. And like got to go old school on when it started,
right,
and like,
right,
and like the culture of
learning
it,
the
and
history.
So he got to be there with me, and he was like, "Man, that was super fucking dope." And I was like, "I told you, man, it'd be worth it." You know? And so like you know, and he gives me like the first ever edition of the magazine.
Right,
he gives me like the third because he's like, "I'm out of the second one."
He's like,
he gives me like
everyone wants the second one.
He gives me like a third and the fourth, and then the current, and he gives me like calendars back from like. I want to say from like 2007, bro. He gave me like a 2007, a 12, like just random ones that he had.
Yeah.
Right.
And they're all still in packages and shit, like in plastic. And I was like, it was fucking cool, you know. And then he gave me like, I want to say he gave me like 3 calendars. And then we got home, and then I see Ryan walking away. I'm like, hey, what's under your arm? He's like, a calendar. Fuck you. I was like, all right, bro.
Yeah,
whatever,
you got
know.
one. You get the one. Yeah.
But that was super cool experience, man. But yeah, fuck Flagstaff.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that.
Yeah. Dude, so when you get into that kind of stuff where you're meeting the people that really throw this stuff on or the originators of it, and you get that cool experience, it's nothing else comes up.
Yeah, I mean he's
especially when you know a lot of the people who have
Hold on.
yeah, I know. I'm trying to fix it. When they're when they're not dicks.
Yeah.
You know.
No, he's a super
and-
old school original guy, man.
Right. But there's some of those that they reach a point and it gets to where
Holy shit, I have to deal with your
you know,
ass right
it's
now.
like they're not doing it. It's like they're not having fun anymore. You know, and
he's man, and it's like I don't know if you've ever heard like a true Chicano talk.
yeah.
Like they're between English and Spanish.
Yeah,
and
it's not Spanglish, it's Chicano.
No, and that's how he is, man. He's true, like it's like he was a radio personality down there forever.
Oh, okay, cool.
So he like sent me his link. He's not a personality, but he still has his radio station that he plays online.
That's cool.
So like he'll play old school music or whatever, or like you know, and then like he'll talk and you can hear his tone, you know. And it's just it was just a super cool experience to meet him, man. And actually, like I met him in Sturgis, but I didn't really get to talk to him because he was so busy. Like everybody stopping in and out.
Yeah.
And this time, like we had time to like talk, and he was super cool. It was a super cool experience, man.
Yeah, like one of my buddies, he works for a motorcycle like reseller, and like clothing outfitter. And when I first started talking to him, like you know, he's really busy. He has a bunch of other shit he does too. But when you get that personal time, like we're actual friends. Like I could call him not right now, but like I could call him and like we're gonna have a conversation.
Yeah.
And when you make friends with those guys, where it's like every time you talk to him, it's like an hour-long conversation because you haven't really taught.
Yeah.
Because every time they see someone, it's always like 5, 10, 15 minutes. And then all of a sudden, they actually get to talk to their homies. And you're like, oh, this is like an hour-long phone call. But that was really cool. So, yeah.
We had a bunch of OG Chicanos in Oklahoma City last weekend.
Yeah.
With Danny Trejo was here for the what was it, Galaxy Con or something?
Is that what he was here for?
Yeah, he was here for that.
Because Miklo was here too.
Yeah.
I was wondering.
Miklo was just here for like a meet and greet for Blood In, Blood Out.
Yeah, he was at the.
My wife was like,
he was at the restaurant on the south side.
Yeah.
I saw all that shit was happening, and then we were at the commercial shoot last night, and everyone was talking about it.
She was all like wanting to go because she's like, we used to watch that, you know, it's like all the time. That they grew up watching that. And, but and
then go back to the paint deal.
Oh yeah.
So it just wasn't pointing, man. And I was just like, I was kind of upset, man. It was a deal where, you know, me and him made a deal, and then it changed on the price to get to this next deal, and then it changed, and then I'm like, I wasn't like, I was happy with the color, but I just wasn't happy with patterns.
Right.
So I go to Vegas, and he's like, I'm talking to John, and he's like, so you ready? And I'm like, yeah, I think so, man. And he's like, I was like, when do you want it? And he's like, man, well, I'm kind of busy. I think that was in October. That show was in Vegas in October. He's like, I'm booked out in November. He said, give it to me the first week of December.
Right.
So I'm like, cool, take it apart, get it to him in December. And he's like, I'll have it back to you in February. And I'm like, yeah, I heard that before. I'm like, fuck yeah, right, whatever,
I've been burnt once.
So I'm like, again. So I'm expecting it like March,
right?
Like March, and no,
April, May.
No, man, he called me first week of February, and he's like, hey man, your paint will be ready next week. Just put final coats. I'm gonna let it sit for the week.
Just make sure everything doesn't fish eye or do anything.
And then
weird.
he's like, what's your plan on putting it back on? And I said, well, I don't really have our show until March, so it'll probably sit in the garage a couple weeks. And he was like, yeah, if you can, let it sit in the garage.
Yeah.
He said, if it's sunny out there, take it out.
Outside.
Take it outside.
Let it bake.
Let it bake a while. And he was like, I was like, what do you want? Do you think I should bake? Like, take it somewhere to get baked? And he was like, no, you don't
just
need
let
it.
the UV.
Yeah. He's like, just let it do it. And I was like, so I did that. And I put it on, man. And I haven't had any problem other than the kids love to climb on the thing. It's super, it's lay frame, so it's not very tall.
Yeah.
So my boy, man, he loves, my girl too, they love the bike, man. They love the scene.
Well, that's cool that you're, that's the thing that a lot of people aren't seeing with this is not just a you thing.
No.
It's your whole family.
So I built, I don't know if you've seen the scooter, my daughter's scooter. It's a 1950 radio flyer scooter.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
It's a max.
Is it the reverse tricycle with the two wheels in front?
No, it's just a regular scooter, like an old school scooter.
Yeah.
It's got a kickstand on it that goes down.
Nice.
So it's purple and it's got silver leaf in it, and then the whole frame, the side of the frame and the front of the handle is all rose gold.
That's so
the wheels.
fucking cool.
The wheels are rose gold, and then it's got a mural of a unicorn on the bottom. It's on a display, on a turntable display too. Dude. It's super cool. And
I'm over here. I'm like, why was I born when I was born?
Yeah,
I want you to be my dad.
So when I went out to Cali, I seen a scooter just like hers, and I was like, man, it had wire wheels on it.
Right.
So he's like, how the fuck you get wires?
Where'd you get 100 spokes?
So I'm like, man, what the fuck, And it's been on my mind, man, for like the last 2 months, bro. And so I was over there at Max's, and I was telling him, and he's like, pull it up. So I pulled it up, and he's like, man, that's off an old fucking stroller, like not a stroller, like a baby carriage.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, like the old school, like
the old school.
Yeah, the old one.
So I'm like, man,
the one that's a bassinet that's not a bassinet.
It's a bassinet. Yeah, like that. And so I'm sitting there, and he was like, look for them on eBay. I found some on eBay. They're all rusted out. Like, I'm like, well, I'm gonna get them chromed, but the thing that scared me is like a couple of the spokes were bent, and the tires were old, So I'm like, man, I'm looking on Facebook, and I'm like, finally I tracked one down. It's in Kansas City, and it's a 1955 baby carriage.
Have you gotten it yet?
Okay.
So I was like, we have an adventure we have to go acquire.
So I'm sitting there, and I'm like, fuck, man, he's in Kansas City. Man, I'm not driving 5 hours to get that shit.
It's cool, but it's not that cool.
It's a really like the whole stroller's $55.
Right.
Oh, okay.
So the pair of rusted out wheels on eBay were like $180.
Yeah, you're like, I'm gonna get like half of my money back.
So I'm like, fuck, So I'm like, so we had a cookout this past weekend or last weekend. Usually it was Sundays we cook out at the house, and my family comes over, and so we're sitting there, and I'm talking to my brother, and he's like, yeah, I got to go to Kansas City next weekend. And I'm like, what? He's like,
$60. Go get this shit for me.
You don't say.
Yeah, he's like, I was like, you got to go to Kansas City. He's like, what do you need? And I was like, because he knew I've been hunting these wheels down. And I said, I found the fucking wheels. And he's like, no shit. And I'm like, yeah. He's like, fuck yeah, I'll get them. So he picked them up. He picked them up for me today.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude. That's cool as shit.
So as soon as they get back, I'm going to make sure everything fits like it needs to. And then they're going to Ashley. Yeah, because the scooter's all engraved too. So
yeah.
So when we were, I had not met Ashley before.
Mm-hmm.
We were at the Chop Shop party, and
you didn't meet him when he went out. He went to Edmond Bike Night.
Yeah. So
he rode the Gold Wing out there.
Yeah. Oh, that's him.
Yeah, he rode the Gold Wing out there.
Okay. So
I met him once because he was doing bike stuff too, like bicycle
he's
stuff.
still doing gravel bike and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
so
he just started that. The gravel bike just started.
yeah. And
Yeah.
so that's my road bike. Don't Call Me Surly is the one that's in the living room. You probably walk right past. But so I had heard about him, and I had, like, at Evan Bike Night too, like, I all the time, I don't know if you get asked as much, but hey, do you know so-and-so that went to Evan Bike Night? I'm like,
I don't remember anybody from Edmund Bike Night. Because I mean, and I'm not trying to be me, but it's like
you're meeting 200 people every Tuesday.
And you're putting out fires and all, whatnot.
See, I can't be like you because then I'm an asshole.
Yeah.
See, when we're at the show, like, oh, that guy's an asshole. He didn't fucking talk to me. Like,
Well, and the I will say this too. We're always very personable. It's just always like, hey, we're moving on, and everyone can kind of see that.
Yeah, but people still mind.
Oh yeah,
I mean, you're right.
Yeah, because like it's happened to me a couple of times, man. And it's like, it's not that I won't talk to you, whatever. Like, but to me, it's like I repeat the same shit all day.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yep.
So like I kind of
on the
like,
sign.
So like I kind of try to stay away from the bike, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
So you're not,
you know, and whatever. And then like it happened to me in Chicago. We were out there and the guy walked up and he's like, "Hey man, I like that color of paint." And then I was like, "Oh man, I appreciate it." And he was like, "What color is it?" And I was like, "Fuck man, I couldn't tell you." And then he was like, "What do you mean? It's your bike?" And I'm like, "Yeah, but I didn't fucking paint it." Like,
I can get you the guy's number.
I told him I wanted green, and then he sent me pictures, and I'm like, "This is the green I like." You know? And I was like, and then he was like, I was like, "Man, the guy's here," because John Tweedy goes to the shows.
Yeah.
I was like, "The guy's here. He's down there. He sells flake. He sells all that
He does
shit."
all of it.
Yeah.
He's like, I was like, go ask him.
Bring
Well,
him
man,
over here and be like, that one.
Well, man, I was an asshole. He told people that I was an asshole. That I was like, "Man, I don't know. Go over there and ask the painter."
Yeah. Well, I mean that's my thing too. Is like when we were at Evan Bike Night and we had so many people coming up. I'm like, "Hey man, I had to go take care of this."
Yeah.
Or like, come back and find me when I'm just standing around. And like if you're not bothered by me smoking a cigarette, you can come talk to me when I'm smoking a cigarette.
Yeah.
But like, because normally I would say like, "Hey, I'm doing the raffle. I got to do this and this," and we tried to talk to people, but I'm like.
Yeah.
And at the end of the night, once everything's done, like once the raffle's over and done with, like we're kind of pretty much done. Like,
Right.
someone might be going to get the signs or doing this, but you can come talk to us. But I'm like, hey, like, or hit me up on Instagram. Like, this is the one thing I do a week where like,
It's relax time.
Yeah, like you're here hanging out. I'm glad you're having a good time, but like, don't feel like I'm being an asshole. But
yeah, there were times when it'd be like, he'd come in. "Oh, did you see this bike?" And I'm like, I haven't even been to the parking lot.
Yeah, like
I know, like I missed it.
We parked at the because when we were at the rail yard, for instance, like it started at 6.
Yeah.
So I usually would get there about 4:30. He'd get there between 4:30 and 5, and like, or we'd ride up together, and then we were out doing everything else.
Yeah.
So that's how it is. Like when I go to shows, man, it's like I set up. It's a lot, bro. Like
it's not a small.
Right.
It's
no,
not
like I have to
yeah.
I have to set my bike up. I have to set my daughter's scooter up, which it's on a turntable and full display, and then I have to set the pedal car up. It's on a turntable and full display.
Yeah.
And then I got to set Turk's bike up. It's on. It's not on a turntable, but it's got
full
a
display.
It's got a full display. Like, and by what I mean by full display is like the lights, like the poles have lights in them. So then I have to run the wire to them. I have to hook up. Like I'm 2-3 hours in, and it's not like, oh, I'm sitting around. Like no, like I'm busting my ass, right? Yeah. And so like when I get done, I'm like I'm chilling. Like I don't like to really go walk around.
Yeah, I've already seen most of this shit.
You know, and
unless
then,
someone says they're gonna beat you, I don't really give a fuck. Yeah.
So then Sunday when we go there, like me and the wife will go walk around a little bit, and then
Right.
we'll go. But I'm always that guy that I don't feel like pulling my phone out and having to record you, you know. So sometimes I'll be like, "Wait, fuck, what bike was that? Or what car was that? Or you know." So this year I got the Meta glasses. I don't know if y'all seen it. The Ray-Bans.
Yeah.
And
are you liking them so far?
Yeah, they're fucking dope, man. And,
I got a buddy that's got them, and he fucking loves them.
Yeah, I got them. We went to O'Connor, the water park, and I got them like right before we got there, and man, I got to record the kids playing and shit.
Dude,
like
and that's monumental.
And it's cool. You only get 3 minutes of record time.
Okay. Right.
So, but you can stop it and play it, and you know whatever. And so, like, you can either touch it or you can just tell it to record.
Yeah.
But
hey, record.
But but it's pretty cool, man. Like, you can be sitting there looking at something, and you'll be like, "Hey, Meta, what am I looking at?" And it'll scan it.
Oh, really?
And then it'll tell you like, like I did it at the house, and it's like there's a dog in the living room. You're watching this TV show. There's a couch, and there's a fireplace, and I was like, oh shit,
that's actually fucking
yeah.
legit.
They're fucking cool, man. So it's like a lot of people say they'll use them at night, like if they're walking.
Yeah,
they're like, hey, what am I looking at? And I guess it can scan the darkness, and it'll tell you
because it's got the infrared.
Yeah.
You're looking at a murderer.
So it's pretty cool. But I got those for this year. So when I walk around the show, I don't have to pull my phone. I can just record, you know?
Well, and the other thing is, too, is you're not pulling your phone out. You're actually getting to live in that moment.
Yes.
But you're getting the footage that you want.
And that's a lot of things is like sometimes like I'll be on there and they'll be like, hey, you're the guy with the bike. And like, so I'll have to like stop recording and then talk where like, hey, I can talk to you, whatever. And then like, whenever there's 3 minutes up, it'll ding in your, because it has, you can listen to music on them too.
Oh, cool.
Right.
Yeah. So it'll ding to you like, hey, you know, it's done. So
you're like, Mexican OT just said ding.
Yeah. So it's they're pretty dope, man. And I was like, I hadn't got them because obviously you don't want to wear fucking sunglasses inside. You know, at the show.
I mean,
so they just came out with the transitions.
Yeah.
So they transition out. So they're pretty fucking legit, man. But I like them.
Now I'm like, now I want to say it.
But it's pretty cool, and I got them a lot because I was like, since that was a part of like me not riding was the motor was leaking.
Right.
So now the motor's not leaking. What ended up going back to that was since he had the mill on it, he says that he thinks the cast got too hot in the oven for the powder coat, and it opened
and it
up,
warped a little bit.
Well, it opened up pores.
Yeah, so it's just coming out of the pores. It's not
okay.
like it's not a
Crack or nothing.
It's not a pressurized leak. It's it's a seep leak.
Yes, and so he's like, and me having to mill certain spots probably didn't help.
Yeah, no.
So
100%.
he's like, so they had to take it back apart last month. So back apart last month
for number 10.
For took it all the way back apart, man.
Back off,
and he had to fucking clean it all out, clean all the way out, and he's probably just like, I guess they do it a lot in like shovel heads and pan heads.
Mm-hmm.
It's like this red liquid coating, like paint.
Yeah.
And he coated the whole inside of the fucking of the case.
It's like
and
a Teflon kind of RTV.
Yep. And I mean, knock on wood, it fucking hasn't happened.
Hold it.
Yeah.
So
So
no, that cigar case right there is 100% keeping wood.
And
just knock on that thing.
And it hasn't leaked, but and that's why I got him. I was like that way because when I record, you know, it's like how you said, like, man, you don't fucking write that thing, you know, like.
Dude, no, I didn't know because so Mike Cook from Steve Cook Creations, like with Bespoke, I say Trailer Queen in the nicest sense for that car, but that's $1 million.
Oh, that's $1 million car.
That's a car that they're driving it around and like it wasn't built to be driven to good guys from here.
That's my deal is even like as far as the bike's gone, like my intentions were always to ride it.
Right.
So I'm like, even if it's a
radical show,
like if I get a fucking chip in the fender, like it is what it is, man. Like it's my kids scratched the back fender where they're climbing on. It's like a scuff in the clear.
Right.
And you got 20 quotes of cure.
But that's why I laugh because I'm like, because I seen it on there and I was like, it's in the clear, you know. You know, and I'm like,
when you started talking about your kids climbing on, I was like, well, I remember you said,
you know, because at first my wife, she's like, hey, your dad's gonna get mad, and I'm like, no. I was like, it's fine. Like they climb on it, they're not gonna hurt it. She was like, well, they're gonna scratch it. And I'm like, it's got plenty of clear. Like
they're gonna have to scratch it a lot.
Yeah, like I'm not worried about it. You know.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's the cool thing. Yeah. That. With that bike, it's a family heirloom at this point. It's not just you built this and it's not going to anybody else.
Yeah. And that's what and then we joke, you know, like it's like we always make jokes about it, but you know, the part of growing up is like, you're scared something's going to happen to you and you leave, you know, and I'm like, if something ever does happen to me, just, I was like, get rid of it. No, I'll tell her, to get rid of it. Like, you know, hopefully like, what I leave you in money and life insurance, it should be good for you. But
thanks, Mike.
Right.
But like, you know, but if you don't, man, like sell it. So that's the first thing I tell her, like sell my truck, sell everything you're not gonna use that you don't need. I was like,
but your son may want it.
And that's what she said. And that's what she said. She goes like, no, like I can't get rid of it. Like it's like that's you.
That's
like,
you.
It's you. It's like how I was telling you. I don't know if it was about the handlebars. How
with the
so like
rosary.
With the rosary.
So
that's you.
So like on one of my tanks on one of my tanks, it has my daughter's initials, and her name is Catalea, so it's an orchard.
Right.
So I had Ashley. It has an orchard on there.
Oh, nice.
That's
my
awesome.
my other tank, it has my son's initials, and his name is like a gift. So I have the praying hands for him on the other tank.
Right.
But it's stuff that you don't see unless you're looking for it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I have stuff like that on the bike, and she's just like, that's your personalization. Like that's,
that's you. But
she's
it's
like,
also
that's
the
you.
family.
That's also a way for if something was ever to happen to you that you're
Dad let them-
still
yeah.
you're still there. You know,
Yeah.
it's one of those
Yeah.
things that it's like, like my cousin still has my great grandmother or my great grandparents had an old Ford truck, and he still has it because he was named after my great grandfather. And
but it's like I tell her, I was like, man, but what if the kids get older and I'm like, hopefully nothing ever happens, I was like, but what if you like need money for their college or something? Like,
like
it's to me, it's a materialistic thing. Like, get rid of it. I mean, she's just like, no, but to you, it's easy. Cause like a while back I was thinking about getting rid of it and getting a car. I want like a 60 to 64 Impala.
yeah,
you
know, and then she was like, well, quit spending money on stupid shit and you could get one. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, you're like, don't talk about that.
Yeah, and I'm like, she's like, I'm sure you'll get one. I was like, yeah.
As you're taking your bike apart.
But I'm like,
You're over there with a ratchet, and you're like,
yeah. That's what everybody like. That's what everybody always says. They're like, so does she not trip? Like, oh, you love the thing more than me? I'm like, no, man, it's never been.
I love my bike. I love my wife. I love my kids.
Yeah, like
I
it's
love
never
all these
been.
things.
Yeah, and it's never been like.
Yeah.
And I've never I mean, at least she's never told me, and I don't think I ever have been in a situation where I'm like, hey, screw you and the kids, I'm going over here. Like it's never. It's always like, hey, do we got something going on?
There's worse hobbies you could have.
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
You could totally be into
when you're.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a deal where like she's super laid back and cool, man, and she's like, it's like the Cali, like I wasn't gonna go, and I'm like, man, she's like, well, your birthday's in March, and I was like, yeah, and she's like, well, do you have the money to go? And I'm like, yeah. She's like, well, fucking go.
That's your birthday.
Yeah. She was like, she said, she's like, that's your own birthday present to yourself. And I was like, but like now it's getting to where my kids are older, so like a day is gone, it's not bad, but like
a weekend,
like
or
3 or 4 days that are like, hey, Dad, where and then I'm over there and I'm like, man, I feel like shit leaving them, and
Right.
So now I'm like, man, so like Callie broke me for a little bit, man. I was just like, and I don't mean like money. It was just like being gone from the kids, and then I'm like, fuck, man, we could have had them here, and we could have been doing this, and could have enjoyed it, and
could have had them here, not right.
Make it memories with the whole family.
Yeah, bro.
I
and
think that's the really cool part about that. Having heard the story cohesively, it's not just you built a really cool show.
No, man, it's for them.
You built a family heirloom, regardless of if it gets sold to pay for college or. But this is a family event, and if you go out to the shows, you're going to see the family.
It's like right now, we're expecting our third kid, and I
Congratulations!
appreciate it. And I have we have like
a sad trombone, but that was one.
We have like I have a 1950s stroller, like the hard, like
right.
And I just got the last piece back from Chrome, and so I need to get it painted, and I'm gonna build it for the baby.
Nice.
But it won't be for like the show. It'll just be a nice piece.
Just a nice piece.
You need to figure out a way to put it on bags.
Yeah,
Drop it,
air it out.
Drop it down.
So,
I laid frame. Baby's not falling over.
Yeah. So, but it's like the wagon. I built the wagon. I don't know if you seen it when you went to the Harley show last year.
Maybe
There was well, I didn't have it then, but there was another guy there with the big wheel wagon because it's got big wheel, it's got like big go-kart wheels.
Okay,
And my son was fucking lazy at the time, man. Like he wanted you to fucking carry him everywhere.
Right.
And I'm like, I'm not carrying you everywhere. And I'm like,
build one of these goddamn things.
So I was like, fuck yeah, and I built him one. I built one, and it's got big go-kart wheels, and it looks like a big old giant deal, and I built it, and they thought it was the coolest shit, so everywhere we went they wanted to ride in it, and I was like, hell yeah, I'm pulling you, I don't have to carry you. I'm like, shit, I'm like, you're heavy, bro, like I can't carry you all day. Like we'd go to the zoo and he'd be like an hour in and he'd want me to carry him, and I'm like,
I'm fucking tired, man.
Yeah, bro, I'm not carrying you through the zoo.
Okay, so I want to bring this up. So we have one other record episode that has broke the 4-hour limit.
Yeah, we're over the 4 hours.
We're 4 hours over now. But when Moppin was talking to you about this is what I thought was so funny. And I just wanted to bring this up because
you're like,
I heard through the grapevine from Moppin that you're like, I don't really want to talk. I don't
know what I talk about.
It's not that I don't want to talk. Because that's what my wife says. She goes, you're going to get on there and you're not going to shut the fuck up.
Everybody says it.
Yeah.
They're like, I don't know what to say. It's like, bro,
don't worry about it. Did you have fun?
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
Was it probably one of the funner podcasts you've ever done?
No, I've never done one, but yeah, it was fun. It was cool.
But I mean, that's the thing about it is like, just because we've been talking to a lot of different guests, they're like, I don't know, well, I'll talk about Ashley. And, but you thought you were going to come on and have maybe 5 minutes.
I thought maybe an hour or two.
Oh,
yeah.
We tripled that.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's the thing about it is like, when you start really talking about that passionate project like that,
yeah,
and like we didn't even get into all the other cool shit you really did.
Yeah.
Like we talked about sports for a little bit, which I didn't think we are going to do, but like, fuckers.
I mean,
it's relevant. But I mean, look at you. You were talking about how you were like, I don't want to talk.
Yeah.
And you didn't shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
No, you did, dude, because I've had so many people be like, oh, I'm going to be quiet as a clam. I'm like, no, you're not.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
That's funny because, I was talking to Ryan earlier and he was like, man, because he knows how I am. We've been friends for a while. And he's like, man, if they're good, like, you're not going to stop talking. And I was like, well, listen to some other podcasts, man. I think we'll be all right.
You listen to, so it was funny when you were like, I listened to Donnie's and then Cal's, and I was like, Cal came in and he was like, it's Cal.
Yeah.
He's laid back.
Cooler than a cucumber.
Yeah.
And I was like, come on, man. And he was like, and then after the fact, he was like, I want to talk about this. I'm like, motherfucker, why didn't we talk about that?
Yeah.
But like, I feel like there's still so much stuff that we can talk about.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't even, we've reached the surface, but it's going to be good.
Yeah.
Because now I want to go out to all these different shows.
Yeah.
And definitely, we'll go out to the one in July.
Yeah,
sure.
because I want to go see the
awesome.
setup. I want to go see the turnstile. I want to see how this really works. I want to watch you get judged.
So that's the big push. That's going to be the big. We're pushing the big reveal for the other bike.
Okay,
so at that show, my bike won't be on a turntable.
Okay.
It'll be
the new bike. Yeah,
it'll be the new bike.
Okay.
It'll be as like I told him with the baby coming, I don't have a
time
push.
Well,
I don't have a push to go like I told you, it's a tour.
Yeah.
So like at the end of the show, like you get points.
Right.
Well, I can't make the last two shows.
Okay.
So at that point, I'm like, bro, there's no reason.
There's no way.
And then it's perfect timing. I'm like, he's coming out. Like, so I'm like, bro, just like use my turntable. Don't spend the money right now.
Yeah.
Like,
let's focus on the bike.
Let's get to the winter time, and then at that point, then you buy your one there. But there's no point to try to rush it now.
Yeah.
Because I was like, because we're trying to do trying to come up with a new design to do a turntable top where on his, like, so we could put mirror, like, because right now what I do is like I put the bike on there and I have to like slide mirrors everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So on his, we're trying to design it where it's like the top of it is a mirror.
Yeah.
And then he can just go out and then lay out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I know a guy.
So yeah. Do you?
Yeah, I know a guy that can probably get that done.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
okay. Well, Moppin's old and he needs to go to bed.
I mean,
yeah, don't let him lie to you. Well, dude, great podcast. Thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, actually,
I can't
you
wait to
guys.
go out to all the shows. So now that we're 4 hours and 9 minutes into it, everyone can go follow you at
Chef Chef Pando. What is it? At,
Chef
underscore
CHEFF underscore PANDO.
Yep.
Yeah.
On Instagram.
On Instagram.
And we are going to just I'm going to ask for all the cool photos. And now I'm like, dude, this is going to be so good. Yeah. So, all right. Well, thanks everybody. Thanks for listening.
Yep,
And then
thank you. Thank you for coming out. We'll see you next time.
Yeah. He was like, I'm not going to talk. Famous last words.
Yeah.
Thanks,
always.
Guys. Bye. Fuck you, Nate.
Bye.